Alright. Presently, the technician appeared incredibly excited, even more excited than when he had dreamed of finally getting a girlfriend. New reports popped out without stop. Soon, the filtering was completed. With the energy monitoring apparatuses of the Genetic Union, Chen Feng separated all the identified energy and the energy that posed no threat. What remained was only an unknown energy. Found you. The technician was overjoyed. Although we are unable to get any information about this energy, from its structural makeup, it can be concluded that this energy indeed resembles the structural makeup of the black raindrops. Everyone widened their eyes as they saw this. They actually found it for it. Air purifiers could actually be used in such manner. Chen Feng was satisfied. Very good. Destroy it. Alright. The technician started the elimination process. Alas, it did not seem to work. Disinfectants were most certainly ineffective against the devil race's energy. How about energy eliminators? Ineffective as well. All methods of energy elimination normally used were tried, and all failed. Even after exhausting every method known to him, the technician had still failed to do anything to the energy. This unique unknown energy was actually something they couldn't destroy. However, this was rather reasonable. If the unknown energy could be destroyed so easily, the devil race would most probably have failed to last this long and would have been destroyed long ago. After all, these were the energy particles that the devil race members had transformed into for their hibernation. Regular methods wouldn't work at all. What to do, then? Were they helpless apart from keeping this thing around? Keeping it waiting for the devil race to awaken? Despite the fact that this was merely a small portion of them, without thoroughly destroying them, the devil race in question would most certainly wake up one day, bringing disaster along with its awakening. Furthermore, other devil race members were still awakening without stop. If they could look for a method of destroying these particles, they might be able to purify the soil beneath all human cities. With this, they would no longer need to be worried about the ground they stood on. What to do? They looked at each other before. Finally, they all looked at Chen Feng again. Chen Feng frowned. If regular methods were ineffective. Suddenly, Chen Feng raised his head and looked at the dark clouds. Even though the vicinity of Star City was already without the black rain, this rain was still falling everywhere else. Chen Feng contemplated. Use some of the black raindrops to dry. Since these particles can be awakened into the devil race members using the black raindrops, perhaps. Alright. Soon, someone returned with some gathered black raindrops. The black raindrops were mixed with the gathered energy. Hum. The particles started shimmering lightly. These energy particles had actually been awakened by the black raindrops. With his own eyes, Chen Feng witnessed the recovery of the energy particles as they emanated a bizarre aura. Moreover, a formidable and mysterious attractive force was being emitted from these energy particles as well. Nearby, countless dust and particles started nearing the energy particles. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. The particles are capable of attracting other particles. Currently, this particle is summoning the particles that are similar in nature. Perhaps when all the particles have been gathered, they will transform into a powerful devil race member. By gathering all the same energy, the particles will condense together before awakening as a devil race member. So that's the case. With a single look, they all understood this. They felt enlightened. So this was how the devil race members had been awakening? Hum. The particles nearby started stirring. Some of the dust that had already landed on the ground earlier was now nearing this particle without stop. At the same time, they had also noticed something. It seems like the further the distance, the weaker the attractive force is. Indeed, within 5 kilometers, the attractive force is the strongest. This is quite a huge range, as normally, the particles required for the awakening of a single devil race member are within 10 meters from each other. A range of 5 kilometers is very huge. Hum. That particle flickered without stop, and the attracted particles nearby increased in amount as well. Alas, due to what Chen Feng had done earlier, the dust containing the relevant particles had been blown somewhere else. As such, regardless of what this particular particle did, it failed to attract the particles that were of the same set as it. After finishing absorbing the required energy, the particles started condensing into a devil race member. Howl. A powerful devil race member thus appeared there. However, as they looked at it, they became speechless. That was because this newly awakened devil race member was obviously an incomplete version of itself. This was a devil race member with some features of its face missing. On top of that, its chest was missing as well. Of course, The missing chest here did not refer to a flat-chested person. Rather, it referred to someone that was literally without a chest. Only two bloody messes could be seen where the chest was supposed to be. It was clear that this devil race member here was an incomplete product. Moreover, from the dull expression in its gaze, it was clear that the intelligence of this devil race member here was somewhat lacking as well. Chen Feng frowned. This is the Devil Prince? The technician analyzed the data. Nope. From the looks of it, there are still some other devil race members from Star City that have yet to awaken as well. I see. Chen Feng pondered. Everyone else started studying this devil race member as well. Looks like this devil race member is without its brain as well. When the other devil race members awakened, despite being somewhat sluggish in their thoughts, that was the result of their long hibernation. As for this fellow here, its gaze is truly empty, resembling those undead beasts greatly. Indeed, everyone there was endlessly amazed. So they could actually manipulate the devil race's resurrection project in such a manner? With a casual wave, Chen Feng destroyed this devil race member. Despite it having the appearance of a devil race member, such a method of awakening had caused this devil race member to pose zero threat. Moreover, it seemed like things would be hopeless for the remaining parts of this devil race member that had yet to awaken together with this devil race member here as well. If so, what about that so-called devil prince? They all exchanged glances as they suddenly had an idea of what to do. If they were able to, in a similar manner, summon a part of the devil prince out first before destroying that summoned part, what would the fate of the devil prince be? Good idea. Chen Feng's plan received their approval easily, and thus, numerous air purifiers were carried over. Shwa, shwa. The energy contained in the dust was all gathered. Occasionally, when the energy couldn't be gathered by the purifier, they would personally destroy the dust containing that energy before letting the air purifier absorb the energy. It did not take long for them to gather a sufficient amount of energy. These unknown energies were rather unique. Among these unknown energies, there were some that were different than others, as they actually possessed a certain degree of immunity. This should be the energy particles of that so-called devil prince, right? I think so. Chen Feng waved his hand. Time to deal with this prince. Shwa. They started restoring the energy particles. Here at this destroyed Star City, the genetic union started summoning the devil prince. At a certain location, the group of devil race members that had been about to leave suddenly looked in the direction of Star City. This is the power of the royal clan. With a disbelieving expression, he stared in the direction of Star City. Didn't the awakening of the prince fail? Why has this power appeared? Then, does the prince possess other trump cards? As he thought of this, he became excited. At the same moment, countless devil race members were looking in the same direction in excitement. Had the time finally come for the devil race tries? Hum. At this time, with a radiance swirling around them, Chen Feng and the rest watched on with aching hearts. It was beyond their expectations that the attractive force of this unique energy was actually so terrifying. Different from before, this time, all the dust within 50 kilometers of them was stirring. How powerful. Worthy of being the devil prince indeed. With such range, I suppose 99% of the energy particles can be recalled. Stop it. Get some people to move around to intercept those incoming energy particles. We can't allow them near. Understood. The genetic union executed their plan speedily. They had long been prepared for something like this. As such, the moment the body of the prince started reconstructing, they were already on their guard. Ultimately, the dust containing the energy particles were intercepted before they managed to arrive. The devil prince that was presently awakening was yet another incomplete devil race member. I wonder how much of the body will be awakened this time. The amount of energy particles we allowed entry is not too great. For the previous fellow, around 55% of its body was reconstructed. This time, roughly the same amount of energy particles were used. However, considering how powerful the prince is, the same amount of energy particles might actually consist of even a smaller portion of the prince's body. Perhaps 20%? They guessed. If it was merely 20% of the prince's body, they might be able to defeat it after its awakening. At a certain location, those devil race members that were observing this had an ominous feeling. They could feel that this was not a normal awakening. The energy particles were obviously insufficient for a complete awakening. Suddenly, one particular devil race member understood what was happening. Those damnable humans were actually trying to first awaken a part of their prince. Damn it. The expression of the devil race members changed greatly. Let's move in together. All right. Condense. Severe. Seal. The powerful devil race member pointed at the empty air 3 times in a row. At that, a terrifying power bloomed and forcefully sealed the gathering point for the awakening of their prince. Since a complete awakening was not possible, they might as well seal the awakening up temporarily. Regardless of whether the energy particles had dispersed worldwide, regardless of whether the energy particles were still in the form of dust, they could not allow those humans to awaken the body parts of their prince separately to be killed. After all, this prince signified the future of their devil race. And now, the awakening process initiated by Chen Feng's group immediately ended. The energy stopped gathering. Whatever, just make do with this amount of energy particles, then. All right. After the absorption stopped, the energy particles started combining to construct the body of the prince. Due to the limited amount of energy particles available, the entire body of the prince would not be constructed. Only a small portion of the body would be constructed. However, they had never expected that the portion would be so excessively small. The amount of energy particles sufficient to construct 55% of a normal devil race member's body was actually only equivalent to a single piece of the devil prince. This signified the price of that devil prince. That technician even chanted imposingly to add to the effect. Awaken, O glorious devil prince. Alas, beyond even their wildest imaginations, the first piece of the devil prince they had reconstructed was actually this particular piece. They all looked at that long and cylindrical thing they had awoken, and they sank into silence. It was quite vexing that only a piece of the prince could be awakened. Why would it be this thing here out of all things that could appear? Was this a coincidence? Their gaze became odd. Yes. Yes. It's a coincidence. The technician was speechless. Was this a coincidence? That had to be the case, right? It definitely had nothing to do with him. Chen Feng rubbed his head. This is not a coincidence. How is that possible? In an agitated manner, the technician explained, I truly never intended to summon this part of the prince's body. This is truly a coincidence. Although I am without a girlfriend, I am still straight. Everyone else. Why was this guy getting so agitated? I know. Chen Feng glanced at him before continuing. What I'm trying to say is that among the countless energy particles of the Devil Prince, these were the only particles whose dust was destroyed and the only particles of the prince we managed to catch in our filters. Oh, only now did the technician regained his calm, and he stated in a gratified manner, like I said, I am straight. Kongbei glanced at the technician coldly. What was the point of having a normal sexual orientation if the person in question couldn't get any girlfriends? Chen Feng, can we summon other parts of this prince? Let me give it a try. The technician tried gathering more energy particles, yet nothing happened. He checked the data and explained, the initially stirring dust has now stopped moving. Someone has seemingly interrupted us. Regardless of how we summon them, it is no longer of any use. Chen Feng contemplated. The devil race has involved themselves. Then, well, this wasn't surprising. To be honest, the devil race would most certainly not allow the humans to mess around like this. Even if the prince couldn't awaken, they would not allow Chen Feng's group to summon the prince's body parts separately only to be killed. Chen Feng felt rather regretful. What a pity. Everyone else was gratified instead. This is already good enough. The Devil Prince is no longer a threat. Even in the future, when the Devil race manages to awaken the prince, it will not be able to breed anymore. Someone analyzed coldly. As the rest pondered his words, they found this agreeable. However, they couldn't help but wonder if one day, when the Devil Prince awoke to discover that it was no longer with its ding-dong, would it be saddened? What a sight would that be? Chen Feng pointed at that thing. So, what to do with this? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Logically, as a part of the terrifying Devil Prince, this thing would definitely have a rather astonishing usage. Under normal conditions, this was something everyone would fight over. But, as it was that part of the body, everyone sunk into silence. Suddenly, the technician stated, let me take it away first. Shwa. Uniformly, everyone looked at him with an odd gaze. This lad here was not straight after all. No, It's not what you all are thinking. The technician wiped away his sweat. We can take this thing back to conduct more research on it. We might be able to obtain additional information on the royal clan of the devil race through this. Oh, everyone else contemplated this. It was indeed quite important to obtain more information. The only reason they could have reached this point today was thanks to the research conducted on the Black Rain and the idea thought up by Chen Feng. This would most certainly bring their research into the devil race a large step forward. This was especially the case due to the fact that, from the battle today, they had obtained a huge amount of raw materials for their research. There were still numerous bizarre devil race members stalking around, as well as that enigmatic devil prince that had yet to make an appearance, a prince that had been reduced to a eunuch now. When your research is done, we will transmit the data to our classrooms. The act of countering the devil race will most definitely become an extremely important course among humanity. Moving forward, one of them stated. As of now, this affair regarding this devil prince had reached a temporary end. After being in contemplation for a while, everyone was startled awake as the realization finally surfaced in their brain. So, we won, someone stated suddenly. Indeed. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. We have won. In this Star City battle, we are victorious. Indeed, the devil race had been defeated. Their invasion and restoration plan had failed. All the reawakened devil race members at Star City had been killed. There was also a chance that the devil prince would never have a chance to appear again. The devil race had been defeated. As for that slimy pink senior apprentice sister, she had been pierced through by Wang Yao's sword. As such, she was most probably dead. Despite the fact that Star City had still ended up destroyed, the ending was different from the future Chen Feng had once glimpsed. At the very least, there hadn't been many casualties among the gene producers and genetic warriors. This was the most important accomplishment. Indeed, they had won. They all cheered. Star City had been destroyed. Even the deputy president trio had had their clones destroyed. However, they had ultimately been victorious. All of them stared up at the sky. At present moment, the sky above the entire world was still shrouded by a dense black. The only exception was this place, this piece of sky above Star City. When they looked up, a bright sunny sky welcomed them. Report this to the superiors. Decide on a date to rebuild Star City. This very place is the first land purified of the devil race. In the future, this will also be the place where humanity is the strongest. At the same time, at a certain faraway location, a devil race leader that had reawakened not long ago was looking towards Star City in a daze. As it felt the aura of the royal clan, as it felt that royal aura that came to a halt while reawakening, suddenly, that devil race leader knelt down and started wailing. Your lowly servant awakened too late. The bloodline of the royal clan has actually ended at that place. Our countless years of hibernation were in exchange for such a conclusion. The cries of grief shook even the heavens. Countless mutated beasts nearly lost their mind in fear as they heard this mournful cry. The devil race leader was submerged in his sadness for a very long time. Casualties were something they could accept. War was something they could accept. The only thing they couldn't accept was the fact that the formidable devil prince, the most tabled devil, the most attractive devil, the devil with the strongest bloodline, had actually been transformed into a eunuch. Why had this happened? This fateful day was also the day where the numerous devil race members worldwide felt their world collapsing upon them. The battle had ended. As the news about this battle spread outward, the entire world was in an uproar. Ancient race. Devil race. For the very first time, the information about them was made public. So the Black Rain is because of the devil race? How scary. There's also that ancient race. Everyone exclaimed endlessly. The two alien races that had appeared out of nowhere caused them all to feel panic. Despite the fact that humanity had long been looking for alien life forms to the point that their search had even extended into outer space, they had never expected that the new life forms would actually be found on this very planet. The strength of both races was sufficient to cause humanity to panic. Humanity was especially alarmed when the participants of the Star City battle started spreading the news that even the weakest among the devil race was as strong as an A-class warrior, let alone the strength of the ancient race that had once scared the entire devil race into hibernation. What of humanity, then? How many A-class warriors did humanity have? There were way too people who had trained their entire lives yet were still stuck below A-class. As such, a lot of people started submitting applications for migration to a different planet. In this genetic era, the advancement of humanity's technology had long touched the domain of outer space as well. However, before this, space travel had merely been utilized as a form of vacation. As for actual outer space migration, that was something humanity had never attempted. It was said that due to the appearance of the ancient race and devil race, several wealthy families had already exhausted trillions just to contribute to the research of spaceships, trying to complete the research as soon as possible. In this genetic era, with a sufficient expenditure, such a feat could very well be accomplished. Air, survival. So long as one had money, all these were things that could be made available. Chen Feng rubbed his head as he read the latest news report. Looks like this planet will lose a bunch of rich people soon enough. Hu Liang curled his lips. That is inevitable. I have never expected them to actually contribute anything of substance anyway. Those rich people were merely trying to reduce the risk this new development would pose on them. Something like this had already been attempted 10 years ago. Back then, a certain big shot had been worried that the unknown regions of this planet would pose danger to humanity, bringing around 1,000 genetic warriors capable of forming a natural energy ecosystem with him. They built a huge spaceship. With the spaceship, they entered outer space and started roaming the space. That particular spaceship was akin to an independent city in itself. Due to the existence of gene energy in that ship, any form of living facility could be constructed within that spaceship. Presently, on that particular ship, the population had reached 100,000. That spaceship was akin to the Garden of Eden, a dreamlike place. What these rich people were attempting was similar to what that big shot had done back then. As far as Chen Feng was concerned, these people were a tad bit too spineless. Chen Feng curled his lip. You called me here just to listen to this gossip. The decision of those rich people was ultimately something completely irrelevant to people like him. Moreover, was it a sure fact that humanity would be safe just because they escaped to outer space? If one day the devil race reached a point where they could enter outer space as well, those humans would still fail to escape the devil race. The optimal method of dealing with the threat was to eliminate the threat. Of course not. Hu Liang closed the gossip news on his screen and stated faintly, "This time, I am looking for you in relation to the start of a new project. This is a unique project started by both the Gene Production Association and the Genetic Union. Due to your unique identity, they are hopeful that you can take part in this project." Chen Feng was astonished. Oh, they had yet to deal with the follow-up of the Star City battle, and the new Star City had yet to be rebuilt, but they were already starting a new project. What project? Chen Feng asked. A project that will enable humanity to contend against the devil race and ancient race. Hu Liang's eyes shone as he confidently stated, if this project is completed, humanity will be strong enough to face the devil race and ancient race. Oh, Chen Feng's eyes shone. He was too clear on how strong the devil race was. Just the first wave of their invaders had already been so strong that the weakest of them was A-class. What of the remaining devil race members? Then, their years of hibernation had obviously been for the increase in their strength. Similarly, the ancient race was not to be underestimated. It might seem like at present, three powers were counterbalancing each other on this planet, yet humans, who controlled the most territory, were instead the weakest of the three. The moment the ancient race decided to launch an invasion or the devil race completed their awakening, humanity would be finished. In this era where the majority of the top existences among humanity were A-class or PK-class warriors, humanity was way too weak compared to the ancient race and devil race. What was the plan mentioned by Hu Liang? Then, are you aware of the classification of the strongest existences among humanity at this time? Hu Liang asked suddenly. Yes. Chen Feng replied without hesitation. Presently, the majority of the strongest among humanity were still around A-class. However, due to the difference in strength between those in the same class, different tiers were used. For example, beginner A-class referred to those who had just entered A-class, genetic warriors who yet to learn a secret art. A-class expert referred to A-class warriors who had mastered a secret art. Based on their initial strength and the strength of their secret art, there were further subdivisions among these experts. Pika class referred to the top existences among those in A-class. Such was the current makeup of the top existences among humanity. These were also the main pillars of humanity. During the devil race invasion, the 30-plus warriors deployed by the Genetic Union had been in this category. All these people were collectively known as A-class. The A-class that the commoners knew of, the so-called A-class, is merely a single stage, Hu Liang stated faintly. As for the division of those within the class, it is rather simple. The present simplest method of division among A-class is rather straightforward. The A-class experts I have encountered can be divided based on their strength into A1, A2, A3, and so on. This continues all the way until A9. For them, what's important is to divide their strength into something simple and easy to understand. Chen Feng chuckled. That's true. He remembered clearly how he had once read on the learning forum that people once divided those in A-class into several classifications, such as void into truth, reversal of the laws, endless energy, descent of heaven and earth, and numerous other different classifications. There had been even more detailed descriptions on top of all those. Chen Feng had indeed once studied them in detail, yet he had already forgotten all of them. Who could actually be bothered with remembering all those complicated classifications? Even though this was the first time he had heard of the classification of A1 through A9, he already felt that this method was so much better. Naturally, none of that is important. Hu Liang raised his brow slightly and asked, "Do you know about those surpassing A-class?" Surpassing A-class? Instantly, Chen Feng's heart became solemn. Peak A-class referred to those who were theoretically the strongest in A-class. In truth, there were still existences above A-class. These were the people who had stepped past A-class, transforming into an even stronger existence. These were known as beyond A-class. I have seen them, once, Chen Feng stated without hesitation. I am aware of the existence of these people beyond A-class. Hu Liang heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that you are already aware of them. Since Chen Feng was already aware of this, he would not need to explain as much. Those beyond A-class are in fact extremely unique existences. Hu Liang continued with a solemn expression. In the beginning, when humans reached the theorized bottleneck of A-class, they noted that regardless of what they tried, they were incapable of breaking through A-class. At that point, A-class seemed like the limit of humanity. However, those people were not willing to stop there. As such, they tried using other methods to increase their strength. And with that, those beyond A-class were born. As for the S-class in the legends, that was nothing more than a legend. Not a single person actually reached that level. Chen Feng widened his eyes. S-class does not exist. He had initially believed that after beyond A-class, there would be S-class, SS class, SSS class, and so on. Hu Liang shook his head. Nope. Humans are different than the devil race. The lifespan of a human is limited. As such, we do not have the luxury of time to research this aspect indefinitely. Even the appearance of beyond A-class was the result of much research by countless seniors. Oh, let me note this down. Chen Feng was rather confused. So, the top of humanity was A-class. S-class did not exist. Those big shots that had been stuck at peak A-class had ultimately transcended A-class through their research, becoming existences known as beyond A-class. That was what enabled their dramatic increase in strength, completing their search for a brand new realm after A-class. Chen Feng raised his hand. I have a question. Hu Liang looked at him. Say it. I have once witnessed the strength of a person beyond A-class. That is a strength much stronger than an A-class. Why not classify that as S-class? Then, Chen Feng felt doubtful. In essence, beyond A-class was also a new realm. Wasn't that the same as S-class? Then, Hu Liang shook his head. Naturally, that's not the case. Have you forgotten what the main point of breaking through each class from F to A is? Main point. Instantly, Chen Feng was startled awake. Gene. Correct. Gene. Hu Liang sighed. The fusion with a gene is the roots of a breakthrough. Chen Feng came to a realization as he heard this. It was no wonder that the newly discovered realm was not classified as S-class. That was because from F-class to A-class, each breakthrough enabled a genetic warrior to fuse with a brand new gene, enabling said genetic warrior to undergo a transformation. Why was the difference between genetic warriors of different classes larger the higher their level was? That was because of the additional genes the higher level genetic warriors had. Even between those with 3 and 4 genes, the difference was extremely large. Toward the end, when one possessed 4 or 5 additional genes, the gap between them was even larger. Gene fusion was in fact an extremely mysterious and abstruse affair. As for the so-called A-class, that was a fusion with 6 different genes. Since they had yet to discover a method of fusing with the 7th gene, S-class would forever remain a legend. Hu Liang's expression dimmed. the limits of humanity. The Genetic Union and Gene Production Association have never stopped their research in this aspect. Alas, after countless years, there have still been no new breakthroughs in the research. Our equipment runs hundreds of millions of calculations on a daily basis, yet our research has yet to bear fruit to anything thus far. S-Class still remains a legend. So that's the truth of things. Now Chen Feng finally understood everything. What is the goal of this new project then? Chen Feng was suddenly excited. Had they gotten some clues to the breakthrough toward S-Class? If so, Hu Liang shook his head. This project is unrelated to S-Class. The focus of this project is beyond A-Class. Chen Feng widened his eyes. Beyond A-Class? Wasn't that a completed research? What more was there to research, then? Suddenly, Hu Liang asked, do you have any idea what exactly beyond A-Class is? Chen Feng shook his head. Nope. For him, even beyond A-Class was something out of the legends. The only thing he knew was that a person beyond A-Class was so much stronger than an A-Class. They were in completely different leagues. The key to going beyond A-Class is to be beyond A-Class, Hu Liang stated with a solemn expression. Chen Feng, are you bullshitting me? Those not beyond A-Class will remain in A-Class. Chen Feng, are you bullshitting me again? Therefore, slowly, Hu Liang continued, the goal of this project, apart from beyond A-Class, is to try to generalize the concept of beyond in the beyond A-Class. Our goal is to allow every single class to reach the realm called beyond. For example, beyond B-Class, beyond C-Class, or beyond D-Class. Bang! Chen Feng's heart jolted furiously. Was this possible? Everywhere around the world, the black rain was slowly stopping. More and more places became sunny and cloudless. Under the assistance of the Gene Production Association's branches worldwide, huge air purifiers were produced to filter out all the devil race energies contained in the soil beneath each city after setting the soil on fire. With this, no devil race energy remained within the territories of humanity. This was an extremely important achievement. With this, the cities of humanity were once again safe. The devil race had seemingly noticed this as well. As such, the endless black rain vanished from human territories not long after. With the devil race energy burnt before being filtered out, the hibernating devil race members no longer existed. As such, apart from exhausting the resources of the devil race, the black rain was now pointless. Once again, the sky became sunny and clear. On the contrary, the black rain in the unknown regions was even heavier than before. The devil race has shifted their focus to the unknown regions. That's for sure. After all, those places used to be their territory back then. I suppose the world will not be a peaceful place anymore. Yeah? Devil race, ancient race. From the moment the darkness started descending, peace ceased existing. In a certain unknown region, amid the heavy rain, a certain terrifying devil race expert had awakened. Its entire body was filled with numerous tentacles, and a ferocious aura was leaking out of its eyes. This was a devil race member that had awakened from the soil the black rain had fallen on. Haha, finally, I, Kreia Maastricht, am. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying power surged. Before this freshly awakened devil race member was able to rearrange its thoughts, a huge palm could be felt pressing upon its body. Next, a terrifying power descended and pushed it back forcefully. No, I refuse. I am the great Kreia Maastricht. Rumble. That place recovered its previous tranquility. It was rather awkward for this great devil race expert to be pushed back the moment it was reawakened. Presently, the owner of that huge palm merely clapped his hands as his real appearance was revealed. A toying smile appeared on his face. What a naughty fellow. Light started swirling on the ground. Only a crystal remained of the devil race member that had been forcefully pushed back. This crystal was also the main target of this person. He clenched the crystal in his hand. Finally, I have obtained it. A faint energy undulated out. A familiar power could be felt. The future of humanity will depend on you, he muttered. Slowly, he vanished amid the darkness. A similar event was playing out at numerous locations within the unknown regions. Evidently, only a small portion of the Genetic Union's manpower was deployed to Star City. Their true experts all had their own missions. Of these devil race experts that were being forcefully pushed back the moment they reawakened, each of them was beyond A-Class. If any of them were allowed to fully awaken, a huge calamity would ensue. The moment they were allowed to join hands, humanity would be in grave danger. As they were forced to deal with this, The manpower the Genetic Union could spare to be sent toward Star City was truly rather limited. Amid the darkness, one Devil Race member after another perished before their full awakening. They were already dead. This restoration had been planned back then using the lives of their commoners as the sacrifice, yet now, during their moment of awakening, they were all forced back, forced to true death. Presently, Chen Feng was still researching the difference between B-class and beyond B-class. This was also the first time he had seen one of the crystals the Genetic Union experts had been gathering. The entire laboratory was filled with a radiance that caused one to feel flustered. In addition, there was also a power that felt so very familiar. Chen Feng's eyes shone. This is the main research target. Hu Liang had already given him an introduction to the entire project. The project was codenamed Beyond X, with X signifying all classes of genetic warriors. This also signified that this was a project allowing all genetic warriors to reach this stage called Beyond, regardless of their level. This was an extremely important project for humanity. As of now, based on what Hu Liang had told him, everyone was still breaking through by brute force. During the preceding periods, everyone's understanding of this concept called Beyond had been rather superficial. As such, they had believed that this was a mere formidable power belonging to those that had surpassed A-class, those who had gone beyond A-class. As such, this state had been named Beyond. Based on the classifications for A-class, after going up from A1 to A9, one could then concentrate on surpassing A-class, entering the realm of beyond A-class. Such a method of obtaining the power of beyond was rather brutish and idiotic. Now, due to the appearance of the Devil Race, these crystals had appeared as well. That changed everything. The moment this project succeeded, the entirety of humanity would transform as a whole. This would be a true transformation. Theoretically, the existence of this stage called Beyond could allow one to be as strong as someone a level higher. For example, those beyond B-class would be equivalent to the present A-class. Those beyond C-class would be equivalent to the present B-class. Even so, this was a mere superficial benefit. One ought to remember that this would bring about a beneficial cycle toward humanity. For example, the gene tempering process genetic warriors underwent by killing mutated beasts. Due to the strength of the mutated beasts, humanity had always been extremely prudent when doing so. But now, if this project succeeded, a beyond D-class could easily kill a D-class mutated beast. The act would be as easy as someone drinking water. This would enable the genetic warrior to charge straight to C-class within a short period of time. After achieving beyond C-class, the subsequent breakthrough would also be very simple for this warrior. This project would enable the process of strengthening genetic warriors to become a process of farming mutated beasts. And the moment humanity could accomplish this, would reaching A-class be something really hard. Even those beyond A-class would probably appear frequently enough. Granted, new beyond A-class warriors that would appear through this method might be lacking in terms of combat experience. However, no matter what, a beyond A-class was still a beyond A-class. Chen Feng looked at the crystal before him like he was looking at some precious treasure. It was precisely the familiar aura emanating from these crystals that had caused those beyond A-class experts to send these back for research. The Genetic Union has already started their research. So far, there has been no progress. After all, when it comes to research, they are not as good as us. The Gene Production Association has already deployed someone over to assist them, yet there has still been no headway. After all, our existing system of research was already too large and was already rotten with bureaucracy. As such, Hu Liang shrugged. We have decided to establish more than 10 mini-teams to conduct their research independently. Each team will research in a certain specific direction, threading their own path. The teams that obtain progress will be rewarded based on their results as a form of encouragement. Only with this can everyone's potential be forced out. Hu Liang explained. Chen Feng understood his point and did not find it surprising. Chen Feng recalled how, in his previous life, a certain battle royale game had become excessively popular. Stimulated by the success of that particular game, numerous other game development companies had started developing similar games, and shortly after, a huge number of such games had appeared. Even a certain company called Tencent, who had managed to obtain the original rights for the game, had released several similar games on top of what they had to encourage internal competition within the company. Why was that? Well, only through competition could one's potential be forced out. Chen Feng looked at Hu Liang. What if everyone fails? Separating all the researchers might not prove beneficial. All the teams are taking different directions in their research. Moreover, each of the teams has different specialties as well. As such, even if all of them fail, by combining the results of all the teams, we will still obtain a huge breakthrough, Hu Liang explained in an extremely well-practiced manner. Evidently, this was not the first time he had done something like this. Which team will I be in, then? Chen Feng asked. Oh. Hu Liang paused before calmly stating, you know what? I personally think that you are too amazing. As such, you can handle the task of an entire team all by yourself. Instantly, Chen Feng stopped walking. In short, you failed to recruit even a single researcher for my team. SHT. Chen Feng felt like he'd been scammed. What team project and competition? Had anyone seen a team project where there was only one person in the entire team? Chen Feng did not believe that he would be able to completely research the power of Beyond just by himself. This did not seem like something Lakora would be able to do. At the very least, he needed to know clearly what exactly Beyond A class was before he could proceed with his research, right? Right now, he did not even have a single team member. Chen Feng rubbed his head. Oh, the available participants have all been grabbed by other teams. Hu Liang felt somewhat awkward. There are only so many Beyond A class warriors in the Genetic Union. As for talented researchers, there are also only so many of them. As such, all of them were recruited by the different teams in a short period of time. This project for you is one I have provided special authorization. As such, your project is different from the other teams, and thus you have also started later than the other teams. But you don't have to worry, I managed to obtain one unique privilege for you. Chen Feng's eyes shone as he heard this. Oh? Hu Liang patted his chest. You can recruit your team members yourself. Instantly, Chen Feng's expression darkened. Who was there to recruit? All the Beyond A class experts and talented researchers had already been selected by other teams. Where should he go recruiting? Then, I'm not doing this. The annoyed Chen Feng decided to just toss all responsibilities away and start leaving. Hu Liang pulled at him. Please don't. The future of humanity requires you. Chen Feng stared at him coldly. The Gene Production Association requires you. Chen Feng still continued staring at him coldly. I require you, Hu Liang stated bashfully. Chen Feng gave him a cold look before turning around to leave. You will be given access to the entire formula warehouse, Hu Liang stated with a bitter smile. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. And, if Hu Liang had mentioned this from the start, wouldn't this have been settled by now? Hu Liang sighed. You will also be given full access to the gene bank. He was aware that by granting these two authorities to Chen Feng, it was almost the same thing as granting Chen Feng control over the entire Gene Production Association, granting him control over all their resources. However, there must be some results in your research. Hu Liang's head ached. He was also under tremendous pressure. Chen Feng shrugged. Don't worry. As long as it's true that I can recruit my team members as I wish, I will be able to do it. There's no problem with that, Hu Liang confirmed. As long as it's helpful to the research, you can recruit anyone. Chen Feng smiled toyingly. Anyone? Hu Liang felt his hairs stand on end as he looked at Chen Feng's expression. However, after putting some thought into it, he reasoned that this was still the Genetic Union headquarters. As such, Chen Feng shouldn't be able to mess around too much here. Yes, Hu Liang confirmed with a wave of his hand. Very good. Chen Feng was very pleased. One day later, Hu Liang had already left Chen Feng to get busy with other matters. As for Chen Feng, he had already gotten started with the preparations for the research he was about to conduct. His first test subject was also contacted and was already here. However, this test subject had been maintaining an odd expression on his face all the while. He stared at Chen Feng helplessly. Is this proper? Chen Feng curled his lips. What's improper about this? Since old Hu didn't recruit anyone for me, I shall recruit my team members as I wish. But that person pointed at the blazing alarm and smiled bitterly. The entirety of the Genetic Union's alarm system is blazing without stop. After all, his present identity was already different. This was especially true due to that black diamond shining on his forehead. That faint radiance served as an indicator of his present identity, a member of the ancient race. This person was precisely Qin Hai. To resist the invasion of the ancient race, the Genetic Union had long installed numerous defensive mechanisms. So long as the aura of an ancient race member was detected, the alarm would start blazing. Therefore, Qin Hai's appearance here had triggered the entirety of the genetic union. Holy shit. There's really an ancient race member here. The detectors can't be wrong. An ancient race member has indeed appeared in our headquarters. This is too scary. Have the exact coordinates been located? Nope. This particular ancient race member is too unusual, too mysterious. We have already requested reinforcements. I suppose the true experts will show up soon enough. Continue. Stop all projects for now. Everyone, be on full alert. All right. A chaotic mess of sounds could be heard without stop. The entirety of the genetic union had been thoroughly provoked. Almost all their A-class warriors were mobilized, and the only thing lacking to complement such huge mobilization was the destruction of their own headquarters. Qin Hai looked at Chen Feng, who had an innocent expression on his face. Qin Hai had only arrived here after receiving a message from Chen Feng. As such, the fault for this should not lie on him. Qin Hai spread his hands. What about what's happening out there? Ignore them. Nobody dares to intrude here anyway, Chen Feng stated calmly. Shwa. After finishing his words, he started taking out numerous gathering devices to gather the energy in Qin Hai's body. Qin Hai could only spread his hands helplessly and allow Chen Feng to do as he wished. Open your cloth wider. Yes, yes. Correct. Chen Feng studied the energy that was appearing in the gathering devices. The color of the gathered energy was black, a rather unusual color. My energy should be somewhat different than other beyond a class warriors, Qin Hai stated with a bitter smile. He had an idea of what Chen Feng was trying to do. If the goal was beyond A class, using him as a test subject would be rather unreliable even though he was also a beyond a class warrior. Chen Feng shrugged. I know, but you are the only one I can look for. Qin Hai raised his brow as he asked, what about your girl? If he recalled correctly, Wang Yao had broken through into Beyond A class not long ago, right? After all, his senior apprentice sister's residence had been attacked precisely by this young lady alone. That attack had even resulted in countless casualties. Even his senior apprentice sister had been killed during that attack. If it hadn't been for his master making a move personally to restore her and fishing her out from the past, she would have been gone forever. As such, Wang Yao's strength had most definitely reached Beyond A class. I already sent a message to her. Alas, I have not gotten reply from her. Chen Feng was somewhat worried about her. After the Star City battle, there had not been any news from Wang Yao. If he hadn't known all about what she had done from Qin Hai, he would have thought that something had happened to Wang Yao. Since the senior apprentice sister had been killed, what of Wang Yao? Then, suddenly, Chen Feng recalled something. Could it be that your master? Nope. Qin Hai shook his head. By the time my master returned, their battle had already ended. I remember that Wang Yao had already left by that time. Hold on, let me check for you. Qin Hai contacted his senior apprentice sister while Chen Feng got out of the detection range of Qin Hai's communication tool. Shwa. A screen popped out. Soon, Qin Hai's call went through. On his screen, that slimy ancient race senior apprentice sister appeared. She was indeed alive. Chen Feng was alarmed. That old man was the sage from back then? Qin Hai's master. That fellow was truly capable of resurrection? However, as Chen Feng recalled how that old man's daughter, who was also the wife of Lu Han and the one who had previously worshipped Chen Feng, had also tried resurrecting Chen Feng, he found the fact that the old man was capable of resurrection acceptable. That was the power of time, a power that, apart from that old man, his daughter also possessed. Senior apprentice sister, how are you? Qin Hai asked sincerely. The ancient race female snorted. HMPH. Even you have heard of it. MHM. Qin Hai expressed his anxiousness and asked, are you fine? How did a human manage to get there? I was tricked. The ancient race female stated coldly. I was tricked by the damnable human called Chen Feng. That is why a beyond a class human managed to follow my trail to where I was staying. However, HMPH. This is something I will repay her sooner or later. That person called Chen Feng and that damnable little girl. I heard that Lu Han has encountered that Chen Feng guy before as well. I was just about to go ask about him. As she finished her words, the ancient race female stood up. Qin Hai took this opportunity to ask, little girl, the one who defeated you was a little girl. Where is she now? Let me help you capture her. The ancient race female shook her head. I have no idea. I suppose she left long ago. Oh, Qin Hai put out an expression of extreme disappointment. Next, he glanced at Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded at him. Since Wang Yao had managed to leave, She should be fine. All right then. Senior apprentice sister. Ginhai nodded his head. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly widened. Unbelieving, he stared at his screen with a dumbfounded expression. A mournful scream resounded. Ah, this mournful scream of that ancient race female appeared so very tragic. Question mark. Even Chen Feng by the side was shocked. The voice seething with extreme hatred of the ancient race female resounded. It's you. Who? Chen Feng looked at Ginhai's stupefied expression before listening to the voice of that ancient race female. Suddenly, he thought of a single possibility. With a single wide stride, he walked to the front of the screen. On the screen, it could be seen that, presently, the ancient race female couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the screen. That was because, once again, a huge flaming sword could be seen protruding from her chest. The person who had stabbed her was precisely Wang Yao. Hi, long time no see. Wang Yao smiled lightly, and in a low voice, she said, I have waited a long time for you, yo. The ancient race female was alarmed. I find resurrected people particularly annoying. I promised him that I will kill you. Therefore goodbye, Wang Yao said. The body of the ancient race female was pierced through. The ancient race female fixed her gaze on Wang Yao. You won't be able to kill me for real. As far as the ancient race female was concerned, this little girl wasn't truly strong. If the ancient race female was in her peak condition, this little girl could be killed very easily. But now, due to the forceful descent of her main body to her clone, she had been damaged badly, resulting in a drop in her strength. This had given the little girl a chance to take advantage of her momentary weakness. And now, even after her resurrection, she had yet to recover her full strength. And just like that, she was killed yet again by this little girl. Wait for me. When I return once again. The ancient race female was filled with hatred. How could she not feel hateful after being killed 2 times in a row by this little girl that was far weaker than her peak strength? Wang Yao smiled lightly. You won't be able to return anymore. Although I do not have power over time, I am ultimately a person who went through transmigration before. When the time imprint of a person's existence is erased. Wang Yao slapped her palm on the ancient race female's forehead. You will be eternally erased. The ancient race female gazed at this little girl blankly before collapsing loudly onto the ground. The communication tool was broken after the fall, causing the scene on the screen to vanish instantly. The two exchanged glances and looked at each other in dismay. Ginhai had merely intended to call his senior apprentice sister to obtain some information. He had not expected to be presented with such a scene. Ginhai rubbed his head. Your girl is so ferocious. Suddenly, he felt like him being undercover among the ancient race was an extremely dangerous act, as he might randomly be killed by this little girlfriend of Chen Feng's at any time. Oh, Chen Feng was incredibly surprised as well. The only thing he had known was that Wang Yao had gone beyond A class, nothing more. Suddenly, Chen Feng's communication tool buzzed. He glanced at it and saw a simple reply from Wang Yao, target dead. Preparing to return. Please do send me the coordinates. After pondering it over, Chen Feng sent the coordinates over to her. As Ginhai saw this, his mouth twitched. After all, he was extremely fearful of this young lady. Since you are already done gathering energy, I will leave first, Ginhai stated with a low voice. Chen Feng was surprised. You don't want to meet her? Ginhai shook his head. With my current identity, it's better to not meet her. The more people that knew about his identity, the more troublesome things would become. Chen Feng nodded. Fine. Turning into a flash, Ginhai left noiselessly. Only now did the big shots of the genetic union sense the aura of the ancient race slowly vanishing. Gone. He left. I can still feel the remains of the ancient race members' aura here. Damn it. In short, that fellow took a stroll in here before leaving without anyone even discovering him. Or perhaps he completed his mission here. Quick. Check if we lost anything. Their scanning devices beeped without stop. All the employees started a crazy round of inspections, with the inspections being especially strict on their core secrets. Alas, surprising them, nothing was lost. What exactly had that mysterious and powerful ancient race member been trying to do? Have the reinforcement arrived? The deputy president will arrive soon. All right. Maintain full alert. We can't allow anyone else to sneak in anymore. Even the area 5 kilometers around our headquarters must be fully monitored as well. Nobody must be allowed entry. You hear me? Yes. the entire genetic union became frantically busy. The sudden arrival of that ancient race member had alarmed everyone present, since he could come so easily. If he was actually planning to destroy this place. Shortly after, the deputy president arrived in a rush. Where's the enemy? Left. Take me over to the remnants of his aura. All right. Through the remnant aura in the air, the deputy president confirmed that the enemy had already departed. Just as everyone was about to heave a sigh of relief, once again, the alarm blazed crazily. Enemy attack. On the screen of their sensor, a huge matrix was being formed. From the screen, it was concluded that this time, it wasn't the ancient race or the devil race. Rather, it was a human, a person in the legendary beyond a class realm. As for the position that the person had appeared at, Chen Feng, instantly, all their expressions changed greatly. During the Star City battle, the contributions of Chen Feng alone had surpassed everyone else. Furthermore, as an excellent producer of the Gene Production Association, he was also one whose knowledge of gene productions far surpassed others. As such, he would be extremely helpful in their future research. Had those damnable enemies noticed the existence of such a person? Damn it. Wasn't the defense here too weak? Then, when had their headquarters become like a public transportation vehicle? One where anyone could enter whenever they desired. The deputy president raged. Go. They rushed over hurriedly. They could not allow anything to happen to Chen Feng. Not here. Bang. Instantly, the door of Chen Feng's laboratory was kicked open. The reinforced door capable of resisting an A-class attack was deformed by the deputy president. After kicking the door, they saw that a red streak was rushing toward Chen Feng at a high speed. Careful. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Bang. A weapon coalesced in the deputy president's hand. Instantly, a powerful killing move was formed as it slammed through the void to slash at that red streak. Space cracked and the beyond a class power of the deputy president bloomed. Back then, during the Star City battle, he had been unable to go personally and had only been able to send his clone over. Due to that, the entire war had almost ended in a disaster. This time, he would not allow such a mistake. As he thought of this, he pushed his power to the maximum. Activating his trump card, his speed surged. Before the red streak could even reach Chen Feng, the deputy president arrived before him. Under his super-fast movement speed, everything around him seemed so slow. Next, he saw an extremely awkward scene. That red streak seemed to be a young lady. On her face was a smile. Both her hands were outstretched as she was pouncing into Chen Feng's embrace. Due to her fast movement speed, it had been misconstrued as an attack. As he looked at her face, suddenly the deputy president recalled the identity of this young lady. As he looked at her flabbergasted expression, the deputy president felt incomparably awkward. He forced himself to stop. Bang! A huge force seemed to be rampaging within his body due to his abrupt stop. After the forceful stop of his power that had forcefully erupted earlier, he suffered a certain degree of backlash. Next, he stared blankly as the young lady landed within Chen Feng's embrace. Both of them were hugging each other now. You are back. Chen Feng immersed himself in the warmth that he hadn't felt for a while in his embrace. Next, he looked at those fellows that had appeared abruptly out of nowhere. What are you guys doing here? Everyone else. Deputy President. They exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. In short, they had hurried over just to witness this scene. We sensed the aura of a super expert. There must have been a mistake, someone stated awkwardly. Suddenly, Wang Yao came to a realization as she stated in a low voice, sorry, I have been careless. I have grown used to moving in such manner and forgot that this is the headquarters of the Genetic Union. The rest waved their hands without stop. Don't worry about it. This was a misunderstanding, after all. However, shortly afterward, they all stopped. Hold on. Sorry? In short, this young lady was the super expert. They all widened their eyes. Bang! A flaming sword appeared in Wang Yao's hand. Do you remember now? Wang Yao asked with a gentle laugh. Suddenly, all their hearts jolted furiously. This aura, the flaming sword that had appeared suddenly during the Star City battle to kill that formidable ancient race female, was the sword of this young lady, Chen Feng's girlfriend. Everyone was dumbfounded. Let's go. The deputy president led everyone to leave awkwardly. If it was this lady Wang Yao, there shouldn't be any problems. With her by Chen Feng's side, not many people could actually hurt Chen Feng anyway. But then, Even now, the flush on the deputy president's face still remained. This was too embarrassing. Chen Feng was somewhat speechless as he looked at the departing genetic warriors. His head lowered to look at the Wang Yao, who was embracing him silently. Instantly, he chuckled. Chen Feng poked her head. "Do you think I can't see that you did this on purpose?" Wang Yao rubbed her face against Chen Feng's chest before shifting her body into a more comfortable posture to continue the embrace. She stated in a low voice, "I want everyone to know that you belong to me." A warm current surfaced in Chen Feng's heart. With this, the sense of unfamiliarity due to them not meeting for a long time vanished. Wang Yao was still the same Wang Yao. He rubbed her head and asked with a smile, "Are you interested in doing some tests in regards to the human body?" Wang Yao blinked. Beyond, a mystical power, a power that had not left much of a profound impression on Chen Feng all this while. After all, as far as he was concerned, this was a mysterious power belonging to those above A class. Characteristic, definition, origin. Chen Feng had no idea about any of these. Only after extracting two different versions of such power from Qin Hai and Wang Yao did Chen Feng gain understanding on this so-called beyond. So, this is what beyond is. Both Chen Feng's eyes shone. Beyond was equivalent to the transformation of power. For an A class, when the A class power overflowed, when their body, the acting vessel, was no longer capable of storing any excess A-class power, by going beyond the class, they would undergo a qualitative change of sorts. That would enable this A-class vessel to store even greater amounts of power. That was precisely what beyond A-class entailed. It was the process of transforming one's body for the second time in the same class. Compression? This was the first thought that surfaced in Chen Feng's mind. Under normal circumstances, compressed power would be even more powerful, and the storage capacity would increase as well. However, compressed power would normally be extremely unstable as well. Normally, one's power would only be compressed for a moment of eruption, for a burst of power. But now, for this concept called beyond, it was a concept that would alter the origin of the power itself. Chen Feng's eyes shone brightly. For this, the structural makeup of the power itself is changed as well. This is not compression. Rather, this is an altering of the structural makeup. The energy of a person was essentially similar in nature despite the person's advancement from F-class to A-class. As an example, if the limit of a human's body was a huge room, the F-class of this room would be equivalent to a thin layer of gaseous substance that hovered on the floor of this room. Moreover, the amount of the gaseous substance would be rather low as well. As for E-class, it would be equivalent to an increase in the stored gaseous substance. Due to the increase in quantity, the assembled gaseous substance would have a higher concentration. As such, apart from quantity, the quality itself would be improved as well. As for the subsequent classes, the same concept applied. Slowly, the gaseous substance in the room would increase in quantity. The initial thin gaseous substance would become more and more concentrated as its quantity grew. This would continue until A-class. The highest capacity this room could contain was the maximum amount of A-class. The quantity and concentration of the gaseous substance, which represented the energy of a genetic warrior, would also have reached its peak. At this point, this room would no longer be capable of storing anything more. This was the so-called peak A-class. This was also the current peak of humanity. Next, with numerous secret arts and unique abilities, the energy might undergo compression, modification, or release through some unique methods. If so, what about beyond A-class? Then, when a person entered a new realm, the realm beyond A-class, the structural makeup of all the contained energy would be completely transformed. Sticking with the same example, the gaseous substance would now transform into liquid. This was a brand new energy structural makeup. Instantly, the room filled with gaseous substance would be emptied. The only thing left would be the thin layer of liquid energy at the bottom of the room. Despite the thin layer and seemingly low amount, the liquid energy was in fact extremely powerful. Such a transformation in the structural makeup of the energy was not something those secret arts or unique methods of energy manipulation could compare with. The same ability released through the new energy makeup would be much more powerful than its original form, so strong that one couldn't even begin to compare the two. Therefore, beyond A-class was akin to someone of an entirely different realm. This was also the main subject of their Beyond X project. A project trying to figure out a method to allow even normal genetic warriors to understand the concept of beyond. This seemed rather impossible for those in F-class. though. According to the conversion rate of energy to the new structural makeup, the amount of energy an F-class had could only be transformed into a single drop of the new energy. This amount was too little to be of much use. But then, at the very least, there was the possibility that this was doable. One could imagine how powerful even the lowest of the secret hearts would be if they were unleashed using this new energy. The power of beyond. For those beyond A-class, beyond B-class, or beyond C-class, apart from the quantity of their energy. Would there be a difference in the might of their new energy? If the answer was no, did that not signify that the moment one grasped the concept of beyond, one would directly become a super expert? All of these required further research. Beyond. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. The appearance of a new energy makeup was indeed something sufficient to cause excitement. During this lowest moment of humanity, during the appearance of the powerful devil race and ancient race, during this moment where humanity was in a panic, research on this concept of beyond was indeed humanity's best hope. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, "Spirit, analyze this for me." "Luck value will be required," Spirit stated honestly. Luck value. Chen Feng checked his luck value. During the Star City battle, all his luck value had been exhausted. Even now, only 30 points had recovered. With such an amount, it was as good as useless. Chen Feng sighed. "Forget it. I will continue researching myself." After all, he couldn't rely on luck value all the time. The recovery speed was truly too slow, and each point was way too important. He should only use it during a moment of crisis, such as the Star City battle. "Spirit, it will be sufficient to use the luck value only to control the direction of my research," Chen Feng stated. Spirit nodded. "All right." This was the cheapest method of utilizing luck value at this time. This was also a method Chen Feng had devised in order to save luck value while at the same time ensuring that he didn't act incorrectly. In fact, the idea behind this was rather simple. What was the most feared thing during research? It was the research proceeding in a completely wrong direction. For a lot of research, if the chosen direction was wrong from the start, even toward the end, the research would produce no results. All the resources spent would have been for naught. Chen Feng had seen way too many such situations in the news. Every single path chosen during a research, every line of thought pursued, every single possibility, all these would give birth to numerous paths for one to choose. Only by pursuing each path relentlessly and failing relentlessly, followed by relentless successes, could one reach the ultimate result of the research. As for Chen Feng, from the start, he would only select the correct direction, the correct path. With luck aura pointing at the correct path, he only needed to concern himself with traveling down that path. The pointer of his luck aura leapt, pointing him in a certain direction. Direction ascertained. Time to start the research. Chen Feng was excited. Alas, the research hadn't gone as smoothly as he had expected. From the very start, he had already encountered a rather thorny problem. The essence of his gathered beyond energy was still the same as regular energy. The only change was the structural makeup of the energy particles. This feeling was akin to the difference between carbon and diamond. As Chen Feng understood this, his expression darkened. In short, the difficulty level of this experiment was similar to the process of transforming carbon into diamond. Although this research had long ago been completed thanks to the technology of the genetic era, if a similar transformation needed to be applied to energy, the difficulty would rise dramatically. After all, a bit of carelessness when handling energy could very well result in a catastrophic explosion. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. "Come, then, let me have a clear look at the actual structural makeup of this new energy." The energy observer device was activated. On the screen, the energy was greatly enlarged to the point the particles could be seen in detail. Alas, a single glance at the particles caused Chen Feng to be dumbstruck. This energy. Shit. This was the only thought in Chen Feng's mind presently. He had been aware that the structural makeup of the energy would most certainly be different than before. He was also aware that the new energy had to have a structural makeup that was steadier and more complicated than before. But he had truly never expected that. He looked at the energy under the device. It could be seen that some energy particles were assembled together. Occasionally, they would assume an S shape. At times, they would assume a B shape. These particles would move unendingly. Astonishingly, the new energy actually consisted of mobile energy particles. This was completely different from the particles of regular energy, which were immobile. These new energy particles were actually alive. Are you kidding me? Chen Feng was dumbstruck. How was he supposed to study this? Chen Feng tried consulting Spirit. Spirit? Oh, Spirit widened her eyes, evidently surprised by this as well. Both of them looked at each other, they were at their wits' end. The makeup of this new energy had evidently far surpassed their initial estimation. This was a makeup that they couldn't even begin to start analyzing. Even if Chen Feng was capable of dissembling the energy to assemble the particles into a certain makeup, he still wouldn't be able to create this new energy. That was because there was no fixed makeup for the new energy, as the particles were seemingly alive. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something. Perhaps these energy particles all share a common characteristic. Sure. He started studying again. And next, after several minutes of observation, even his eyes started hurting. Several thousand completely different structural makeup were seen. Some were flat, some were three-dimensional, some were mystical. And the only shared characteristic was that these particles were mobile. It seemed like, in the structural makeup of this new energy, all the particles were mobile. What to do? Then, Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Perhaps our primary analogy is totally wrong. Although the analogy of gaseous substance and liquid form is rather similar to the case of the new and old energy, the essence of the new and old energy is completely different. Perhaps beyond merely signifies the transformation of the energy particles into something mobile. Suddenly, this idea surfaced in Chen Feng's mind. Naturally, he had only been studying Wang Yao's energy so far. Let's take a look at Qin Hai's energy. With excitement, he checked Qin Hai's energy. Shortly after, he sank into complete silence. If Wang Yao's energy was equivalent to a lively ocean, Qin Hai's energy was equivalent to a dead ocean. All the particles appeared dead, let alone being mobile and lively. Not a speck of vitality could be sensed from his energy particles. In short, the earlier hypothesis where energy particles needed to be made mobile was also incorrect. Chen Feng frowned. A regular person's energy particles were calm. As for Wang Yao, her energy particles were lively. As for Qin Hai, his energy particles were dead. But then, both of them were similarly beyond A class. If so, what did beyond entail? Exactly? Chen Feng was unable to make sense of it. He required more beyond A class warriors for his research. Beyond A. Chen Feng sighed. This was too rare a resource. With the several tens of teams researching the concept of beyond at the same time, nearly all of the beyond A class experts available were already recruited to help. As such, the amount of beyond A class warriors available were definitely not sufficient. Therefore, their current situation was akin to the situation where the wolves were many but the meat was little. Chen Feng glanced at the numerous research projects that had been launched. Beyond A class's blood, body, semen, everything about them was being studied. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. How is this research on the power of beyond? This is clearly a human experiment. The only thing lacking is the test subjects being chopped into parts for testing. He was sure that the only reason these experts had been cooperating was because this was a project launched by Genetic Union. Otherwise, they would have started raging long ago. They had no choice but to do this, for humanity. That had to be how they were rationalizing this. As such, these beyond A class experts could only hold their anger in and work with the researchers. However, Chen Feng was also aware that to guarantee the integrity and accuracy of the research, regardless of whether it was blood or other types of liquid, all had to go through tests. That was because, essentially, the body of said expert was a body that had formed the power beyond A class. As such, the body of the test subject would most certainly be the most important thing. For Chen Feng, thanks to luck aura, he had avoided wrong directions from the start of his research. With only several points of luck value, he had already ascertained the general direction the research should be heading. Energy. Should he inform them? Then, Chen Feng gave it some thought, but he shook his head in the end. Since he had no proof and could only tell them this was his guess, they would probably believe that Chen Feng was merely messing around with them. Perhaps they would even think that Chen Feng was trying to misdirect them. He was better off thinking about how to get more beyond A class experts to help him. One or two teams sharing a single beyond A class warrior was essentially something logical to do. However, if he wanted to analyze the energy of beyond A class warriors properly, that wouldn't do. A single beyond A class warrior would only have a single type of energy. With that, how was he supposed to progress in his research? As such, in the spirit of friendly cooperation, Chen Feng started requesting help from other research teams, requesting to borrow some beyond-a-class warriors for his energy research. As he had heard that a certain team had 2 beyond-a-class warriors for their research, Chen Feng went to them for help. They rejected him without any hesitation. Impossible. We don't even have sufficient research time for ourselves. How is it possible that we lend them to you? They were firm in their rejection. We will only agree if you trade your beyond-a-class warrior with us. The other person chuckled. Trade? Chen Feng looked at their research subject and noted that the majority of their tests would involve the private parts of a genetic warrior. Instantly, his leg kicked out. Screw you, bang. The researcher was flung away by Chen Feng's kick. Although Chen Feng's strength was nothing special, he was certain that among all researchers, he was the strongest fighter. And among all proper genetic warriors, he was also the best researcher. And now, these folks were thinking of taking advantage of Wang Yao? Chen Feng turned around to leave. Complain. I am launching a complaint against him. The researcher was furious. This was too excessive. Pressing his hand on his belly, he scrambled up with difficulty. He was truly exasperated at Chen Feng's action. Why did there exist such a person that resorted to physical actions immediately after a disagreement? Was this fellow still a researcher? How was he different from a thug? Alas, if even fights between researchers was something the genetic union needed to moderate, they would be truly too busy. As such, so long as nobody was killed, it was likely that nobody would be bothered with him. Calm down. Old Xu. Calm down. That's Chen Feng. So what if he's Chen Feng? What? He thinks he's amazing just because he participated in the Star City battle. Which of us here is without any contributions? The amount of contributions I made in the form of research is no lower than his. What gives him the right to kick me? Oh. Calm down. This isn't anything serious anyway. What do you mean this isn't serious? Don't look at my appearance, that looks fine. You have no idea how hard he kicked earlier. My belly is in great pain now. His identity is not so simple. Which of us selected to be here has a simple identity? Which of us has no backers? His entire body was still aching. From Chen Feng's kick, a bizarre energy had been transmitted into his body, causing a great vibration within his body that made him feel incredibly awful. Furthermore, his teeth suddenly felt like they were loosening up and were about to fall. He raged. Chen Feng, I shall remember this. Unfortunately for him, nobody cared about him. Presently, Chen Feng was still busy thinking of a solution for his dilemma. He pondered. Seems like asking the teams directly won't work. If this was a normal research, it would be rather normal for different teams to exchange their test subjects to prove their theories. But then, this wouldn't do for him. First, the test subject was his little wife. Second, the other teams were not extracting only energy for research like him. Chen Feng contemplated. Well, looks like I have to think of something else. Then, perhaps old man who could be of some help. Chen Feng thought. If he couldn't find a solution, he would go running to his backer. Chen Feng was very straightforward. That Hu Liang fellow had basked in the light quite frequently recently thanks to Chen Feng's numerous contributions. As such, Hu Liang had long been elevated to a position of power in the Gene Production Association. Furthermore, he had rather high authority in this research project as well. Therefore, Chen Feng had decided to look for him directly. Alas, as it concerned beyond-a-class warriors, Chen Feng was directly rejected. I don't have the rights to decide on that. Hu Liang was very helpless as well. The reason he had no rights over that was very simple. Almost all beyond-a-class warriors were under the genetic union. Moreover, this was not Star City. Therefore, he had no authority over them. One more thing. Hu Liang paused. Recently, someone complained that you have been spoiling their tests. Chen Feng curled his lip. Oh, that person that screamed mournfully after being nearly kicked to death by me earlier today? That person who's even uglier than Kong Bai? Hu Liang rolled his eyes. How was that person this ugly? Chen Feng wasn't the least bothered about that person. I'm spoiling the tests just because he said so. Hu Liang spread his hands. The most important thing is that his elder brother is an expert of the genetic union. As such, things might be somewhat troublesome. Chen Feng sneered. HMPH, who's without a backer? If you can't deal with this, I will leave right this moment. I have no interest in participating in this stupid research anyway. Hu Liang pulled at him hastily and smiled bitterly. No, haven't I dealt with it for you already? Don't worry. So long as you don't kill anyone, nobody here can touch you. Hu Liang stated imposingly. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. That's more like it. If you require more beyond-a-class warriors, Perhaps you might consider trading, Hu Liang stated after contemplating the matter. Shua Chen Feng's killing intent-filled gaze drifted toward Hu Liang. Hu Liang shook his head. No, not the kind of trade you're thinking of. Rather, it is the trade of research results. After all these teams were essentially established to hasten the research. Therefore, almost all verified research results can be released to be converted into points and can be sold to others interested in the research result. After gaining a rough understanding of this whole system, Chen Feng noted that it was rather similar to the research paper system at Star City back then. As long as a sufficient amount of research results could be released, so long as one could gather sufficient points, one would be able to check nearly all other research results to increase the speed of one's own research. Chen Feng contemplated. Releasing the results, you are not allowed to cause any trouble. Hu Liang reminded Chen Feng hastily. The memories of what had happened back then, when this similar expression had last appeared on Chen Feng's face, were still vivid in Hu Liang's brain. That was precisely when Chen Feng had created that loot box system. Chen Feng coughed before saying, "How is that possible?" As he looked at Hu Liang's solemn expression, he could only push back his thoughts. Releasing results. After arranging his energy research results, he transmitted them to the comment channel. Alas, nobody believed him. Energy? Ha 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 ha. It's a given that the energy of an A-class and a beyond A-class are different. Do we need you to tell us this? The existence of this state called beyond is definitely due to the mutation of one's energy. This is the only probable explanation for it. What in the world is this mobile thing he's talking about? Everyone berated endlessly. The preliminary result of Chen Feng's research was berated without stop the moment it was released. Evidently, without the assistance of La Cora, nobody but Chen Feng would choose to research in this direction. And when Chen Feng used the little number of points he had to check the research results of others, most of them were focused on the body. Surprisingly, they'd actually made some headway in those directions of research. Bloodlines and gene, these were the present two directions that most people were focused on. Some believed that the origin of the new energy originated from bloodline mutations, allowing a person to possess the power of beyond from then on. Some believed that the new energy originated from genetic mutations, allowing a person to possess the power of beyond. Under these premises, the researchers had been progressing without stop until now, where they had reached a point where they had already gained a certain degree of progress in their research. Moreover, through bloodline improvement, a certain A-class had indeed successfully entered beyond A-class. This caused everyone to be unendingly ecstatic. As Chen Feng studied all this, he frowned. From the start, all the others had chosen the completely wrong direction in their research. Even an idiot's body could be improved by genetic mutation or bloodline improvement. But then, would that truly increase that person's strength? Would a person who pursued such a path truly be as powerful as a proper beyond A-class? How idiotic. A person at the peak of A-class was already a person nearing the gateway of beyond A-class. Even without outside assistance, that person might still be able to go beyond A-class in any case. How in the world would this relate to the strengthening of one's genes or bloodline? Since that particular genetic warrior had already been nearing beyond A-class, those tests they conducted on him might be the very last straw that pushed that person toward beyond A-class. And next, what was the conclusion of their research, then? The last straw could indeed break the camel's back. Chen Feng shook his head. A cold voice resounded beside him. Zizezu Shaijing's ahead. Chen Feng took a look at the origin of the sound and immediately felt like laughing. This fellow beside him who was talking in such an unclear manner was precisely the person who had been flung away by his kick previously. What was his name again? Your name is Xu. Chen Feng thought about it, but he couldn't recall this person's name. That person raged. Xu Huang. Now Chen Feng remembered. Oh, Xu Huang. Not Xu Hang, it's Xu Huang. That person stated angrily. Chen Feng felt doubtful. Xu Huang. I'm not wrong, then? That person widened his eyes. Zot Xu Huang. Zish Xu Huang. Chen Feng. The hell, what was the difference? Right at this moment, someone passed by and coughed before saying, his name is Xu Feng. Chen Feng. What stupid name was this? Littles, I tell Xu. Result. Chen Feng started pointing at the Beyond A-class research result proudly. This was the only successful case of someone entering Beyond A-class since the start of this entire project. This was also why his group had been allocated 2 Beyond A-class experts to help in their research. Chen Feng appeared rather indifferent. Oh, that person who had broken through was someone that had already been at the bottleneck anyway. How did this relate to this researcher, then? Can I have a look? Chen Feng asked. Chen Feng stated proudly with his unclear speech. Zhu smashed my teeth. I am not willing to forgive Zhu. Now Zhu are thinking of taking away my A-class. Zhao Fanny. Chen Feng. What in the world was this fellow trying to say? Forget it. Chen Feng gazed at him pitifully before turning around to leave. As he was leaving, that person was still muttering without stop. Alas, Chen Feng couldn't understand a single word that person was trying to say. Since he had still failed to get more information, he had to look for some Beyond A-class warriors directly. This would be the best choice. Unfortunately, after Chen Feng tried approaching some Beyond A-class warriors, he noted most of them looked down on this research. If they weren't being forced by the genetic union, coupled with the appearance of the ancient race and devil race, they would have left this project hanging long ago. As such, it was impossible for them to agree to Chen Feng's request for additional tests beyond what was assigned to them. No results. Wang Yao asked the returning disappointed Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt helpless. Everyone ignored me. You only need to gather energy? Wang Yao asked. Chen Feng nodded. That's easy. Bring your gathering device and come with me, Wang Yao stated abruptly. Huh? Chen Feng blanked. Wang Yao had a solution for this. But then, since he couldn't think of anything, he did as Wang Yao asked. He was guessing that perhaps things would be easy or if a Beyond A-class was the one talking to the other Beyond A-class warriors on his behalf. And so, he followed behind and watched on as Wang Yao met another Beyond A-class warrior. This warrior that previously couldn't have been bothered with Chen Feng seemed very willing to talk to Wang Yao. Indeed, Chen Feng rationalized that those of the same level could truly communicate with each other better. But then, just because they were of the same level, would that be sufficient to get that person to agree to additional tests? While Chen Feng was pondering, he saw Wang Yao take out a huge flaming sword and stab straight at that person. Bang! Fire erupted. Bang! Bang! The energy of Beyond A-class erupted and splashed everywhere. Huh? Chen Feng was instantly dumbfounded. What in the world? Why had they started fighting? Gather it. Wang Yao glared at Chen Feng. Look, isn't Beyond A-class energy everywhere now? Chen Feng remained in a daze for quite a while before he reacted to this so-called solution of Wang Yao's. This works. Chen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was truly too understanding. He had the urge to give her a kiss then and there. Don't be too excessive, Chen Feng reminded her before he started gathering the dispersed energy crazily. Soon, the gathering of the energy of this Beyond A-class warrior had been completed. Wang Yao glanced at him. Do you need more? Yes, Chen Feng answered with his teeth clenched. Damn it, since he was finally getting the chance to gather energy, he might as well gather more. He was sure that something like this, regardless of how big or how small of an issue it would end up as, would be forbidden in the future. Since that was the case, they might as well gather as much as they could. Thereupon, with excitement, Wang Yao challenged the entire genetic union. Bang! Bang! The entire genetic union shook from the battles. Almost all the researchers were startled from their research. There truly was no helping this, as the scene created by a battle between Beyond A-classes was truly too huge. Even when both parties had already made supreme effort to restrain themselves, the uncontrollable undulations of the battle were still sufficient to shock everyone else to the core. As they all thought that this was another devil invasion, as they panicked, they went out to check out the devil invaders only to see the sight of an astonishingly beautiful young lady. It's her? Isn't this that young lady called Wang Yao? The awkward memory of when this young lady had first arrived and triggered all their alarm was still fresh in all their minds. None of them had expected that this young lady Wang Yao would run around with her huge flaming sword and start challenging the Beyond A-class participants of each of the teams involved in this project. Indeed, when she approached, she would call it a challenge. Alas, before the opponent could even respond to the challenge, her sword was already swinging. Almost all the Beyond A-class warriors ended up challenged once by Wang Yao. Even that incredibly amazing big shot of a deputy president could not escape this fate and ended up having a huge flaming sword stabbed at his face. This is too excessive. They are blatantly spoiling our research. Zamnable Chen Feng, Zith. Among the sea of complaints, this familiar voice of someone who seemed to have lost some teeth could be heard as well. Ultimately, the ruckus became larger and larger until the person in charge of both the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association was forced to personally make an appearance to end this. Naturally, Chen Feng couldn't avoid getting a scolding. "Is this what you meant by not creating any trouble?" Hu Liang asked with an unsightly expression. "That is a friendly exchange of martial arts," Chen Feng stated earnestly. Hu Liang rolled his eyes endlessly. "It is blatantly obvious that your little wife is the one slamming her huge sword at people's face. Doing this to others could have been overlooked, but even the deputy president suffered the same fate. This little couple was truly a perfect match." Chen Feng laughed dryly. Accident. Purely an accident. HMPH. Hu Liang grumbled. "Never again. I'm serious. This trouble has triggered a bunch of complaints. If this happens again, I truly can't protect you anymore." Chen Feng smiled. "Understood. One time is already sufficient." Since he was already done gathering energy, what was there to be afraid of? After bidding Hu Liang goodbye, Chen Feng started his research once again. With Hu Liang as his backer, the way in which Chen Feng did things was much braver than before. Naturally, if Hu Liang found out this thought of Chen Feng's, he would most probably end up angered to death. In short, his purpose of existence was purely to clean up after Chen Feng. At least Chen Feng had managed to gather data on the energy of over 10 Beyond class warriors. The excited Chen Feng started his research, comparing the data of all the Beyond A classes. From them, energy particles similar to Wang Yao could be seen. All of the particles were lively. Almost all of them. Qin Hai was the only exception. Chen Feng gained understanding. Is it because Qin Hai is now an ancient race? Qin Hai was a rather unique existence. That mysterious diamond on his forehead was perhaps the thing causing his energy to be rather different than others. Among the energy of others, Chen Feng found a single similarity. Lively. All of them were lively. Since they all shared the same characteristic, this was perhaps the key to this state called Beyond. All those analogies such as gaseous substance and liquid form were mere nonsense. The true meaning of this Beyond was the act of transforming one's energy particles into lively energy particles. As Chen Feng looked at those energy particles that were moving freely around, his heart was tempted. "Let's give it a try." He put his thoughts into action immediately. Chen Feng urged his energy and tried to get one of the particles to move from its initial position, to transform it into a lively particle. Chen Feng lamented. "Is this similar to forcing an honest girl into prostitution?" Alas, things did not work as simply as he had expected. The particle forced out by Chen Feng automatically tried to return to its prior position. Shortly after, this honest girl that had been forced into prostitution by Chen Feng had returned to the proper ways. This won't do. Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. Initially, all the energy particles were arranged neatly, each in their very own positions. One could say that the attractive and repelling force of these particles was what formed the actual structural makeup of one's energy. Regardless of which particle it was that was moved, the other particles would be affected as well. If so, what if only the topmost particle was moved? Chen Feng pondered. Using a particle separating device, he separated the topmost two particles. At that very instant, a gold flash seemingly appeared. That is, Chen Feng's eyes shone. If only a single particle was moved, nothing would appear, but if two particles were moved to assume a certain form, a glimmer of radiance would appear. Granted, this only lasted a split second before the particles returned to their previous appearance. That split second was shorter than even 0.00001 seconds. Fortunately, the recording device was able to record every single instant of that test accurately. During that split second, for the very first time, this calm energy had seemingly transcended a certain law. That was precisely the power of Beyond. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Indeed, his theory was verified. The key to Beyond was indeed the lively energy particles. If so, the previous analogy of gaseous and liquid form was proven to be incorrect. If the key to Beyond was to make one's energy particles lively, there would still be a huge gap between Beyond A and Beyond B. Thanks to the gap between A and B class, this Beyond state would merely cause the energy particles to be lively rather than change the quantity or quality of the energy particles. A would remain A, B would remain B. Similarly, Beyond A would still be much powerful than Beyond B. Indeed, hoping that all genetic warriors would jump straight from whatever class they were at straight to Beyond A class was truly something hopeless. But then, this hypothesis of Chen Feng's had instead proved that there was indeed the possibility for all classes to go beyond their class. This would work if a method capable of making energy particles lively could be found. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions at this discovery. If so, then how should he make these energy particles lively? After all, making one or two particles lively was an entirely different matter than making all energy particles lively. Moreover, what he had accomplished earlier was only making the particles lively for only a split second. The duration was too short. What Chen Feng needed was to truly transform the energy particles into lively energy particles. If he wished to do so, he required a better test subject. Since he had already confirmed that all classes could enter this beyond state, he would not require A-class warriors for his subsequent test. But then, it would still be no better to get someone stronger, as such a person would be able to better understand the concept of beyond. As such, B-class warriors would be most suited for this. Due to the energy of each person being different, Chen Feng would still require a huge amount of B-class warriors as his test subjects. Even better would be to get B-class warriors with different energy characteristics. Such test subjects. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's mouth as he thought of a certain someone suited for this role. Turning energy particles lively was in fact an extremely difficult thing to do. Theoretically, as long as he had sufficient luck value, Chen Feng might be able to complete this research easily. However, theory was, after all, just theory. It was different from reality. In his previous life, Chen Feng had believed that as long as he had sufficient money, his bad luck wouldn't be that bad. With sufficient money, wouldn't he still be able to do as he wished? Alas, the reality of things was him being dead poor even when he died. As such, in his present state, where luck value was a limited resource, he had to put in more effort as best as he could. Name, Xuf. Class, B. Specialty, High Endurance. Before the test subject Chen Feng had invited arrived, he managed to get Xuf to join in the fun for a bit. In any case, due to the previous Star City battle, this fellow had been hanging around nearby at all times. Xuf's energy had only a single characteristic, yet with him, Chen Feng was still able to conduct numerous tests on a single type of energy. Presently, Chen Feng was trying to figure out how to make Xuf's energy lively. Chen Feng passed Xuf a pill. Eat this. Xuf was flabbergasted. What is this? A stimulant, Chen Feng answered honestly. Xuf swallowed the pill without hesitation. Fine. Shortly after, he became excited from the stimulation. As for Chen Feng, he was silently observing Xuf's state through the devices around him. The stimulant had indeed stimulated Xuf's physical body, turning his body lively, yet his energy still remained unmoving. This was a failure. Silently, Chen Feng recorded the data of this first test. Number 1. Using RB stimulant to provoke the energy to become lively. Failure. Test results as follows. Chen Feng continued with the second test. Take this. This time, a shiny blue pill that had been reinforced was given to Xuf. After taking it, Xuf's body indeed changed. Unfortunately, it still failed to change the state of his energy. Chen Feng wasn't discouraged in the slightest. Again, numerous stimulants, hormone injections, and even estrogen injections were given to Xuf. Everything Chen Feng could think of, he used. It was fortunate that Xuf had a unique physique with a high endurance and that he was able to resist such tests from Chen Feng. If it was someone else, that person would have begun suffering some negative effects long ago. Alas, all the attempts failed. Every gene reagent capable of provoking any sort of reaction from one's physical body only worked on one's body rather than one's energy. Chen Feng sighed. Indeed, it doesn't work. Since all drugs and gene reagents related to the physical body had failed, his next step was to conduct tests on the energy itself. However, the subsequent tests weren't something Xuf could help with. Chen Feng's wristband buzzed. He glanced at it and smiled. He's finally here. Soon, an employee led a person to Chen Feng. As Chen Feng saw him, he was overjoyed and gave the newcomer a firm hug. With a smile, he said, "Long time no see, Wang Chun." Indeed, the person Chen Feng had called over was Wang Chun. "Oh, I heard that there was an important project to join. Therefore, I'm here." Wang Chun was rather excited as well. He had been training hard without stop, and finally, He had now reached B class. Unexpectedly, he was actually able to join an important project. This was, after all, the headquarters of the Genetic Union. This was a project concerning the survival of humanity itself. So, what can I help with? Wang Chun was filled with expectations. Chen Feng put on a grateful expression. Just summon all the ladies and that will do. Wang Chun's expression darkened. In short, this experiment required the ladies rather than him. Wang Chun was somewhat distressed. Is there nothing that I can do? There is. Your job is to summon the ladies, Chen Feng stated righteously. Wang Chun, no matter what, he was still a B-class warrior. He was not some lady's summoner. Quick! Mike Xiaoying is missing his wife already, Chen Feng stated playfully. Chen Feng. Behind Wang Chun, there was a flash of red. Next, a figure appeared, and a gaze filled with killing intent landed on Chen Feng. If you continue spouting nonsense out of your mouth, I will chop you down right this moment. Chen Feng waved his hand. It has been a while, my dear adorable lady Mingyi. This guy's face seemed even thicker nowadays. Here, a red blur flashed out of Chen Feng's hand, and Xiaoying pounced at Ming directly. Between Xiaoying and Mingyi, there was a rather bizarre connection. Xiaoying started swirling around Ming cheerfully. Mingyi, although technically they were married, in truth, Xiaoying was more like an adorable child. As such, Ming couldn't bear to actually do anything to Xiaoying. If it was Chen Feng pouncing at her instead, she would have given him a kick long ago. Oh, right, where's Shen Yi and Shen Wai? Chen Feng asked. Here. The two sisters appeared and greeted Chen Feng with a smile. Chen Feng gasped in admiration. Wow, you sisters have gotten even prettier. Shen Yi smiled happily. Thanks. To the side, Wang Chun felt extremely sour. This was the reason he had been avoiding Chen Feng all this while. Why were his summons so friendly with Chen Feng? Wasn't he the actual master here? There's only 3? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. You are already B-class, right? Aren't you supposed to? Shwa. Lights started assembling together. 2 young ladies in maid outfits appeared. Both of them had the same appearance, the only difference being their hair. One had red hair, while the other had blue hair. Similarly, both were astonishingly beautiful, dream girl material for nerds worldwide. Presently, the two were gazing lovingly at Ming. Indeed, after entering B-class, Wang Chun had obtained 2 new summons. Another pair of beautiful sisters. Wang Chun's life was truly too good. Hold on. Suddenly, Chen Feng sensed that something seemed off. Shouldn't these sisters be gazing lovingly at Wang Chun instead? He turned around and saw that Wang Chun had a bitter expression on his face. These two are? Chen Feng asked curiously. Carefully, Wang Chun pointed in a certain direction. Chen Feng looked over and noted that it was Ming he was pointing at. Ming sneered. This palace master here is the master of the demonic palace. Therefore, it is natural that I have my imperial concubines. Imperial concubine? Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Only now did he recall that the Crystal Palace was a world where no males existed. But then, who said that females couldn't marry among themselves? This was especially true for a major boss character like Ming. In a world where there were only females, it was extremely normal for females to marry each other. Even the characters in the book thought this way as well. If so, what was Wang Chun to them? Then, an alien, animal, toy, this was indeed a question worth contemplating. In short, Chen Feng looked at Wang Chun in sympathy. In other words, this fellow's harem had fallen into the enemy's hands. All the chicks he had painstakingly cultivated could very well fall into Ming's hands. How lamentable. This harem-building youth that had once seemed so very amazing had indeed officially transformed into a lady summoner. Chen Feng patted Wang Chun's shoulder with sympathy on his face. It has been hard on you, Wang Chun. What could he say? He was very helpless as well. Now that all the ladies had been summoned, those Chen Feng required could be considered to have all arrived. Now, Chen Feng could start preparing for his tests. Xif had helped complete the primary and also the hardest physical tests. The remaining energy tests would have to rely on these ladies with different energy characteristics. Only they could complete this part of the test. After being summoned into this world, regardless of what abilities they used, the energy used was the energy of this world. More importantly, they wouldn't die for real here in this world. This one point alone was already something nobody could compare with. Volume 6. The tests were rather dangerous. Energy tests required different dosages, different types of gene reagents, or different stimulants as well. As such, The danger level was rather high. Chen Feng did not dare to use ordinary people for his tests. All the dangers were explained in a serious manner by Chen Feng to Wang Chun and the sisters. The procedures and what might happen during the tests were all explained to them. These were extremely important. Hence, he had to make it clear to them. Chen Feng answered their doubts honestly. I am not sure of what might happen either. For now, I can only use numerous different gene reagents and observe whether the energy particles are stimulated and become lively. Ultimately, Wang Chun decided to not reject Chen Feng. The reason for this was the arrival of the devil race and ancient race, which had transformed the entire world. He was too clear on how important this was to humanity. More importantly, he had the utmost trust in Chen Feng. Since he had known Chen Feng, how many miracles had this fellow created? Since Chen Feng said that it was possible, then that had to be the case. Naturally, he would prefer if Chen Feng could maintain a certain distance from his summoned ladies. Chen Feng was grateful. Many thanks. After finishing the discussion, Chen Feng started the tests. Toward the researchers involved in this project, the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association had authorized the usage of all gene reagents. As such, Chen Feng gathered all gene reagents capable of stimulating one's energy. With that, the tests began. First test. Numerous gene reagents were injected into the ladies. Next, the recording device started recording the changes in their energies faithfully. The first gene reagent was ineffective. The power of beyond didn't appear. Second test. Chen Feng proceeded to the next test calmly. From the start of the tests, he had already been aware that this was not something that could be completed in a single day. Shortly after, the second gene reagent was proven ineffective as well. Third test. Fourth test. The tests proceeded without stop. Chen Feng had a rather clear-cut goal as well. By provoking their energy without stop, he would filter out the gene reagents capable of provoking the power of beyond into appearance. After 3 days, the first gene reagent capable of stimulating the power of beyond appeared. Granted, this beyond state only lasted for 0.00001 seconds. Unfortunately, this gene reagent had only worked on Shen Yi. When Chen Feng tried using it on the other ladies, nothing happened. Another failure. This was precisely the reason Chen Feng had decided he would require several different energies for his research. In this genetic era, there was a myriad of differing abilities. As such, it was not possible for Chen Feng to direct his research toward the search of items capable of stimulating genetic abilities. Therefore, he had chosen to provoke the energy instead. Subsequently, similar situations occurred several times where the gene reagent only worked on one of them and not the others. This continued until the 7th day, when the first gene reagent that worked for everyone appeared. Unfortunately, the duration of the beyond state was extremely short as well. Success. The first gene reagent that works on everyone has finally appeared. The active duration is too short, as it is less than 1/10,000th of a second. If not for the recording devices, we probably would have failed to even notice it. Increase the dosage for the next test. The intensity of the gene reagent was increased by tenfold. And next, the ladies died. Under the high-intensity stimulation, the eyes of the ladies rolled over before they directly died as they transformed into countless energy particles and dissipated. This caused Chen Feng to be in a stupor for quite a while before he recovered. Indeed, increasing the dosage was unreliable. Chen Feng sighed. Note this gene reagent down first. We shall continue trying out other gene reagents, Chen Feng commanded. Shwa. Once again, the testing continued. This time, he stuck with conducting preliminary tests before noting down all the results. Even the gene reagents that had only worked on one of them were recorded. Only after one entire month did this phase of testing end. Through this 1 month of crazy tests, the gains were rather bountiful. A total of 162 gene reagents were able to provoke the power of beyond in Shen Yi. For Shen Y, it was 155 gene reagents. Each of the ladies had a different number of gene reagents that worked for them. Alas, ultimately, it was noted that only 15 gene reagents were those all of them could use. These were Chen Feng's actual goal. Granted, the power of beyond only lasted a split second for each of them. If it wasn't for the recording devices, they wouldn't have noticed it happening. Extract the core materials of these gene reagents before continuing. Chen Feng decided without hesitation. If the first round of the tests were in order to discover the working gene reagents, the second round of tests were to figure out the true materials that had caused the effect. Among these gene reagents, What was it that had been capable of provoking the appearance of beyond? Some base materials, some resurrection elements. All of these would require further testing. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Once again, Chen Feng started researching crazily. Ultimately, among the 15 gene reagents, 22 types of materials were selected. It was precisely these 22 materials that had provoked the appearance of beyond. Chen Feng had a sudden idea. If all 22 of these were blended, without hesitation, he blended all 22 materials together before feeding them to the ladies. And next, all the ladies immediately died. Chen Feng sighed. Failed. Wang Chun looked at him helplessly. He took a short rest before once again summoning all the ladies. Wang Chun sighed. Can you be more reliable? I am already very reliable, Chen Feng stated forthrightly. Wang Chun protested his fate. Even if they don't truly die, you can't do this, right? Moreover, how many times have I told you? I am not a lady summoner. Haha, how could I think that way? Suddenly, Chen Feng's eyes shone. That was because this time, the ladies had been fed with different dosages of the fused materials, and Lady Shenwai had actually remained as the sole survivor among the ladies. Moreover, the power of beyond that lasted half a millisecond had been provoked in her. The duration was still extremely short, yet this was already much better than their previous results. Progress. Chen Feng was excited. He was now sure that using these 22 materials, if a certain gene reagent was produced using a certain formula, a gene reagent capable of provoking the power of beyond could appear. Perhaps the concept of beyond was no longer so far away. Thanks to this single success, the completion of his research had instantly exceeded 50%. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Success. Next, he only needed to produce the correct formula and it would be sufficient to complete this research of his. Naturally, this was also the hardest step of his research. The creation of a formula was the hardest thing to do. There were a total of 22 materials that would be used, which should be allotted a higher portion, which should be allotted a lower portion, between liquid and gaseous form, which was required. Were catalysts required? What should the final concentration be? Would other mixing agents be required? And so on. Which fragment of the genes would be the most important? This seemed to be an extremely difficult task. Apart from selecting gene reagents from the gene bank, Chen Feng needed to select materials out of the gene reagents, and now, he had to select the gene fragments from among the materials. Only after the correct gene fragments were discovered and activated in the correct manner would this stand a chance at success. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Come, then. For this part of his research, even the construction of an emulator was not possible. This was because nobody had any idea what might happen when any single material was reduced or increased by even 1%. This was the step where Chen Feng started thinking of using his luck aura. He had truly been waiting a long time to finally reach this final step. In order to save his luck value consumption, he had used only a single luck value to ascertain the direction of his research where required. For everything else, he had not dared to waste his luck value. If he had depended on luck value for his previous steps, upon reaching this point, the luck value at his disposal would be too limited. Now that he had been saving his luck value for an entire month while conducting his tests, his nearly emptied luck value had finally reached a respectable amount. Light started swirling before him. Without hesitation, Chen Feng started inferring the correct formula. Luck aura, activate. Gene Production Association. All the research teams were busy with their research. A certain research team. How's the progress? It's quite great. By provoking human blood, there is a certain degree of possibility for the power of beyond to be provoked. Our test has verified this as well. How long is the active duration? 1 millisecond. Not bad. The person in charge was gratified. 1 millisecond was most definitely the longest active duration since the start of this project. If this duration was expanded 1,000-fold, they could very well create history here. Increase the dosage. Oh, I'm afraid that won't work. Why? Presently, our dosage is already at its maximum. Despite the successful appearance of beyond, the stress on the human body is too intense. Let alone 1,000-fold. Even doubling it could lead to mishaps. The person in charge could only stop this thought with much regret, as the difference between this duration and a meaningful duration was 1,000-fold. It was pointless to try it out with only a n-fold increase. They had already been testing this for several tens of days. Human potential had nearly been pushed to the limits by them. Alas, the duration of their power of beyond only lasted for a pathetic 1 millisecond. Perhaps the duration is related to their strength? The person in charge asked. We are already using B-class warriors. If any increase is required, we will have to use an A-class warrior, but then, this research will be pointless if we use A-class warriors. True. The person in charge lapsed into silence. During this month, from the initial duration of 1 microsecond, they had successfully pushed it to 1 millisecond. Unfortunately, the bottleneck for human body research had already been reached. Right now, there were no other ways of progressing. If even a peak B-class warrior could only last 1 millisecond, what about others? Perhaps. From the start, we have been researching in the wrong direction. The person in charge frowned. Should he try researching in a different direction? But then, regardless of which direction they decided to choose, they would have to start from scratch. It was already too late for that. Unless. Suddenly, the eyes of the person in charge shone as he recalled a particular research direction. Energy. A short while ago, that person called Chen Feng had seemingly supplied the data on this train of thought. Unfortunately, nobody had believed him. Now that the person in charge thought of it, this seemed like quite a feasible direction to take. Indeed, this direction, then. The person in charge slapped his thigh as he decided Chen Feng only had himself in his entire team, while they had a complete full team filled with experienced researchers. If they started energy research right now, they would definitely surpass Chen Feng soon enough. The person in charge decided on the direction speedily. You draw up the plan and gather all energy stimulant gene reagents. I want to start the tests immediately. All right. His underlings did what he commanded immediately. Alas, only after a short while, the underling returned empty-handed. The person in charge was rather astonished. Done? Oh, that person paused. Earlier, when I tried to get the gene reagents, the data indicated that there was currently a lack of stock. Just get whatever is available for now, then. The person in charge stated unhappily. This fellow had been an assistant for so long yet still needed to seek his opinion for something like this. Oh. The assistant's expression was somewhat unsightly. After a slight hesitation, he stated, all the gene reagents are lacking in stock. The person in charge's eyes widened. What? All of them? Are you kidding? This is the genetic union. Due to the disaster that had befallen Star City, nearly all the gene production association's stock of gene reagents were being kept here now. Each gene reagent was present in an extremely huge amount, yet they lacked stock. How was that possible? The assistant turned his screen interface on. It's true. On the screen, a succession of red warning windows could be seen. All gene reagents related to the stimulation of energy were currently lacking in stock. The person in charge was alarmed. What's going on? Had a huge amount of people started researching in this direction as well? If everyone had noticed this, it would be pointless for him to undertake this direction. If this was truly the case, the anxious person in charge turned on the project interface. Instantly, he heaved a sigh of relief. That was because the only one who had gathered those gene reagents was Chen Feng. The person in charge sneered. This guy again. He checked the record of gene reagent withdrawals. By numerous batches, all the gene reagents had been withdrawn by Chen Feng. Indeed, rather than being angry, the person in charge laughed. Could a single person truly finish up all the gene reagents? Evidently, it was impossible. If so, why had Chen Feng withdrawn all the gene reagents in such a hurry? This signified that he had indeed made a breakthrough in this direction of research and had decided to withdraw all the related gene reagents to prevent others from researching the same thing. That had to be the case. If their team had been the one who had managed to apply for these gene reagents for research, with the specialized and richer experience of their team, they would most certainly have obtained a research result faster than Chen Feng. Apply for the gene reagents. The person in charge stated without the slightest hesitation. A long time might be required to transfer stocks from other places. The assistant reminded him. The person in charge sneered. Who says that we are transferring stock from other places? There is no need for that. In fact, this is quite easy to deal with, since when has the gene bank been a place one could withdraw gene reagents without limit? Any researcher has to first submit an application before withdrawing any gene reagents. Previously, Chen Feng is the only one who was researching energy. As such, his application was easily approved. Now that we are here as well, there is no way he will be allowed a monopoly over all the gene reagents. Launch an official complaint toward the Gene Production Association. Tell them that Chen Feng is engaging in an unfair competition by keeping all gene reagents for himself. Regardless of how many it is that he obtained, I want him to give half of them to me, the person in charge stated with a cold gaze. He was aware that this would not only increase the speed of their research but would also enable them to enter the testing phase much faster. This would also mess up Chen Feng's plans. Understood, the assistant said. Soon, a complaint and application were submitted. Logically, the Gene Production Association would take this extremely seriously and would usually come out with a judgment in a short amount of time. Indeed, shortly after the complaint was submitted, not even 5 minutes had passed before they received a reply. The person in charge smiled calmly. I knew it. What could a single Chen Feng, the lone member of an entire team, do? A screen popped up. Calmly, the person in charge read what was on his screen. Suddenly, he blanked. With his widened eyes, he stared at the official reply, unbelieving. This. The person in charge was dumbfounded. What's up? Curiously, the assistant walked over to take a look. Instantly, he was stupefied as well. That was because, on the screen, only a single word could be seen: Scram. Below the scram was the official seal of the Gene Production Association. Hold on. Had there been an error somewhere? The assistant was somewhat dumbstruck. He studied the seal in detail and noticed that it was indeed the correct seal. Normally, such official replies were something that needed to be vetted before being sent out. As such, there had most certainly been no errors. If so, why was the word scram the reply? Then, next, he noted that right below the red seal was a signature. Normally, this would be the signature of the person in charge of the Gene Production Association. This time, the name sign there was an incredibly familiar name: Chen Feng. The assistant blanked. Chen Feng. Evidently, the person in charge had yet to recover from his stupor. What Chen Feng? The assistant carefully pointed at the signature. There. Instantly, the room lapsed into silence. Only now did the person in charge note that around half a year or a year ago, there had indeed been news stating that Chen Feng had been promoted to become part of the Gene Production Association's management. He had forgotten about it because normally, he wasn't much interested in gossip and normally only listened to such things briefly before forgetting about them. After all, the news pertaining to Chen Feng had been too surprising. As such, he had believed that it was merely a rumor. Now, though, it seemed like that was the truth. Chen Feng, a mere B-class warrior, a mere producer, had become part of the Gene Production Association's management. Should we sue him? The assistant asked instinctively. The person in charge looked at the assistant like he was looking at an idiot. Do you know what being part of the management signifies? It signifies that he has the authority to control all available gene reagents. Regardless of the type of gene reagents, he has the right to control them. If we anger him, do you think we can continue on with other tests? The person in charge stated coldly. Ah? The assistant was alarmed. So grave. The person in charge sighed. What do you think? Just because he hasn't messed with other research does not mean that he can't do it. The previous Wang Yao incident made me think of him as a reckless person that could be dealt with easily any time I wanted. Now, though, if he truly wants to make a move, the losing party might very well be us. What should we do, then? Rearrange all our data and send it to Chen Feng. Since we are already slower in this direction of research, we can't slow down. We must follow after Chen Feng's pace. This identity of his has instead caused my confidence in him to increase. At this time, Chen Feng had finally finished inferring the formula. Unfortunately, even with the full activation of his luck aura, his completed formula had only increased the active duration of beyond to a pitiful 300 milliseconds, or in other words, 0.3 seconds. This won't do, Chen Feng muttered. This duration of 0.3 seconds was way too short. Ending before even starting. What, was this a quickie? Chen Feng started imagining a situation where during a battle, during the crisis of life and death, when one erupted with one's strongest trump card, the power of Beyond only lasted a split second and ended before one could even unleash an ability with it. What was this akin to? This was akin to one reaching orgasm before even taking one's pants off. This was too excessive. The shortest acceptable duration for this test was a duration of 1 second. This was the determined minimum standard after numerous verifications. Only an active duration of 1 second and above could allow one to unleash even the simplest of abilities. This duration of 0.3 seconds was far from sufficient for that. How much luck value was exhausted earlier? Chen Feng asked. 700 points. Spirit answered honestly. Out of the luck value you have saved up during the past month, only 100 points remain. Chen Feng, indeed. After holding it in for an entire month, he'd fired a single shot and it was all gone. He had initially thought that he would be able to complete this successfully with a single attempt. Alas, the difficulty level of this research had far exceeded his imagination. Even after exhausting 700 luck value, he had only achieved a duration of 0.3 seconds. In other words, was this the limit of the 22 chosen materials? Or perhaps, was this the limit of energy? Spirit, is this result of 0.3 the limit? Chen Feng was somewhat anxious. If this was due to the limited amount of luck value he had or the sheer difficulty of the problem, he only needed to put more effort into it. But if it was truly the limit, Spirit's reply caused Chen Feng's heart to chill. It has already reached the limit. By inferring using these 22 materials, the most optimal result is a duration of 0.3 seconds. Using 700 luck value for this is already more than sufficient. Some luck value even overflowed during the process. Chen Feng, but you don't have to worry. The overflowed luck value was used with inferring the power of beyond as the basis. However, whether that has borne any results remains to be seen. Spirit replied. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. This was exactly what he had been worried about. He had truly never expected that the limit was 0.3 seconds. The concept of beyond was truly much harder to grasp than he had imagined. Even after choosing the correct research direction to pursue, he was still stuck here. If he had selected another direction, Chen Feng did not even need much pondering to know how tragic the end of the research would have been. That was evident by how earlier, someone had tried applying for energy-stimulating gene reagents and was told off by Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, only 1 day had passed since then and his own research was stuck at a bottleneck as well. Just 0.3 seconds. Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. Going forward, he would have to rely on other methods to increase this duration. Perhaps he could try using other materials on corresponding distinct energy. Chen Feng could remember clearly that all 22 chosen materials he had used were common materials usable for all energy types. If he chose to focus the direction toward a specific individual, he would have more than 100 materials to work with. For example, a total of 160 materials would work on Chen Yi. But then, using this method, even if he reached the minimum standard of 1 second, it would be pointless, as this wouldn't be practical for others. Would he be forced to conduct specific research on each different individual from now on? Or perhaps he should just complete the research on one individual first before thinking of his next step. Chen Feng contemplated without stop. Right at this moment, his wristband buzzed. Instinctively, Chen Feng gave it a glance. Instantly, he was astonished at what he had received. On his screen was a complete set of research data. Project code, mild 971. Project content, through gene reagents, genetic abilities, chemical reagents, animal liquids, and all sort of other materials, stimulate the power of beyond from a genetic warrior's physical body. Result, success. Duration, 0.001 second. Project team, Bolkochost team. Success, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. This was indeed worthy of being a well-known research team of the Genetic Union. Only with the numerous advantages Chen Feng had coupled with using luck value to complete the biggest chunk of his job had Chen Feng managed to complete his research. Astonishingly, this team had also completed their chosen research, the research on one's physical body. Despite the duration being a short 1 millisecond, that short duration was in fact due to the limitations imposed by them researching in the wrong direction. But then, why had they sent this to him? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Only shortly after did he note the short row of words behind the dataset. They were hoping to cooperate with Chen Feng and were willing to assist Chen Feng in the completion of his research. Bulko team. Why was this name so familiar? Chen Feng recalled that indeed, this was the team that had been told off by him earlier. Seems like the overflowed portion of the 700 luck value still played a small role after all. Chen Feng guessed. Despite the fact that a large portion of the 700 luck value had been focused on inferring the formula, the small amount of overflowed luck value had managed to bring about an unexpected result after Spirit's optimization. This team had astonishingly offered to cooperate with him. For Chen Feng, this was a good piece of news. Since both energy and physical body research had reached the limit, what if the results were combined? Chen Feng's eyes shone. Shortly after, he invited them over. When they found out that Chen Feng's research had reached a duration of 300 milliseconds, they were greatly shocked. This was a progress 300 times higher than theirs. Indeed, energy research was the correct direction of research. Now, I am thinking of combining the results, Chen Feng stated honestly. You guys shall provide a suitable body-provoking gene reagent while I shall provide a suitable energy-provoking gene reagent. With the combination of both. Soon, a blended reagent was produced. This was a gene reagent with a faint gold color and a faint aroma leaking out of it. What would the effect of this thing be? It was unknown. This was not some simple math like 1 + 1 = 2. In fact, under their research, 1 + 1 would either be far greater or lower than 2. Chen Feng contacted the person with the highest vitality. Xif. Here I am. Xif gulped the gene reagent down without any hesitation. A faint power started dispersing. Everyone stared unwaveringly at Xif without stop until, finally, a trace of that formidable power emanated out of his body. Bang! A gold radiance bloomed. Beyond had appeared. The screen on their recording device started flickering without stop. Everyone looked at the timer with expectation. 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 310. It surpassed the previous record. Everyone was overjoyed. They had finally surpassed the limit of 300. Surprising all of them, this number was still increasing. 350, 400, 500, 600. Ultimately, it stopped at 800. A duration of 0.8 seconds. Everyone was enraptured. Indeed, 1 + 1 had brought about a result far greater than 2. Fusion was the way to go. Genius. Everyone in the Bulko team gazed at Chen Feng respectfully. He was indeed worthy of being part of the management of the Gene Production Association, worthy of being a legendary excellent producer. This result alone was already sufficient to cause countless people to look up to him. This 0.8 seconds is not the limit, Chen Feng stated decisively. We can continue to allocate the different data to figure out the most fitting ratio. The person in charge of that team accepted this troublesome task immediately. Let us deal with that. Soon, after numerous attempts, the new ratio of the gene reagent had reached the limit, with the active duration being 1 second. Success. Haha, we have succeeded. Everyone was overjoyed. They had done it. They knew that from then on, the fate of humanity would change. This was a day fated to be entered into the annals of history. Outer space. Due to the appearance of the devil race and ancient race, a huge amount of wealthy big shots had departed this planet, drifting through space. The spaceships that had only been used for holiday tours had all been transformed and had several energy shuttles added to them to transform them into battleships. Even spaceships that did not reach the standard of a battleship were outfitted with several shuttles so that these ships could be blasted into outer space. Presently, a huge battleship was hovering somewhere in space. The black ice-cold exterior of this battleship exuded a mysterious and metallic feeling, demonstrating that this battleship was obviously different than the other ships around it. This was a battleship in the truest sense. At present moment, within the battleship, a certain middle-aged man was reading the news on the screen silently. Despite the huge amount of white hair on his head, he still appeared rather robust and healthy. He appeared gratified as he asked, "Has the research on the new gene reagent succeeded?" The power of beyond humanity had finally reached this step. You should take a rest. The female assistant beside him reminded him. All right. He paused. Include news pertaining to Chen Feng in the daily reports from now on as well. Chen Feng. The female assistant was rather surprised. From the planet to where they were, every piece of news sent to them was sent with great difficulty. As the distance between them and the planet increased, the cost of information transmission would exponentially increase. Even so, Chen Feng was worth being added to their daily report as well. She voiced her doubts. Chen Feng is rather different. That person smiled yet did not provide much explanation. All right. The female assistant bowed slightly before leaving to do what had been asked of her. The person stood up and proceeded to gaze in the direction of that planet that was so very far from their present location. His gaze appeared as deep as night itself. Bang! The gold radiance shone. The moment when a dazzling radiance erupted around Xf as his entire person transformed like a Super Saiyan was a new milestone for humanity as a whole. Alas, with his bald head, Xf appeared rather villainous. Success. The tactful BC team had decided to note in their submission form that 80% of this result was the result of Chen Feng's contributions, while their entire team had contributed only 20% of this. Even with this, they were still rather anxious. That was because the content of their research was no longer a secret now, yet the energy stimulant gene reagent of Chen Feng's still remained a secret only known to Chen Feng. As Chen Feng glanced at the submission form they had filled out, he was immensely satisfied. If possible, he was definitely not willing to waste even a single second here. Since this BC team had successfully assisted him in greatly reducing the time spent on this research, he reasoned that it was acceptable for them to claim 20% credit for this result. The BC team was extremely grateful. Many thanks. And now, their research titled New Gene Reagent was formally submitted to their superiors. Surprisingly, they were actually not the first team who had completed their research. Moreover, they were not even the second team to have completed their research. The person in charge of the BC team was extremely shocked. We placed third team. 2 other teams had completed the research before them. Indeed, the employee checked the submission form. 2 other teams also submitted their forms earlier today. The person in charge. He still couldn't believe this. They were extremely clear on how difficult this research was. It was so hard that when they had started on this, they had braced themselves for a research that would take them 3, 5, or even 10 years. Why had so many people been focusing on body research? That was because this was the aspect of research easiest to verify. With that, regardless of whether their research ended in success or failure, they would be able to decide on their next step from their research results. An example was them, who had subsequently decided on energy as the next direction of their research. The only reason they had succeeded was because of Chen Feng and luck. Completing the research in a little bit over 1 month in itself was a miraculous feat. This was a miracle of Chen Feng's, but now, those guys. The person in charge frowned deeply as he contemplated. It wasn't really hard to stimulate the power of beyond. One only needed to focus on a correct direction and use the proper equipment and one would be able to stimulate a split second of the power of beyond. But then, for this project, the minimum requirement was a duration of 1 second. Their team, the BC team, was a team self-proclaimed as the top 3 team of researchers in the Genetic Union. Even with them, they had only managed to reach the duration of 1 millisecond. And now, he had discovered that 2 other teams had also completed this research. There had to be some problem somewhere. As the person in charge brought the news back, the rest couldn't believe this as well. Lock down the research area, Chen Feng ordered without hesitation. From now onward, nobody is allowed to leave. Next, he looked at the person in charge and said, "You come with me. Let us go take a look at this so-called research result of theirs. Let's see how legendary their results are." The person in charge of BC team nodded. All right. He was, after all, still filled with doubt as well. Seeing how Chen Feng had locked down everyone else decisively, he was rather anxious as well. Was there truly an internal problem that had caused their formula to be leaked? Chen Feng shook his head. That's not possible. I am the only one who knows this formula of mine. The person in charge nodded his head solemnly. Let's go. Leading him, Chen Feng left the research hall. The significance of the result of the Beyond X project was extremely huge. As such, From the moment the first form had been submitted, almost all the big shots had been alarmed. By the time the second and third form had been submitted, all these big shots had already returned to the genetic union. Presently, they were preparing to verify the results of the first team that had submitted the form. Chen Feng and the person in charge walked into the room. When the others saw them and noted that they were the third team to submit their results, they were told to take a seat and continue observing the first submission. The person in charge of BC team introduced the leader of the first team to Chen Feng. His name is Man Junxi. The research team he leads is also the best team, MHM. Chen Feng sat down and focused his gaze on that person. He was a rather handsome youth who appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old. Presently, he was describing his research excitedly. The superiors interrupted him. "Start immediately. We only want to see the result." So many of them had only come to see the result. It had only been a little bit over a month so far. Had the concept of beyond been grasped so fast? Man Junxi nodded. All right. The so-called demonstration was in fact extremely simple. Man Junxi pulled over a genetic warrior. "Look at this. Everyone. I have a certain genetic warrior." The big shots glanced at that person and were able to see through his strength. This was a B class. He took out the latest gene reagent they had produced. "I have a super reagent." In a well-practiced manner, Man Junxi chanted his lines. "Oh, beyond B class." Gulp. The genetic union member swallowed the gene reagent immediately. Bang. A terrifying golden radiance started emanating out of his body. Everyone stood up abruptly and looked at that person with an inconceivable expression. Even Chen Feng and his companion was alarmed. This was truly the power of beyond B class. That genetic warrior had indeed become a beyond B class warrior. The beyond B class warrior roared. Bang, bang, bang. 3 attacks were unleashed in succession by him. Beyond B, beyond B, beyond B. No mistake. Even after unleashing the attacks, he still remained in the beyond B state for 3 extra seconds before it ended. Even afterward, the genetic warrior did not seem to have suffered from any side effects either. Everyone was alarmed. Genetic union. The resplendent gold shocked countless people. Everyone was clear on how difficult this Beyond X project was. None of them had expected that in a short 1 month, someone would have already succeeded. Moreover, it was such a high degree of completion. A duration of 3 seconds. This guy. Shwa. Everyone stood up uniformly and gazed at the arena. "What do you think?" Chen Feng asked the person in charge of BC beside him. "Oh," he paused. "I'm not sure." Initially, he had not believed that someone else had completed this research as well. However, when the result was demonstrated in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. There were indeed other teams that had completed the research as well. Suddenly, the person in charge thought of a possibility. This might be a result of focused research. If they had only focused on a single B-class genetic warrior in their tests to push that person to the state of beyond, such a research speed would be possible. However, the flaw of such a research was the fact that the result was something that would not work on everyone. Perhaps this was the reason they had completed their research so fast. Chen Feng sneered. Focused research? Presently, the crowd was cheering the demonstration before them. Everyone started talking emotionally. Good. This is too excellent. What historic moment. Dear seniors, please listen to me. In a somewhat guilty manner, Man Junxi stated, although the demonstration was very successful, there are still some flaws in our research. For example, the solution does not work on everyone. Everyone blanked momentarily before recovering themselves and nodding slightly. That is understandable. This was the only rational reason for Man Junxi's team to have reached this far in their research in such a short period of time. Not working for everyone, eh? It did not matter, though. As long as there was a first, there would be more results moving on. At the very least, them reaching a duration of 3 seconds in their very first research was already a demonstration that this Beyond X project was indeed something that stood a chance at succeeding. Very good. The head of the research department was very satisfied. As such, we can halt all other research and focus on this direction alone. The assistant stopped him. Hold on. Head, there are 2 more results that have yet to be presented. Only now did the head recall this. Oh, he had indeed been too excited after seeing this first result. Based on their protocol, he should indeed take a look at all submissions. But then, he truly did not put much hope in the subsequent 2 results. Please wait a moment. the head told Manjungsi gently. Let's take a look at the subsequent presentations together. Manjungsi was somewhat disappointed. All right. Ultimately, the others had still managed to submit their results. Next, everyone started waiting for the second presentation. Nobody noticed the cold gleam that flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. What the head had said earlier had indeed alarmed him. To stop all other research and focus on this one, that meant. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at the person in charge of the BC team beside him. The person in charge of the BC team smiled bitterly. This is also the reason my team decided to work with you. The genetic union started with so many research teams purely to encourage competition and to provoke growth. Since we are still in the initial stages, naturally, the more research teams, the better. But the moment the research enters the developmental stage, for long-term benefits, all research teams must be combined. In other words, apart from the research that the Union decides to focus on, all other research will be stopped. This startled Chen Feng. So that was the case. Previously, he had still been feeling doubtful. Even if other teams also had their results, it wouldn't be such a coincidence as 3 teams submitting their results on the same day. Now that he looked at it, Chen Feng sneered. They were aware that we are submitting our results today. Initially, they planned to continue their research before submitting. After finding out that we are submitting our results today, they submitted their results earlier than us without any hesitation. Moreover, in order to obtain control over the entire project, they have to have a better result than us. At least, that is what it seems like. Chen Feng's brain raced. A lot of things he hadn't understood initially appeared clear now. In short, if we hadn't decided to submit our results today, they won't have either. From the timing of their submission, they merely submitted less than an hour before us. This shows that although there are no traitors in your BC team, someone still leaked our submission time. This is the reason the other 2 teams managed to submit before us. Second, since these 2 teams hadn't submitted their results before this signifies that their results must be incomplete. The only reason they rushed their submissions is the pressure they were feeling from us. If so, their results must be flawed. If they had truly reached the extent of pushing the duration of beyond to 3 seconds, they would have submitted their results long ago instead of waiting till now. Third, their presentation appears rather awkward. Despite the lack of actual mistakes during their presentation, it is obvious that this was the first time the B-class warrior had obtained such power. Shortly after, Chen Feng rearranged his thoughts. He was sure that there had to be some problem somewhere with this Manjungsi guy. Chen Feng sent a message to Qin Hai. Qin Hai, investigate this Manjungsi guy for me. Qin Hai, why are you telling me to investigate someone from your genetic union? Qin Hai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Feng smiled. Naturally, I will have someone investigate from my side. But haven't you heard that the person who knows you best is your enemy? I believe that on your side, there must be a certain amount of records. Qin Hai shrugged. Fine. Manjungsi. This seemed to be the child of a certain powerful family. The ancient race had indeed prepared a record detailing the family of this Manjungsi. Let me conduct some checks. Qin Hai left to look for information. As for Chen Feng, he continued observing the presentation without a change in his expression. Presently, Manjungsi was already crouching silently at the side. This time, an old man walked out. He appeared to be around 70 or 80 years old and was presenting the results of his team. Stand here. He led a B-class warrior out before taking out their team's gene reagent. Gulp. The gene reagent was swallowed. Bang. Gold radiance surged. Indeed, yet another Super Saiyan appeared. The formidable power surged. Even if this level of power wasn't much for the people here, the significance of this power was very huge. Beyond B-class. Yet another beyond B-class. Good. Very good. The head was extremely excited. Now that 2 teams had succeeded in their research, this signified that this undertaking was indeed doable. The future of humanity was now within their grasp. Alarming everyone there, this was merely the beginning. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. It's still active. They seemed to realize something. 4 seconds. Even Manjungsi's eyes widened. 5 seconds. Everyone was in an uproar. Shwa. Finally, the power of Beyond stopped. Everyone was incredibly emotional. 5 seconds. After the first team's 3 seconds, a team with 5 seconds had appeared. This was too powerful. Are there any restrictions on this? The head asked instinctively. Oh. The gene reagent does not work well on everyone. The old man stated. That's fine. That's fine. The head was all smiles. To make it work for everyone, a countless amount of tests will be required. Time will be required as well. To have reached this point is already an extremely good result. There's another flaw. The old man paused. The probability is rather low. After producing 100 such gene reagents, only one of them succeeded. A success rate of 1%? The head of the department appeared rather gratified. Such a high success rate? Indeed. This was actually a high success rate. As long as the success rate was 1% or above, they would be able to produce a huge amount of them. The moment they started mass producing these gene reagents, they would be able to enter the proper mass manufacturing phase. This demonstration by the second team seemed to be even better than the first team's. Both their results seemed acceptable as well. Which should they select? Then, everyone was filled with expectation. Chen Feng frowned. Another success? Even if he overlooked the success of that old man Manjunxi, even this old man had succeeded as well. Chen Feng had studied the demonstration properly and had noted that no problems could be found. Different from Manjunxi's rather clumsy demonstration, this second team's test appeared incredibly well practiced. From the performance of the genetic warrior, it could be deduced that this team had clearly practiced this countless times and that this was not their first time at this. Even Chen Feng started having doubts. Could it be that they truly succeeded by themselves? During Manjunxi's demonstration, the B-class warrior of theirs had clearly not been well practiced with what he should do. With a single look, one could deduce that this was the first time he had grasped this power of beyond B-class. Even if everything looked normal, to Chen Feng's group, which already had numerous encounters with this power of beyond, that B-class warrior's performance was too unpracticed. This was most definitely the first time for Manjunxi's team. Prior to this, they hadn't conducted any relevant tests that had resulted in the power of beyond. That was the reason their demonstration had appeared so clumsy. As for this old man and his team, their understanding and grasp of the power of beyond almost exceeded even Chen Feng's groups. This was even more so for their B-class warrior. Evidently, this was a test they had done a huge number of times. This was a team that was even more mature and steady than the combination of Chen Feng and the BC team. This team, even Chen Feng started doubting whether this team had truly succeeded on their own. But then, this thought only lasted momentarily before being dispelled by Chen Feng. The only reason for this was the timing for their submission, which was truly too coincidental. After all three submissions had been submitted together. This signified that this second team had most certainly been forced to conduct this demonstration out of nowhere. However, despite the forced demonstration, they had still been able to conduct it in an extremely well-practiced manner. What was the problem here, then? Or perhaps there was an unknown fatal flaw to their produced gene reagent? Chen Feng fixed his gaze on that B-class warrior. Suddenly, he noted that this B-class warrior's complexion was somewhat pale and appeared rather weakened. Chen Feng's heart jolted slightly. Weakened? Is this a gene reagent that exhausts one's vitality? Right at this moment, before Chen Feng could even say anything, that person called Manjunxi started talking. Head, I feel like there's a problem with their test. The head frowned. Oh, during our tests, we discovered that 3 seconds is already humanity's limit. At least, this is the case when this power of beyond is achieved with the help of items. If this limit is surpassed, there is a possibility that one's vitality will be exhausted. As such, the gains do not make up for the losses. This is also the reason we kept compressing our tests. As for them, Manjunxi pointed at the B-class warrior. He looks pale. Perhaps he has excessively exhausted his vitality. Shwa. Everyone's gaze uniformly landed on the genetic warrior. Indeed, his complexion was pale and was even sweating all over. Both his legs appeared rather weak as he stood there forcefully. From the looks of it, he truly looked like someone who had overexerted his vitality. This test result was problematic. When the head saw this he thought that this fellow's condition felt so similar to his condition after the 7-day honeymoon with his wife back then. This was an extremely dangerous condition. Essentially, this Beyond X project had been started to trigger the power of beyond in humanity, to trigger the hidden potential within a human's body, to give humanity a better future. This was not a project just to give humans temporary strength. If they wanted a temporary boost in strength, they already had a huge amount of gene reagents capable of achieving the same effect. What they sought was the future of humanity. If this power of beyond was obtained at the cost of humanity's vitality, the gains would most definitely not make up for the losses. As he thought of this, the head's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Test his vitality, the head stated solemnly. Yes. The test crews of the Genetic Union stepped forth. A smile appeared on Man Junxi's face. This old fellow was trying to compete against him with just this. As for the old man from the second team, he merely watched on with a gloomy expression, not trying to stop this at all. Soon, the test was completed. How is it? The head asked. Oh, the test crew shrugged. Indeed, something isn't right. Indeed. Some people started shaking their heads sighing. Just to obtain progress in their research, they had already started doing such things. This was truly ban their entire research team, the head stated without any hesitation. Man Junxi beamed. You are wise, head, against such fraudsters. No, that's not the case. The test crew waved his hand. His vitality is indeed rather different. However, how should I explain this? His vitality appears much livelier than an ordinary person's. From our initial estimate, his lifespan will be 20% higher than an ordinary person's. Shwa. Instantly, everyone lapsed into silence. An extra 20% lifespan? Hold on. In other words, there were no issues with this guy. Rather, his vitality was much more vigorous than others. I don't know if this is related to the power of beyond, the test crew lamented. In short, vitality-wise, he's certainly doing exceptionally. Everyone gasped in admiration. There's such an additional effect. If so, the head was extremely pleased. Not bad. Hold on. Seeing how things weren't going as he wished, Man Junxi started analyzing the test data. He was personally a rather formidable researcher. As such, he was able to point to the crux immediately after studying the data. Suddenly, Man Junxi said, what if his initial vitality before this was already 30% higher than others? As everyone heard this, they sunk into contemplation. Man Junxi analyzed rationally. In this genetic era, whether it is due to genes or other factors, it is normal for some people to have much higher vitality than others. I have even seen a genius with the vitality 200% higher than others before. If we allowed him to join as a test subject, wouldn't he obtain a final vitality of 190% in the end? Would that be considered a success then? Clearly, the answer is no. This fellow is turning pale all over and his body is weak. With a single look, one can see that he does not seem to be feeling very well. That is also the reason I doubted him. If possible, I would like to have the data of his vitality prior to this test. Since you guys are researching on human body, during your past tests, your group had surely recorded the details of his vitality, right? Man Junxi stated without holding back. As the others heard this, they nodded approvingly. This was a fair argument, and his question was fair as well. Even the head couldn't think of a retort to this. Do you have any records? The head asked the old man. Yes, the old man answered, and the gloomy expression on his face remained. I will get someone to bring them over. Man Junxi sneered. Let me see how much longer you can continue pretending. Shortly afterward, the record was brought over. The full data for that test subject was exposed, alarming everyone there. All the prior tests on this test subject had remained at 20% above others from the start of his participation. This had remained throughout the 20 days he had participated. Man Junxi widened his eyes as he saw this. How was this possible? The old man gazed at Man Junxi coldly. What other questions do you still have? Man Junxi remained in a daze for a long time. There was nothing wrong? How was that possible? He was all too clear on how terrifying and difficult the power of beyond was. Even their team was. But now, there were no problems whatsoever with this old man's demonstration. No problems whatsoever could be found with the genetic warrior. Now, before activating the power of beyond in him or even before the tests had started, there were no problems. The second demonstration was obviously better than the first. The doubts raised by Man Junxi had instead entrenched the result of this second team in the hearts of the observers here. Moreover, after comparing both their demonstrations, that clumsy demonstration of Man Junxi's team was clearly on an entirely different level when compared with this old man's team. It was obvious that this old man's team was further in their research. Comparatively, Man Junxi's team was too unripe. This caused others to doubt if the power of beyond that this first team had grasped was somewhat problematic, resulting in their clumsy demonstration, as their version of the power of beyond was too hard to properly control. Or perhaps their version of beyond was too lively? All these were questions worth pondering. On the stage, The head of the department exchanged glances with several others before nodding slightly. Regardless of everything, they were all more inclined toward a power that was better improved, more matured, and steadier. It was clear that Manjuxi's team was somewhat lacking in all these factors. Manjuxi's heart thumped. This is bad. Previously, he had received news that Chen Feng's group had obtained an initial result and were submitting their results. That was why he had decided to submit his result hastily as well. Unexpectedly, this second team was their actual opponent. This does not look good. Manjuxi was alarmed. He was sure that the moment the main team was decided here, all the other teams would have to serve the selected main team. Moreover, all the fruits of their research would be unconditionally appropriated to the selected main team. When that happened, the other teams wouldn't be granted the option to even resist this. At that time, head Manjuxi stated hastily, "We still have an even more detailed plan on the direction of our research to be presented." Yes. Similarly, our team's gene reagent does not work for everyone. However, our gene reagent has a success rate of 100%. So long as our formula is perfected, there will be no failures. We don't even need more researchers to help. The only thing we need to do is to solve this problem and make our gene reagent work for everyone. The new improved formula will thus be ready for mass production, and the gene reagent will be available to be distributed worldwide, Manjuxi stated emotionally. Oh, the others were tempted as they heard this. If so, on the stage, the head exchanged glances with several others. Evidently, they were tempted. They regarded the stage and looked at the teams of Manjuxi and the old man that were facing each other, seemingly creating sparks between them. However, for the head and the other observers, this was a good sign. They were not particularly bothered by the fact that both these teams had yet to solve the problem of making their gene reagents work for everyone. Presently, each research team only had a single Beyond A class assigned to them anyway. As such, it was understandable for their gene reagents to not work for everyone. When all the teams were combined and all the Beyond A class warriors were gathered together, this single problem would naturally be solved. This was also the reason they had decided that the moment the main direction was decided upon, all the research teams had to be combined together. After all, Beyond A class warriors were still too rare. To ensure that the new gene reagent would work for everyone, this was necessary. In any case, they had initially planned to only have one team toward the end. Now, it seemed like they started discussing softly. Perhaps, both these directions are worth pursuing. It wouldn't be too much of a problem if the Beyond A class warriors were divided into two groups and worked in shifts. That's feasible. Happiness was clearly plastered on their faces. On their trip here today, it could be said that their harvest had been ample thus far. If there were no mishaps, both these teams would probably be kept as main teams. As for the third team here today, they glanced at the submission form. The form seemed to mention that their active duration was only 1 second. Initially, they had still been rather excited at the prospect of this, but now that there were two other teams that had even more stunning results here as a comparison, the third team's duration of a single second truly appeared to be nothing special. This team had obviously come here immediately after hitting the minimum requirements of the project, compared with the first and second team, which had active durations of 3 seconds and 5 seconds. This third team was too lacking. The head waved his hand calmly. Third team, kindly demonstrate your result. At this moment, Manjuxi had finally calmed himself down. Earlier, he had managed to overhear some of the conversations of those big shots. He knew that his team was sure to be momentarily saved for now. At least, in the short term, the competition would only be limited to him and the old man from the second team. All this while, Chen Feng had been calmly observing everything. Regardless of whether it was the reaction of the head of the department or the expressions of Manjuxi and the others, he observed them all. Finally, it was his team's turn to demonstrate. The person in charge of the BC team beside Chen Feng reminded him, "It's our turn." Suddenly, Chen Feng stated, "You go." The person in charge blanked. He had never expected that Chen Feng would yield such a moment of glory to him. Was it because Chen Feng had been overly shocked by the previous two demonstrations? Chen Feng smiled calmly. "Put up a good show. Your explanation will be extremely important." The person in charge nodded resolutely. He knew that the only advantage their team had over the others was the fact that their gene reagent worked for everyone. However, whether this was a fact that the higher-ups would look highly upon remained to be seen. After all, What they had achieved might truly appear too simple in the eyes of others. The moment the main team was decided upon, all their efforts before this could very well go to waste. All their efforts and results would be nothing but a gift wrapped nicely for the main team. The final result would now depend on the explanation of this person. The only way they could attract the attention of the higher-ups was by stressing the importance of having the gene reagent work for everyone and by showing clearly the difficulty of achieving this result. Soon, the person in charge and Xf arrived on the stage. As for the BC team members, they all walked up, started making their preparations, and started up their devices. Once again, the initial result and their expected result were transmitted to everyone there. The active duration of 1 second was in fact something most people there weren't bothered with. After all, the previous two teams had been too stunning. Comparatively, this duration of 1 second was way too bland, disappointing, even. Right at this instant, Chen Feng's wristband buzzed. Qin Hai's investigation results had finally arrived. Chen Feng's eyes shone. "It's here, Shua." A screen appeared. The data regarding Man Junxi appeared without stop. Man Junxi was the heir of a certain huge family. This was a rather influential family as well, a family who'd once had a beyond-a-class warrior in their ranks. The said beyond-a-class warrior had ultimately died during a past war. But then, thanks to the glory of this ancestor of theirs, this family had always received great care from the genetic union. Thanks to this, they had numerous A-class warriors in the family and were also one of the important targets the ancient race had been paying attention to. This was the basic information pertaining to this family. Naturally, all this was not sufficient to attract the attention of the ancient race. The only reason the ancient race had taken note of them was the ancestral blood essence that this family's beyond-a-class ancestor had left behind. Every single drop of this blood essence was filled with the power of beyond. That was what the ancient race cared about. The existence of this blood essence was something even the genetic union was unaware of. However, the ancient race was extremely clear on this. The several comparatively powerful families of humanity had indeed struck fear in the hearts of the ancient race members. Chen Feng was amazed. "How did you guys find out about this? Do you think that the ancient race has been wasting time all these years?" Qin Hai lamented. The other main mission of the mysterious organization was gathering information. All those assassinations, all that destruction, all these actions were the mysterious organization's disguise. The actual reason they had hidden themselves all these years was to gather information. They were presently well aware of which human families were the powerful ones. Despite the fact that none of their spies were those truly powerful humans, these spies had still managed to gather a huge amount of information. In fact, the ancient race had created a matrix to analyze the human families, their strength, characteristics, loyalty, potential, and all other aspects. All these were studied. From these, the top 100 strongest human families were all listed in the ancient race's matrix. Evidently, Man Junxi's family was one of these 100 families. Their position was thanks to the drops of blood essence from their ancestor. Qin Hai shrugged as he explained, "The blood essence is something their ancestor left behind secretly to avoid being found out by the genetic union. Otherwise, with how the genetic union has always acted, these drops of blood essence might have ended up taken away by the genetic union long ago." Chen Feng pondered. "That's truly possible. After all, even excavated treasures were something one was required to hand over to their home country. As such, with a simple excuse of for the betterment of humanity, one would be completely helpless against the demands of the genetic union. Thus, their act of hiding the existence of the blood essence was understandable. If so, Chen Feng studied the inside scoop about Man Junxi he'd received. Man Junxi's team had similarly pursued a route of trying to trigger the power of beyond in a human's body. The only difference was that their attempts at triggering had been focused on the human body, the bloodline of humans. To be precise, their aim was to trigger the appearance of the power of beyond through a blood mutation. If this direction was pursued with the assistance of the blood essence their ancestors had left behind. Finally, Chen Feng thoroughly understood. "So that's the case." He expressed his gratitude toward Qin Hai. "Thanks." "Not a problem." Qin Hai shook his head and was about to end the call when, Suddenly, his gaze swept past the corner of the screen. This guy looks familiar. Chen Feng followed Qin Hai's line of sight and noted that Qin Hai was talking about the old man's test subject. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Familiar? What was Qin Hai's status nowadays? He was a beyond A class, a super expert of the ancient race. Would a person he felt familiar be an ordinary person? Hold on. Qin Hai did a quick search. So, it's him. Shwa. The data was transmitted to Chen Feng. With a single look, Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. No wonder. Chen Feng was endlessly shocked. He looked at the data he had before looking at the test subject, and finally, he looked at the old man and said, "These lunatics." They had gone crazy. The entire world had gone crazy. Chen Feng felt helpless as he saw that the BC team's person in charge had finished the preparations and was about to begin the demonstration. Chen Feng inhaled deeply before taking a step onto the stage. Before this, I have something to say. Chen Feng finished his words calmly as everyone present blanked momentarily. The sole reason for this reaction was Chen Feng's identity. Despite the fact that everyone present was a big shot of the genetic union, despite the fact that when it came to research, this head of the department here was already the top authority, when the person talking was Chen Feng, he had to listen. Why? Because this was Chen Feng. Chen Feng, the person who had played the crucial role during the Star City battle, part of the Gene Production Association's management, and an excellent producer with astonishingly high abilities in gene production. Just by standing there calmly, without any excessive action, nobody dared to neglect this Chen Feng. "Please do say what's in your mind," the head of the department replied courteously. If in a moment of unhappiness, this Chen Feng fellow were to decide to stop cooperating with the genetic union, all their projects would be foiled. It was said that the Huliang fellow was extremely close with this Chen Feng. The opinion of a single member of the Gene Production Association's management still wouldn't be much, but if two of them had an opinion, the entirety of the genetic union would need to tread carefully. Do you guys not have the slightest idea at how difficult the completion of this Beyond X project is? Even if there was a miracle, what you are all seeing is not the type of miracle that would appear, Chen Feng stated faintly. I hope that all of you will not be deceived by the so-called result you are all seeing presently, thus resulting in some idiotic decision. An idiotic decision such as pursuing Manjungxi's research direction as the main direction for this entire project. Shwa. The moment he finished talking, everyone present was alarmed. If what Chen Feng had said earlier was merely an opinion, these final words of his were akin to a bombardment. Manjungxi was furious. What do you mean? What do I mean? Chen Feng looked at Manjungxi coldly. What I'm saying is the fact that your entire research was faked. From the expected result till the actual test result, everything was faked. Bang! Everyone erupted into an uproar. Fake? Even the head of the department's expression became solemn as he heard this. He believed that Chen Feng would most definitely not utter something like this without any reason. What proof do you have? Proof. Suddenly, Chen Feng lowered his voice. An example would be the blood essence left behind by your ancestor. Shwa. Instantly, Manjungxi's expression paled. What nonsense are you uttering? Manjungxi shouted forcefully. No such thing exists. Is there a need for this? Chen Feng stated calmly. The reason they failed to detect any problems is because they were not specifically looking for it. Believe me when I tell you that by using the data of your ancestor, something will most definitely be found when your result is retested. For example, a familiar gene characteristic, despite the fact that during the era of your ancestor, gene development was rather primitive. Something like a gene record still exists. As long as the data of your ancestor is used to conduct a new round of inspections on your research result, something will most definitely be found. I heard that the identity verification system of your ancestral hall is set up using the blood essence of that ancestor of yours, right? This is to ensure that only his blood relatives can enter. Take a guess. If that data were taken and used to compare with the data of your test subject, what will we find? Even now, you are still trying to deny this? Did you not say earlier that you have a success rate of 100%? If so, why not conduct several more such tests in the coming days? Then, how many times can you continue conducting your tests? Can the blood essence your ancestor left behind be wasted in such a manner by you guys? Glang! Manjungxi slumped onto the ground. He knew that he was finished. At first, he had believed that Chen Feng had merely heard some rumors. Alas, since Chen Feng had even mentioned his ancestral hall and the way to verify it, What was the point in further arguments? Bang! Everyone erupted into an uproar. The others were all dumbstruck as they heard this. Evidently, none of them had expected that Chen Feng was actually telling the truth. The head of the department, was able to guess the truth from the reactions of Manjungxi and Manjungxi's team. Chen Feng was indeed correct. This Manjungxi fellow that he had looked highly upon had actually tried to cheat his way through this. As he pondered it, if they had truly decided to set this team as the main team, how terrifying would the consequences have been? Since all his research results had been faked, this would cause the progress of their project to regress by several years. For the present humanity, this was absolutely fatal. When that happened, he, as the head of the department, just thinking about the consequences sent a chill down the head's spine. The head's eyes became cold. Why? Do you not know that this will destroy humanity's hope? Manjungxi muttered. This is our one and only chance. It has been way too long since our family last rose to power. If we were able to grab this opportunity, we would most definitely have been able to rise to power once again. As for the so-called destruction of humanity, that is not going to happen. Ha ha. As long as we succeed in taking the lead, having all the research teams combined under our lead, the progress of their research will all be ours anyway. At that time, we can totally start researching from scratch following all of their progress. With that, history would still have recorded us as the benefactor of humanity. Everyone sunk into silence. Despite the fact that what Manjungxi had said was indeed correct, their hearts still chilled. This guy. From the start, he had been planning to steal the results of others, using such a method to fake an initial success before stealing the results of others. How hateful. Ha ha ha. As the people looked at the Manjungxi that was laughing wildly, they knew that this guy had probably been overprovoked and was now insane. Under such intense provocation, this guy that was still rather young hadn't been able to avoid going crazy. The head waved his hand coldly. Drag him out. Several people stepped out and dragged Manjungxi away. As for holding him accountable, nobody mentioned it. After all, something like this was not something a nobody like Manjungxi could decide upon, as even their ancestral blood essence had been used. The genetic union would most definitely deal with this. The head thanked Chen Feng solemnly. Many thanks. If it wasn't for Chen Feng, he would have been fooled. The other big shots present felt the same as well. Even now, there was still some lingering fear in their hearts. Chen Feng beamed. No worries. I never expected that he was actually a cheater, the old man lamented. Clearly, this opponent of Manjungxi earlier had chosen to lament the fate of Manjungxi. However, from his expression, a trace of hidden laughter could be seen. Rather than lamenting, he appeared to be taking joy in Manjungxi's calamity. Now that Manjungxi was finished, all the resources would belong to their team. Suddenly, Chen Feng looked at him. What are you laughing at? Ah? The old man was dazed, as he had no idea why Chen Feng was suddenly targeting him. I'm not laughing. Chen Feng looked at him faintly. You were laughing secretly. I saw it. Are you thinking that since he's finished, all the resources will be yours? Chen Feng, don't push it with your bullying, the old man warned. What was going on? As the others saw this, they started exchanging glances with rather dumbstruck expressions on their faces. Evidently, they had yet to react to this sudden confrontation. Could it be that Chen Feng had some other proof? Could it be that this old man was suspected of cheating as well? They all pondered. Chen Feng smiled. So what if I'm bullying you? Would you believe that even if I killed you right here and right now, nobody would do anything to help you? Would you believe that even your family would keep their mouths shut? The old man's eyes gleamed coldly. You are courting death. Having the qualification to stand here, he was obviously not an ordinary person. I am not kidding. Chen Feng beamed. I am Chen Feng, part of the Gene Production Association's management, MHM. As such, even if I killed you, so what? I have contributed greatly to humanity. Even if I were guilty of killing you, my contributions are so great that nobody would dare touch me anyway, especially when the one I killed is someone without any backer like you. Chen Feng sneered. Since Manjungxi was caught cheating, his qualifications have been cancelled. Now, for me, the only one blocking my path is you, old man. Therefore, if I directly killed you here, wouldn't the person who would be the main person in charge of the Beyond X project be me? Chen Feng smiled faintly. The old man's expression changed greatly. You dare? Chen Feng sneered. Why not? Bang! Light started shining suddenly. Astonishingly, Chen Feng had made his move directly. Combat power far surpassing an ordinary B-class warrior erupted. The moment Chen Feng made his move, he erupted with a super powerful strength, with that old man as his target. Only now did the others react to this sudden change. The hell, this guy was really trying to kill the old man. He wasn't trying to present any proof or expose the old man. Rather, he was blatantly trying to kill the old man. Just as what Chen Feng had mentioned earlier, he was indeed killing openly here. So what could anyone do about it? The expressions of the others changed greatly. Chen Feng, hold your hand. It was truly outside of everyone's expectation that Chen Feng would do this. As such, even experts like them were not able to react in time. Only a single A-class warrior was able to react in the way of tossing out a single energy attack. Bang! The attack was blocked en route by a baldy. He said that he wants to kill that old man, Xf stated with a fierce expression. This fierce expression, when combined with that bald head of his, gave him a rather fiend-like appearance. It's over. Everyone's heart chilled. With Chen Feng making his move suddenly, who could stop him? This instant, time seemed to freeze. Everyone watched on with wide eyes as Chen Feng leapt abruptly, light swirling all over him. A set of energy equipment coalesced immediately on his body as he erupted with a powerful combat power before heading directly toward that old man. This power demonstrated by Chen Feng had astonishingly reached the very peak of B-class. Despite the fact that the old man was similarly a B-class, facing this sudden attack from Chen Feng, he couldn't react in time at all. After all, nobody had expected that Chen Feng would truly dare to attempt to kill someone here. In any case, even if he was able to react in time, he wasn't strong enough to actually block Chen Feng's attack. It was clear that there was a gap between his strength and Chen Feng's strength. Bang! The terrifying radiance surged in intensity. Everyone's heart chilled. However, when they looked at the stage, they all blanked. Presently, in front of the old man, a person shrouded in gold energy was blocking Chen Feng's attack. This was precisely the test subject of this old man earlier. He had actually blocked Chen Feng's attack. Everyone was overjoyed. Good. Chen Feng snorted. HMPH. Burst. Without hesitation, he punched out. With the full activation of his energy equipment, Chen Feng activated the strongest combat power he could activate normally, the peak of B-class. He started battling the test subject. Bang, bang, bang. Light swirled around and exploded without end. They appeared evenly matched. At this time, finally, the experts of the genetic union reacted and forced their battle to end. The head was furious. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Due to Chen Feng's past contributions, they had always been extremely courteous toward him. Unexpectedly, this guy had actually done such a thing in public. It was too excessive. He was acting too wantonly. Chen Feng beamed. I'm eliminating my opponents. Are my actions not clear enough? The head was infuriated. This was too excessive. For others, even if they wanted to play any tricks, they would do so secretly. Who would act openly in such a manner? Where was his face as an excellent producer, doing something like this? The head inhaled as he asked, what exactly do you want to do? Chen Feng shrugged. Do I still need to say it? We will have to question our adorable test subject here. If I am correct, earlier, he was using the power of Beyond B-class when battling me, right? Sure. At this, everyone was alarmed. Wasn't that right? As they thought about it, that guy had indeed erupted with the power of Beyond B-class in order to save the old man earlier. Only that would have enabled him to block Chen Feng's surprise attack with a casual attack of his. Granted, he had concealed the Beyond B-class power immediately after. However, that familiar aura was something impossible to mask. That was precisely the power of Beyond B-class. Was this what Chen Feng had been aiming for all along? The head looked at the both of them. You all. The old man sneered. Indeed, it's the power of Beyond B-class. Our gene reagent does not only enable one to activate the power of Beyond for several seconds at a time. Our gene reagent, with increased usage, is also capable of enabling one to gain more understanding of the power of Beyond. The only reason this wasn't recorded was because we had yet to verify that that is indeed the case. As he had already used our gene reagent during tests numerous times, he is already very well versed with the power of Beyond. As such, he is able to occasionally activate the power of Beyond without the help of the gene reagent. He is not far away from fully comprehending the power of Beyond B-class. So that was the case. Everyone was shaken as they heard this. If this was true, Wasn't this exactly what they had been after when initiating this Beyond X project? Can you truly activate the power of Beyond occasionally without the gene reagent? The head asked expectantly. Yes, he replied with his hoarse voice. As a proof, he tried activating the power, and once again, a golden flash flickered out. Beyond B-class. Indeed, this was a true Beyond B-class without the help of any gene reagents. Everyone was overjoyed as they saw this. The final goal of the Beyond X project was to enable humanity to grasp the power of Beyond. Now, the first success case was right before their eyes. The head was excited. Good. Very good. As he saw that Chen Feng was about to make another move, his eyes widened. Chen Feng, don't act recklessly. From now onward, he is under the protection of the genetic union. You are absolutely not allowed to harm him. As the first Beyond B-class in existence, that person was indeed worthy of their protection. Moreover, they aren't exactly without any backers as you imagined. For your own sake, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, you will bring harm to yourself. The head warned. Despite the fact that he feared Chen Feng's identity, he would not allow Chen Feng to act recklessly here. Chen Feng wasn't the least bothered. What harm will this bring to me? Are you talking about the mysterious Beyond a class warrior that was helping their family? The head gazed at Chen Feng inconceivably. You are aware of that? The hell, since he was aware that their family had been assisted by a Beyond A class, why had he still dared to act recklessly? Of course I'm aware of that. Chen Feng smiled playfully. But then, that is merely a crippled Beyond A class. What is there to be afraid of? Have you not heard that a fallen phoenix is lower than even a chicken? What? The head was alarmed. Something happened to that Beyond A class? Every single Beyond A class in existence was akin to a precious treasure of humanity. Any mishap befalling any single Beyond A class was an affair capable of shaking the entirety of humanity. Chen Feng pointed behind him. Of course, since he has already transformed from Beyond A class to Beyond B class. Isn't he crippled? What? Everyone widened their eyes. Beyond A? The head was completely dumbfounded. Everyone looked in the direction Chen Feng was pointing. There, the B-class warrior that was also the test subject of the second team could be seen. Presently, his face was dreadfully ice-cold. This person had once been a Beyond A class? Chen Feng started stating his data. Yuan Fang, a Beyond A class genetic warrior. At a young age, his mother passed and his father abandoned him. His foster father took him in, and after growing up, he demonstrated astonishing potential. From then on, he became the mysterious expert of a certain family. Am I right? Everyone present went into an uproar as they heard this. Everyone thought that this guy had to have gone crazy. When Chen Feng saw their expressions, he understood how they felt. That was because when he'd seen the information provided by Qin Hai, his first thought had also been that this guy had gone crazy. It was no wonder that he was so well practiced with the power of Beyond. That wasn't something he had obtained from countless tests. Rather, that was because he was already Beyond A class. That was why he was able to demonstrate the power of Beyond in such a smooth manner, in such a flawless manner. That was because he was already a Beyond A class. What nonsense are you talking about? The head asked while shuddering. Instinctively, he glanced at said genetic warrior, the test subject in question, and asked in a low voice, he's not telling the truth, right? He's lying, right? The genetic warrior in question merely sighed as a response but did not say anything. His arrogance as a super expert would not allow him to actually spout lies out of his mouth. This was the final dignity of his person. As the rest saw this, their hearts chilled as they reached the conclusion that this was indeed true. Crazy. The entire world had gone crazy. Despite the importance of this Beyond X project, despite the historic significance of this project, before the research on the power of Beyond succeeded, a Beyond A class was still the strongest humanity had to offer. Essentially, this project had only been created to create more Beyond A classes, yet here, people were sacrificing Beyond A classes to conduct their research. They had never expected that something like this would happen. But now, the head asked the same question everyone was wondering. Why? Suddenly, the old man shouted, for humanity. Humanity is in a crisis. If we continue researching normally, we will require at least 10 years to succeed. Humanity can't afford to wait this long. By sacrificing only a single Beyond A class, we will be able to figure out what, exactly, the power of Beyond A class entails. What? Exactly. The power of Beyond B class is. This is the first Beyond B class in existence. There is great significance in this research on him. He will lead humanity towards success. I only require a short amount of time to break through in my research. I am capable of creating history. Humanity will obtain a brand new future soon. I only need a little bit more time and I will most definitely be successful. The old man was shouting crazily. Chen Feng curled his lip. What nonsense. Don't put the label of humanity on your selfish desires. Hee. Obviously, you are doing this for the glory of having your name etched in the annals of history. Even if that's true, so what? There is no conflict between this and the goal of humanity. When both goals were laid before me, I knew that this was something I had to do. The old man appeared deranged. Therefore, when he returned with injuries, I drugged him to reduce his power level without him realizing it. In 10 short days, his level dropped to Beyond B class. Ha ha. The old man laughed crazily. As for Yuan Fang, he merely shut his eyes painfully. He had initially believed that the battle that had given him his injuries was what had caused his strength to drop. But when his strength had continued dropping all the way to B class, it had become clear who the one that had harmed him was. It was the very foster father that had raised him. Chen Feng sighed. Indeed. The only reason Qin Hai had felt that Yuan Fang was familiar was because when Qin Hai was leaving here after Chen Feng's test on him previously, he had stumbled upon Yuan Fang, who was on his way home. Next, a huge battle had erupted between them. Clearly, Yuan Fang had not been willing to let this ancient clan member off. As such, the eruption of a huge battle had been inevitable. Qin Hai had already held back, yet Yuan Fang was, after all, not a weak person. It would not have been easy to escape from him. As such, ultimately, Yuan Fang had returned with injuries from the battle. When he'd reached his foster father's place, it had turned out that his foster father was a demon-like person after all. His foster father was also a mad researcher. At that moment, the senses of the injured Yuan Fang had dropped drastically. Taking advantage of that, what everyone saw had happened. Chen Feng had, like a little butterfly waving its wings, created a butterfly effect from inviting Qin Hai over that ultimately resulted in this happening to Yuan Fang, a Beyond a class warrior. Chen Feng recalled that when that had happened, his excess luck value was still being urged to do anything to ensure the success of this project. In short, his luck value had caused this, resulting in the creation of this perfect test subject, despite the extreme tendencies of that old man. No, all this must be a coincidence, Chen Feng convinced himself. What could one do when such a foster father existed? Take him, they had stated angrily. No, don't take me, the old man stated in a flustered manner. He shouted frantically, I never intended to harm Fang. He has only dropped to B class temporarily. As long as my research is completed, I will most definitely think of a way to recover his strength. I'm telling the truth. Fang, trust me. I will most definitely figure out a way to recover your strength. To ensure the accuracy of his research, the gene reagent he'd fed Yuan Fang to drop his strength had a permanent effect. That had been the only way to ensure that he could research the power of Beyond B class. Otherwise, if the B class power drop had only been a temporary effect while Yuan Fang was injured, with him still being a Beyond A class, would there have been a point in using him as the test subject? Everyone sighed. Was there a need for this? They looked at Yuan Fang and felt sad for him. This was a Beyond a class warrior who had battled for humanity in the past. Now, due to such a matter, he had been plotted against by his own foster father. This was truly. They all sighed and stared ahead, losing hope on his behalf. As a person abandoned by his biological father, he had cherished his relationship with his foster father more. As such, so long as it concerned the family of his foster father, he had provided any help he could. To help his foster father, he had strived to become stronger without stop. This firm belief was the very thing that had enabled him to ultimately become a Beyond A class. Alas, he had never expected that even after becoming an all-powerful Beyond A class, his foster father had ultimately still abandoned him. Once again, he had been abandoned. The atmosphere became dreadfully stifling. Everyone had a gloomy expression on their face, from great happiness to great sadness. Earlier, they had still believed that a beautiful future for humanity was within grasp, yet now, this seemed like it had been an illusion all along, an illusion that had been broken so very easily. How lamentable. How sad. And now, a problem faced them: what to do with Yuan Fang. Despite the fact that Yuan Fang as a person still had huge research value, with his status as a person who had once been a hero of humanity, who would actually dare take him as a test subject? People would be worried that this would result in all the other beyond-a-class warriors going on strike. At this moment, Yuan Fang stood and walked to a corner silently before sitting down, no longer raising his head. Everyone exchanged glances and did not dare disturb him. Start the third demonstration, then, the head muttered. Only now did everyone remember that there was still a third submission today. Once again, they prepared for the demonstration. As they took a look, they noted that the test subject this time was precisely the baldy who had blocked an A-class attack earlier. Hold on. If this fellow was capable of blocking an A-class attack, was he really a B-class? The head started doubting. This wouldn't be another fraud, right? He had obviously been shocked crazy today. Instinctively, he looked at Chen Feng. If this was a fraud as well, there was no point in continuing this demonstration. Please check the fifth row on the first page of the submission form, Chen Feng stated dryly. The head and the others exchanged glances before looking over. Instantly, their eyes shone. That was because on that row, it was written that the main person in charge of this team was Chen Feng, and his research contribution was 80%. Their eyes shone. This is actually something researched by Chen Feng himself. Despite Chen Feng's tendencies to act in an unbridled manner, none here dared to look down on his production skills. After all, he was an excellent producer from the Gene Production Association. The preparations were completed. Begin. The demonstration was, in fact, a rather simple process. Xif merely swallowed down the gene reagent before transforming into a Super Saiyan. Active duration: 1 second. 1 second? The head was dazed momentarily before recalling how the 3 seconds and 5 seconds earlier had both been fraudulent. This 1 second they were seeing was instead the real deal. There was no excitement or any other emotions. Everyone merely looked at the data in silence. After the great fluctuation in their mood earlier, now, they truly couldn't feel any excitement anymore. Or perhaps, their feelings were already numbed by now. It was confirmed that the active duration was 1 second. It was confirmed that the condition of the test subject remained well. It was confirmed that the power of Beyond was triggered. Everyone confirmed all the recorded data silently in an incomparably solemn manner. Next, with astonishment, they found out that almost everything recorded in the submission form was correct, flawless, even. This seemed somewhat similar to Yuan Fang's fake record previously, but with a shorter active duration. The head looked at Xif in a somewhat worried manner. This fellow obviously possessed extraordinary strength. Moreover, he appeared so very ferocious. He wouldn't be yet another exploited person like Yuan Fang, right? Right at this instant, Chen Feng walked forth and stood silently in front of the data monitoring devices. Next, he took out a gold-colored gene reagent. Everyone blanked. What are you doing? Gulp. He swallowed the gene reagent down. Bang! A gold radiance erupted. The power of Beyond erupted, and instantly, the data on the screen went off the charts. Everyone widened their eyes. Hold on. Only now did they notice an extremely frightening matter. Your gene reagent. It works on everyone. Genetic union. At a certain unremarkable corner, warehouse manager Zhang Dapao was aimlessly strolling through the virtual community. This uneventful occupation of his had truly granted him quite a lot of free time. His main job involved looking after the records of the transfer of goods, regardless of who it was. So long as the person had the authority to move the goods, they could take said goods. Zhang Dapao himself had no authority whatsoever. To be precise, this warehouse manager was no different than a security guard. Who cares? After finishing work, I can go back to accompany Wer. Whenever he recalled the gentle whispers of Lady Wer, his heart burned hotly. Right at this instant, when his casual gaze landed on a certain shop, he blanked at what he saw. This. Zhang Dapao's eyes widened. Purchasing sighing grass in bulk, paying 999 yuan for each. A certain advanced producer requires a huge amount of sighing grass as part of their preparation to break through into master producer. There is no upper limit on the amount purchased. Offer only valid today. Zhang Dapao was alarmed when he saw this. He was aware of what sighing grass was. This was a rather rare medicinal herb. Due to the harsh requirements for the growth of this herb, the requirements for an environment capable of growing this herb were rather high. As such, the harvest of this herb had always been rather low in amount. Similarly, the demand for this herb was very low as well. Despite the low harvest, it still exceeded the demand. As such, this herb was ordinarily very cheap, priced at around 99 yuan. This time, the price had nearly increased by around 10 times. Zhang Dapao sighed endlessly. Breaking through into master producer. Huh? Every single time some big shot producer tried to break through into master producer, it resulted in the price of some random materials skyrocketing. This was an extremely normal occurrence. If one was lucky enough to have a huge amount of the required material on hand, that person would profit greatly. If one had sold all of the required material just before this happened, then that person could only hide in some corner and cry. Shwa. Zhang Dapao entered the discussion forums and noted that a lot of people were talking about this. Damn it, just yesterday I sold 100 of them. Do you know that I sold 1,000 of them just yesterday? I even waited for an entire year only for the price to remain the same, so I was forced to sell them cheaply. Unexpectedly. Same here. Countless people were howling in grief. Everyone was aware that this high price would not remain long. The moment the producer broke through successfully or failed in their breakthrough, the price of sighing grass would readjust to its normal price. These people that were missing out on this were obviously suffering greatly. This type of investment is truly too difficult. Sigh. Countless people sighed. As for those who actually had some sighing grass in their possession, they were now happily making profits in silence. Yet another chance to become rich. Zhang Dapao lamented in envy. Whenever something like this happened, it never had any effect on him. He still remembered that, previously, an ex-classmate of his, one who had failed to even graduate from junior high school, had also earned a huge profit due to a similar event. Presently, that classmate was already a wealthy person with around 6 or 7 wives. As for Zhang Dapao, he was still a virgin. Zhang Dapao sighed. Why is it that something this good never happens to me? Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his heart jolted. Hold on, he seemed to remember that there was a huge amount of sighing grass in the warehouse of the genetic union. Indeed, that had to be the case. Zhang Dapao opened his management window hastily. Shwa. A screen popped out and a row of data appeared. Indeed. Zhang Dapao's eyes shone. Sighing grass. A huge amount of it. The warehouse of the genetic union was so huge nobody could begin to imagine its size. This was a place shrouded by a unique ability, capable of perfectly preserving all the goods stored here. This was a place that contains nearly all existing materials in this world. Some were valuable and could only be withdrawn by those with unique authority. Some were common materials that were withdrawn by quite a huge number of people on a daily basis. These materials were things Zhang Dapao had never dared to touch. But sighing grass was a material that was normally ignored by others. Shwa. He checked the data. The demand for sighing grass was rather low. Every month, there were 1 or 2 people who actually used it. Furthermore, rarely were there repeat withdrawals. As such, the section storing this herb was always fully stocked, with the amount reaching 100,000. Zhang Dapao felt his lips turn dry. 100,000. A single one of this herb was priced at around 1,000 yuan. With 100,000 of them, the price would be 100 million. This was an extremely huge amount of money. He would be able to sell them for such a price. Naturally, he did not have sufficient authority to freely withdraw materials from the genetic union's warehouse. However, he could abuse the authority he had to purchase them at a low price. Despite the fact that their warehouse was checked daily, the price of purchases was normally neglected. Zhang Dapao checked the price set by the genetic union, 50 yuan for each of them. This was only half the current market price. This was a benefit the genetic union accorded their members. 50 yuan, 100,000 herbs. To buy all of them, he would require 50 million yuan. Zhang Dapao definitely did not have that much cash on hand. However, he still decided to first purchase some of them and then continuing to buy more with the earned profit. He did not even need to clear the warehouse. He only needed to leave a small amount in it. That would do. As for the amount he cleared from the warehouse, he could slowly purchase from the market to replenish the warehouse after that producer finished his breakthrough and the price returned to normal. Zhang Dapao was overjoyed at this idea of his. He knew that this was a fortuitous encounter for him. He could already picture the scene of numerous wives beckoning him. With enough effort, a water hose could be transformed into a cannon. With a gamble, even a bicycle could be transformed into an aircraft carrier. I can do it. Zhang Dapao started calmly reflecting on his idea. Granted, the last time he had ever racked his brain this seriously was when he had been expelled after being caught peeping at his teacher bathing. He believed that this was an opportunity he could make use of for himself and for Lady Wu. Let's do it, then. He started his plan. Soon, a huge amount of sighing grass entered the market. Alarming everyone, nearly all the sighing grasses was purchased immediately afterward. Despite this, the price still remained at 999 yuan. Zhang Dapao stared at the first pile of cash he'd made and was now going crazy. This was the first time he had seen so much money before him, yet this pile of money had been made so very easily. It was even risk-free. Buy. Zhang Dapao continued his plan crazily. In the virtual community, some suspected that there were some tricks to this somewhere. After all, the demand for this sighing grass was seriously too huge this time. Will there be any problems? What problem could there be? Look, firstly, this morning, all the sighing grass that entered into the market was cleared almost instantly. Despite the fact that those big businesses normally have some in store, if the available stock worldwide were purchased instantly, it would still be an extremely astonishing amount. Moreover, whenever something like this happened in the past, the price only doubled, but this time, the price was astonishingly 10 times the original. Moreover, there is no purchase limit. And earlier, several huge batches of sighing grass were dumped into the market, yet they were still instantly purchased. This seems rather scary. You are saying that there might be a trick somewhere. This feels like the stock market, or perhaps this is some new scam. But then, I still can't see through it yet. In any case, stay prudent. True. Countless people were discussing this. The impact of sighing grass was increasing without stop. It was as the online communities had concluded. Normally, when someone tried breaking through into master producer, it would only cause the price to double. This time, it had increased by 10 times, with no upper limit to the amount purchased. A lot of people decided to apply a wait-and-see attitude for fear of this being a scam. Alas, there were still countless people getting involved in this business of selling sighing grass. These people had decided to not care whether this was a scam or not. With an increase of 10 times the original price, what was important was to first get the cash into their own hands. A lot of people even visited the sighing grass farms to purchase them in bulk. Some people did things such as purchasing the herbs at double the original price from those who had yet to realize what was happening, and so on. Something like this was supposed to be something people needed to be careful with, but right now, the Genetic Union was still busy producing the new gene reagent for their Beyond X project and did not have time to spare to deal with this. As such, the market was allowed to develop naturally and without any control. At this time, at the Genetic Union, Chen Feng had just swallowed the gene reagent. Everyone had an unbelieving gaze as they looked at the power of Beyond in Chen Feng's body. This is Beyond. This gene reagent can be used by everyone. This is too unbelievable. The reason they found this unbelievable was because, to create a gene reagent usable by everyone, it was obvious that a huge amount of Beyond B classes and Beyond A classes were required as test subjects. Only with this would this be researched successfully after an unknown amount of time. And now, bang! Everyone stood up. Do you have any other B classes here? Chen Feng took out more gene reagents. They can come here and try this gene reagent as well. How to feel themselves at the power of Beyond. A B class employee walked forth in excitement. Let me try it. Bang! Gold radiance surged around him. Beyond B class. Indeed, it was Beyond B class. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone was going insane as they saw this. Only at this moment did they realize what sort of terrifying thing Chen Feng had created from his research. Despite the short active duration of 1 second, this gene reagent was nearly flawless. No overexertion or assistance of any sort was required to use his gene reagent. For this project, Chen Feng's results were already the best. As long as the correct formula was in hand, they could immediately start mass production. This was the scariest aspect of Chen Feng's research result. Doubts? How could one doubt this? Chen Feng had directly taken out more than 10 gold-colored gene reagents. Anyone with doubts could try the gene reagent themselves. The doubters could feel how real the power of Beyond was by themselves after using the gene reagent. Their monitoring devices were fully activated, and all the harvested data indicated nothing but perfection. A number of genetic warriors with different genetic abilities tried his gene reagents. Even those C-class and D-class warriors tried the provided gene reagent and verified that they were in perfect condition. The only flaw was the somewhat higher exhaustion of energy, but then, this could also be considered as a merit. After all, only an intense eruption of power would result in higher rate of exhaustion. Ultimately, with trembling hands, the employee recorded down these words: universality, perfect. Doubts. There were no longer any doubts. Chen Feng had directly provided more than 10 gene reagents for them to try as they wished. This was completely different from the man Junxi earlier, who had played all sorts of tricks. One could perhaps cheat when the test was conducted on one's own body, but could this apply to the bodies of others? Nope, it couldn't. Shortly after, this new gene reagent received full approval. After being verified by the higher-ups of Genetic Union and Gene Production Association, they confirmed that this gene reagent would bring no harm to one's body. The Beyond X project was thus completed perfectly. Bang! The entire Genetic Union was in an uproar. Everyone that knew what was happening was incomparably shocked. They had indeed been hoping that this project would be completed sooner rather than later. However, they had never imagined that Chen Feng would use only 1 month to complete this astonishing accomplishment. Moreover, the very first submission of his was already a completed product. Chen Feng. Today, countless people muttered this name. Although a lot of people knew about the Star City battle some time ago, it still hadn't left too deep an impression on their minds. Now, though, they finally gained a clear understanding of this Chen Feng. Other aspects notwithstanding, when it came to production, this guy's skills were definitely top-notch, and nobody was capable of contending against him. He has reached such a height. Countless gene producers were in a daze. Even now, the memory of when Chen Feng had first arrived at Star City back then was still vivid in their minds. How long had it been since then? The act of gene production seemed as easy as drinking water for Chen Feng. With the early completion of this Beyond X project, the Genetic Union acted decisively and appointed Chen Feng as the general manager of this project. He was in charge of the follow-up projects, improving the gene reagent, and the launch of subsequent projects. Everyone would now have to listen to Chen Feng's commands. Naturally, after the Genetic Union's research, the exact effect of this new gene reagent was completely dug out. Although Chen Feng had created this new gene reagent, when it comes to pure research on a specific gene reagent, he was still somewhat lacking compared to the experienced researchers. Gene reagent name, temporarily unnamed. Function: triggers the power of Beyond. Active duration, 1 second. Main effect 1, triggers the power of Beyond, pushing the user into a Beyond X state and increasing the user's power greatly. Main effect 2, enables a regular genetic warrior to start contemplating the power of Beyond in advance. Every single usage of this gene reagent can potentially increase the user's understanding of the power of Beyond. The gain of comprehension on the power of Beyond was an unexpected harvest for Chen Feng. As the very first edition, Chen Feng had rather low expectation for this gene reagent. Unexpectedly, a formula created with the assistance of luck aura was actually so powerful. This was truly a perfect gene reagent. From here on, they would mostly aim at increasing the active duration, increasing how much comprehension the user gained, and so on. It was clear that 1 second was not the limit. So far, Chen Feng had merely combined the power of energy and the physical body. If other aspects, such as blood and other different powers, were added to the equation as well, something entirely different might be created as well. Naturally, Chen Feng did not intend to get involved in such research personally. What joke was that? Merely combining the research results of physical body and energy had exhausted all the luck value he had saved over a month. If he had to combine the result with even more research results, he would probably not have any leftover luck value for an entire year. For him, the most important thing was this effect of allowing the user to gain comprehension on the power of Beyond. Next to this, nothing else seemed as important. Soon, Chen Feng came up with a decision. I can just let the BC team deal with it. He had decided to use the BC team as the core team members. The other teams would assist in their research. With this, the follow-up plans for this new gene reagent would be implemented, aiming for the creation of an even better gene reagent. Beyond Chen Feng's expectations, After figuring out all the functions of this new gene reagent, an argument broke out, as those fellows were trying to name this new gene reagent. I think calling it Chen Feng reagent is very good. No, that's too blunt. How about calling it the Feng tip reagent? How about Mount Feng reagent? No, this name is already taken by breast enlargement reagent. How about we change it around? Feng Chen reagent. Why not call it wine dust, then? You must have gone to those places way too much. 1. You are the one who has been to those places way too much. Even if that's true, so what? They nearly started fighting then and there. As Chen Feng heard their arguments, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. To show their respect for him, the name had to be related to Chen Feng in some form. The mere thought of this caused Chen Feng's head to ache. Chen Feng started imagining the scene where two people battled each other before suddenly shouting, "Look at my Chen Feng gene reagent." Based on Chen Feng's estimations, this gene reagent would most probably end up as a gene reagent that was mass distributed. Would his portrait and name be printed everywhere then? No, he was not the godmother. 2. No. Chen Feng vetoed their proposals decisively. As he looked at the project name, in a firm manner, he decided on Beyond X as the name for this gene reagent. Despite the fact that this X had merely signified the unknown at the start of this project, Chen Feng quite liked it. In any case, this was better than allowing these people to keep messing around and coming up with weird names. Ultimately, it was decided that this gene reagent would be named Beyond X gene reagent, with Chen Feng credited as the inventor. Next, they would have to decide on the copyright of the formula. Despite the fact that this was something researched by Chen Feng had to take into consideration the participation of the BC team, the huge amount of resources invested by the Genetic Union, and the fact that this formula was simply too valuable, so valuable that one couldn't begin to price it. After all, possessing this copyright would be equivalent to possessing the greatest wealth of humanity. This single fact alone was sufficient to cause people to go crazy over it. All the higher-ups of the Genetic Union, Gene Production Association, and Research Agency, in addition to countless other people, were focusing on this, focusing on the piece of incredibly delicious cake in Chen Feng's hands. You guys are fighting with us over this. This is originally something belonging to us, the Gene Production Association. What nonsense. This is something produced here at our Genetic Union. Don't forget the fact that you guys are only temporarily staying here. Even your migration from Star City was with our help. Since you dared to say those words, would you believe me if I said that even if you guys obtained the formula, you guys would not be able to produce a single one of the new gene reagents? At this, the person from the Genetic Union sank into silence, realizing that he had been too excessive in his words. As both their organizations were reliant on each other, if the Genetic Union truly wanted to bully others with force, the Gene Production Association would most certainly be capable of teaching them a hard lesson. Wanting to produce gene reagents without the Gene Production Association's support? That was naive. The Genetic Union people decided to change the topic. Let's not talk about this for now. The copyright should belong to us, as all the materials used during the research were supplied by us. The people from the Gene Production Association merely sneered at this. Due to this, the two parties were in conflict. The people from the research agency wanted to get involved but noted that they couldn't find any justifiable arguments to declare that the copyright should belong to them. Realizing that, they declared, a formula like this should belong to the entirety of humanity. The people from the research agency spoke earnestly. Regardless of which party it is that obtains the copyright for this, it will be unfair to humanity. Therefore, I propose that the copyright for this formula should belong to everyone. Scram. The Gene Production Association berated without politeness. The research agency was merely trying to get a piece of the cake for themselves as well. Now, the conflict between two parties expanded into a conflict between three parties. None of them were willing to give up on the formula. The Genetic Union was rationalizing that this formula had been created using their materials. After all, it was common sense that the produced item should belong to those who had provided the materials. It was undisputed that all the materials here had been provided by the Genetic Union. That was the reason the Genetic Union felt it reasonable and fair to fight over this formula despite the fact that they had never dabbled in gene production. The Gene Production Association rationalized that this was a formula created by Chen Feng. The Gene Production Association was willing to pay for whatever materials Chen Feng had used in the course of his research. After all, Chen Feng was part of the Gene Production Association's management. Despite the fact that his authority was still limited, he was still considered part of the association. As such, why should the Genetic Union be the one to obtain this formula? This seemed to be a rather justifiable argument as well. As for the research agency, MHM, they had also participated in the project this time, but they were aware of how low their skill level was. As such, without any hesitation, they dragged all other powers together and proposed that this formula should belong to humanity. By banding together with various other powers, they were capable of temporarily resisting the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association. Due to this, the three parties had been arguing for hours yet had failed to reach a conclusion. This is meaningless. Why not ask Chen Feng? The Gene Production Association suggested. Let's listen to what he has to say then. The Genetic Union did not comment much on it. If Chen Feng was allowed to decide, the copyright would most certainly land in the hands of the Gene Production Association. Since they were the supplier for all the materials used, they would most certainly not give up on the copyright. Based on the laws, even if Chen Feng insisted on taking the copyright away, the most he could earn was 50% of the copyright. This was fixed in the laws. If that person disagreed, he would lose even the publishing rights. This formula will most certainly be ours, the Genetic Union vowed solemnly. The research agency was also preparing for another round of fighting. Alas, surprising all of them, just as they were still arguing over the copyright, Chen Feng submitted an application for the copyright of the formula. After automatic vetting by the system, the submission was actually approved. Beyond X-Gene reagent copyright owner, Chen Feng. What? The Genetic Union was bursting with rage. How dare Chen Feng ignore the copyright laws like this? They had invested materials worth several $100 million to establish several dozen teams, which had ultimately led to the creation of this formula. Why was it that they didn't obtain even a tiny bit of ownership over this new formula? This was too excessive. They were aware of Chen Feng's huge contribution and they found that respectable as well. However, even if they couldn't obtain full ownership over the copyright, they should have obtained at least 50% ownership over the copyright. No, with that, they would be able to profit from it. As they thought of the profit they stood to gain from this, the Genetic Union became furious. As for the Gene Production Association and the research agency, they were stupefied for quite a while as well. It was beyond their expectations that this Chen Feng was actually so ferocious as to directly grab the copyright for himself. We are calling for an arbitration. Let's get the copyright department involved in this. Chen Feng is being too excessive this time. Some of the higher-ups in the Genetic Union were incredibly dissatisfied with this. Yes, Chen Feng had indeed contributed greatly by creating this formula, but could the contributions of the Genetic Union, who had supplied all the materials, be ignored? Moreover, the participation of those beyond A classes had to be taken into consideration as well. Each of them was equivalent to an extremely terrifying resource. For this matter, they had maintained their respect for Chen Feng, yet Chen Feng did not seem to have any sort of sincerity when dealing with them and had taken the entire formula for himself. Is he thinking that he is the greatest of all? The Genetic Union was established through numerous battles. All the A classes and beyond A classes here were those who contributed greatly to humanity. A lot of them sacrificed even their lives for humanity. This is not a matter of politics. Rather, we must fight for what is rightfully ours. This formula must be ours. The copyright department of the Genetic Union started making their moves speedily. Alas, when the people from the copyright department went over, they failed to even meet Chen Feng and were directly given a receipt that listed numerous items and concluded with a sum of money at the bottom. What is this? They studied it and noted that these were precisely the expenses of Chen Feng's group when they had been researching this project. Why has he issued this thing to us? Is he thinking that by paying us the cost of the materials, all will be fine? How ridiculous. The people from the copyright department were just about to berate Chen Feng's thinking before an assistant pointed out the time of repayment listed on the receipt. It turned out that Chen Feng had paid them this sum of money before the tests had even started. This is... Their eyes widened abruptly. Could it be? They immediately checked the latest records of Chen Feng's item retrieval application form. Their faces paled at what they saw. The reason for this? From the start, Chen Feng had never used a single material provided by the genetic union. Everything listed on the receipt had been purchased by Chen Feng at market price. With Chen Feng's identity, even if he wasn't participating in the project, he would still have the rights to purchase these materials. The people from the copyright department were dumbfounded. He has been using his own money all along? If he had been funding his research with his own money, that doesn't matter. The equipment he used was supplied by us, right? Don't forget that our equipment is the most advanced on the market. At this, they continued reading and noticed a long rental contract. On the contract, it was written that Chen Feng had rented the listed equipments for a period of 2 months, and the amount paid was listed clearly as well. Instantly, they all sank into silence. Rental? Why was there even such thing? Oh, this seems to be because Chen Feng's was the last team and was organized at the last minute. At that time, all our supplied equipment had already been distributed to the other teams. As such, Chen Feng had no choice but to rent more equipments for his own usage. As they thought about it, they seemed to recall that when that happened, they had even held a celebration to celebrate this huge amount of money they had earned from Chen Feng by merely renting some equipment to him. Well, at the very least, he used our beyond class warriors, right? Someone said suddenly. He hadn't used their materials or equipment, but their manpower had been used by him, right? Next, they started checking the records for Chen Feng's manpower application form. Indeed, he had applied for a beyond class warrior to help in his research. Alas, the application had all been rejected. Therefore, officially, Chen Feng hasn't used anything provided by the genetic union at all. They did not dare to believe this. Was this a joke? That's right, one of them answered with a sigh. Renting and paying by himself, Chen Feng seemed like he had already known of his success in advance and had prepared everything, to the point the others couldn't find any valid justification to grab ownership of the copyright. How could they compete against him? Then, they no longer had any excuses to do so. They all sighed. What should we do now? Then, it is no longer possible to fight for ownership now. The only thing we can do is to try to prevent this copyright from being a private possession. Although everyone respects him, such a formula should not be allowed to be privately owned. Ultimately, Chen Feng is still the creator of this formula. We shall allow him to keep 49% of the ownership, with the profits divided accordingly to him as well. However, the copyright should belong to the entirety of humanity instead. This was the result of their discussion. Since Chen Feng's status was too great, nobody wanted to snatch the entire ownership from him. They were hoping that through this method, the ownership could be nationalized. The right to 49% of the profits was the highest honor they could grant Chen Feng for his contribution. Alas, before they could even do anything about him, a public announcement was released by Chen Feng. He insisted that in the spirit of contributing toward humanity as a whole, he rejected the notion of him owning this formula privately. Rather, he decided to donate this formula to the Gene Production Association so it could become one of their core formulas. Countless people exclaimed in admiration, worthy of being an excellent producer indeed. His generosity is unmatched. I hereby apologize to Chen Feng for the misunderstandings I had about him in the past. This formula he has donated is something akin to a priceless treasure. Once again, Chen Feng's reputation skyrocketed. The genetic union was dumbfounded. What in the world? He directly donated it to the Gene Production Association? The higher-ups of the Gene Production Association were nearly overjoyed to death when they saw this news. If the ownership were kept in Chen Feng's hands, it might be somewhat problematic to keep, but the moment the ownership landed in their hands, the genetic union would no longer be able to take it away from them. Haha, seems like we won. The members of the Gene Production Association were incomparably pleased. As for the people from the Genetic Union and the Research Agency, they all had expressions of disgust on their faces. They truly couldn't understand how Chen Feng's brain worked. They would still have allowed Chen Feng to keep 49% of the ownership. Why in the world had he decided to give it all to the Gene Production Association? Did he truly not want to profit even a tiny bit from it? Was he truly so selfless? They truly couldn't understand it. Unknown to them, at this time, Old Man Hu Liang was staring at the higher-ups of the Gene Production Association with an expression of disgust as well. That was because, once again, Chen Feng had made a huge contribution to the association. This, combined with his contribution during the Star City battle, meant the association no longer had anything they could reward him with. The only thing they could do was increase his contribution points without stop. Toward the end, with astonishment, they noted that Chen Feng's contribution points were now off the charts. Among the management, thanks to his contribution points, Chen Feng's authority directly increased to the point that his authority surpassed everyone, including the president. Based on the structure of the Gene Production Association, those with higher authority were the ones who controlled those with lower authority. Now, this signified that even the president no longer had any authority over Chen Feng. Even if Chen Feng was still a low-profile excellent producer, even if Chen Feng was still keeping to himself, the contributions he had made had already surpassed everyone in the association, transforming him into an extremely unique existence among the management of the association. This was an existence unsurpassed and unmanageable. Even the president could no longer command Chen Feng, donating it to the association, contributing to humanity selflessly. What bullshit! Who was he trying to lie to? It was no wonder that this fellow had acted so decisively when donating the formula to the association. Thanks to him contributing this formula, he had been catapulted into a position of supreme power second to none in the association. As for the authority over this formula in the association, Hu Liang turned on the screen. This formula that officially belonged to the Gene Production Association, in their system, could only be controlled by those with authority reaching 98 points, yet presently, even their president only had an authority of 95 points. The only person possessing the required authority to actually control this formula was Chen Feng. Hu Liang sighed. How shameless. He looked at the masses that were raining praise upon Chen Feng and felt extremely helpless. He couldn't actually go out and tell them that Chen Feng was, in fact, the supreme leader of the Gene Production Association now, right? Unless Chen Feng told the public himself, nobody in the association would dare make this announcement. Ding. Suddenly, his wristband buzzed. Hu Liang glanced at it. His authority had increased by 6 points. From 80 points to 86 points. As for his official position, he had been elevated from acting deputy president to deputy president. Hu Liang smiled bitterly. This kid. This was truly something nobody had expected. That was because, under normal circumstances, nobody could ever achieve such a high level of contribution in the association. The Star City battle could not be considered too excellent a contribution as far as the genetic union was considered. However, for the Gene Production Association, the contributions in regards to the Star City battle were extremely important. After all, that was the base of the Gene Production Association. From the initial migration to the final ambush, Chen Feng's plan had played an extremely important role. If it was only this much, it wouldn't have been too excessive. However, during that battle, the appearance of Chen Feng, Xu, Kong Bei, and Wang Yao were the main factors that affected the result of the entire battle. And all these people had only appeared thanks to Chen Feng. As such, Chen Feng had indeed made an astonishing level of contribution toward the association. And now, with this Beyond X project, Chen Feng's contribution was even clearer. The act of completing the research was a totally different notion compared to the act of shortening the duration of completion to a short 1 month. This was the reason that had caused Chen Feng to have such unbelievably high contribution. In the long history of the Gene Production Association, this was the first time something like this had happened. Hu Liang was somewhat anxious. I wonder if the president will go mental because of this. Alas, when he turned his screen on and tried to contact the president, he discovered that the president's name was grayed out. This signified that the president couldn't be contacted. Hu Liang frowned. This again. It had been 10 whole years. The contribution points of their presidents had not increased since then. This was also the reason Chen Feng had been able to surpass the president's contributions. Nobody had any idea what their president was doing. Severing connection. Perhaps this had been normal during ancient times, but now, they were in the genetic era. This wasn't supposed to be possible. Only by entering some unique locations where the signal was severed would this happen. Otherwise, the energy chip in the wristband was sufficient to ensure the wristband would keep operating until the end of time. Hu Liang recalled that the last time the president had contacted him, it had been about his promotion. After that, the president had gone missing. Hu Liang sighed. President, where exactly are you? His wristband buzzed. As Hu Liang saw the list sent by Chen Feng, Hu Liang could only shake his head with a bitter smile. It seemed like he was going to be busy again. In the past, he had been the one issuing missions to Chen Feng. Now, though, it had become Chen Feng issuing him missions. The reversal of roles gave Hu Liang a rather inexplicable feeling. Presently, the research on this Beyond X project had reached the final stage as well. Chen Feng had indeed created the perfect gene reagent. However, this was far from enough. To ensure that this gene could truly be made common for the entire humanity, more advanced technological advancements were required. For example, technology capable of differentiating different life forms. You must realize how powerful this thing is. If even the devil race and ancient race can use it, this thing will be rendered pointless to us humans. Only if this is something only humans can use will it display its true worth. Therefore, life-form differentiation technology is required in order to differentiate between species and ensure that only humans can use it. And thus, the formula was modified and numerous items were added into it. With the participation of the best researchers worldwide, this formula became even more complicated. This was only one of the special functions added to this formula. Apart from this, the produced gene reagent had to have some sort of encryption built in as well. Something like encryption was a must. They had no other options. These days, there was no lack of experts among the ancient and devil races. In this world, there were way too many freaks. A lot of people could determine the used materials after taking only a single sip of the gene reagent. Therefore, to prevent the ancient and devil races from obtaining this formula, encryption had to be added. And thus, the encryption function was added to the formula. The initially simple formula had now turned extremely complicated. It was so complicated now that even Chen Feng, the inventor, could no longer fully understand the formula. Not only that, they were also trying to add in other functions, such as a devil taming function, devil castrating function, and so on. By adding a minute amount of certain unique elements, it might be possible to cause devil race members that consume this gene reagent to submit to humanity or lost their ability to breed. One particular researcher even added a female transformation function into the gene reagent. He recommended that this gene reagent be marketed to all species worldwide and that the gene reagents for the ancient race and devil race be the modified version that induced a female transformation. With this, slowly, all of the ancient race and devil race members would become a single gender, thus robbing them of their ability to reproduce. At that time, perhaps Skin High would be one of the female bosses of the ancient race. Chen Feng noted his thoughts swaying everywhere and cleared his mind. Even if the feasibility of this plan was ignored, way too much time would be required for it to take effect. By the time the entire ancient race and devil race became a single gender, humanity would have long since been destroyed. One had to know that the moment the devil race and ancient race, which were already so strong, erupted with the power of beyond, humanity would have no way of dealing with them. Naturally, this was merely one of the many suggested modifications to the formula. Apart from this, all sorts of other unique and bizarre functions were recommended to be added to the gene reagent. As Chen Feng listened to the suggestions, he started sweating and hastily stopped them. What joke was this? What did they take this gene reagent for? They wanted to add everything to it. He could ignore the idea of female transformation, but who in the world was the one who suggested adding a comfort increase function to the gene reagent? Did that fellow think they were cooking food, thus requiring spices? And the fellow who suggested the weight loss function, what? Did he think that this was some weight loss gene reagent? By using the Beyond X reagent, one could lose weight at the same time? What the hell? Everyone proposed without stop. Boss, I think these ideas are feasible. Yeah, there's nothing bad about adding them anyway. The more the better. Shut up, Chen Feng bellowed. Theoretically, what they had suggested was indeed not wrong, but with their suggestions, the effects of this Beyond X formula would be too huge, surpassing the initial purpose of this formula. What would they do about the cost and difficulty of production, then? If the final formula was too complicated, how were producers supposed to produce them? One ought to remember that even the basic version of this formula was something only an advanced producer could produce. If all sorts of functions were added, thus increasing the production difficulty, it might ultimately result in master producers being the only ones capable of producing it. If so, how were they supposed to mass produce it? Then, how were they supposed to spread this thing across the world? If they focused too much on these added functions, they might lose sight of the bigger picture. Chen Feng studied it attentively and noted that even now, the formula was almost unacceptably complicated already. After pondering the matter, he decided to clear up a bunch of the formula's added functions. "This won't do." Without hesitation, Chen Feng commanded, "Apart from the basic life form differentiator, remove all other functions in the formula, apart from the core effect. This is the only added function that will stay." All right. Only at this did they start progressing with the project. 3 days later, the true Beyond X gene reagent was produced. This was the result of the research of Chen Feng and the best researchers worldwide, an almost flawless support gene reagent. Name, Beyond X. Function, triggers the power of Beyond. Active duration, 1 second. Main effect 1, triggers the power of Beyond, pushing the user into a Beyond X state and increasing the user's power greatly. Main effect 2, enables a regular genetic warrior to start contemplating the power of Beyond in advance. Every single usage of this gene reagent can potentially increase the user's understanding of the power of Beyond. Limitation 1, only usable by humans. Very good. Next, we shall enter the mass marketing stage. Now that Chen Feng was the overseer of this project, his words were akin to commands that nobody could go against. The second command released by him also alarmed everyone. Now, they were going to enter the advanced purchase stage for this formula. That's right, advanced purchase. In the Gene Production Association's exchange window, Chen Feng directly set up a Beyond X formula exchange section. He was truly planning to make this formula available to the public. The Genetic Union was the first to object to this. "This won't do." What about the Devil Race and Ancient Race? Despite the fact that in the exchange system, only advanced producers and above who were registered with the Gene Production Association could trade for this formula, with the strength of both the Ancient Race and the Devil Race, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to sneak in and obtain the formula for themselves. At that time, the humanity's biggest secret, their core technology, would fall into their enemies' hands. Chen Feng's act of removing the encryption function from the formula was already something that caused others to become furious. Now, he was even making the formula public. Had he gone crazy? Chen Feng shook his head. Don't worry. He was a person who once went to an era long gone. As such, he had a much deeper understanding of the Devil Race than others did. During the barbaric era, it was simply impossible for a gene producer to actually appear among the Devil Race, let alone a gene producer capable of analyzing their formula, improving it, and producing a version specifically for the Devil Race. As such, the function restricting the usage of this gene reagent to only humans was already sufficient. In a straightforward manner, Chen Feng stated, "Do remember that the reagent produced by me, Chen Feng, is something impossible to be thoroughly deciphered. You guys have all studied this formula as well, so please do tell me, have any of you been successful in thoroughly deciphering it?" As the others heard this, they blushed with shame. Only now did they realize that if even they couldn't do it, how could the Devil Race and Ancient Race, neither of whom had any sort of production association, accomplish it? It was nearly impossible. Very good. Chen Feng was very satisfied with their response. If the headquarters of the Gene Production Association alone were in charge of producing this gene reagent, it would not be sufficient for humanity. Only by making the formula public and allowing all advanced producers and above to participate would this new gene reagent be truly widespread, truly transforming into a gene reagent of the people. The next day, the exchange was formally opened to the public. The numerous major powers worldwide had begun preparing for this long ago. Almost all these powers had advanced producers in their ranks. As such, the moment they obtained the formula, they could start production immediately. The increase in the strength of humanity was imminent. Despite the heartache one felt when looking at the high price of the formula, for the sake of a better future, all the producers clenched their teeth and purchased it. Obtained. Everyone checked their purchased formula in excitement. Raw materials. Production sequence. Production course. Potential problems. This was an incredibly detailed document. Chen Feng had documented all potential problems and the course of production in it, giving the readers quite a pleasant feeling as they read it, so pleasant that nearly all advanced producers were done familiarizing themselves with the formula within a few minutes. Alas, when they were about to start production, they encountered trouble. Crescent moon grass, available. Blackberry juice, available. This is available as well. This sighing grass. It's a rather rare herb, but the rarity is still at an acceptable level. Alas, as they was about to purchase the material, They were all alarmed. That was because the sighing grass that had previously been priced at 99 yuan had increased rapidly in price to 999 yuan. Moreover, the scariest aspect of this was the fact that this herb had been swept clean from the market, and now, one couldn't even buy it even if one had the money for it. The price of 999 yuan seemed like a joke now. Perhaps even 10 times 9,999 yuan would only grant one a mere possibility of obtaining this herb. Why was this happening? The various major powers were dumbfounded. The scarcity of this sighing grass caught them off guard. After all, previously, this herb had not been commonly used. Even if there was a lack of stock, nobody would truly be bothered. Now, though, the various major powers were going crazy. Even if they were willing to pay more to purchase this herb, the available stock was still too little in amount. Even after buying all available herbs on the market, they still couldn't produce much of the new gene reagent. Right at this instant, suddenly, a small gene store suddenly started selling sighing grass. How much? It's priced at 99,999 yuan. The hell? Has this guy gone crazy from being too poor? Should we give up? Then, give up my ass. Buy it. Buy it all. The various major powers all pounced on the market like beasts, afraid that the stock would be cleared if they were any slower. Next, with astonishment, they noted that even after several 100 million yuan was wasted purchasing these herbs, there was still available stock. There's more. The big shots, with their keen senses, noted that something seemed off. After contacting their friends, they noted that almost everyone had purchased a huge amount of sighing grass. How much have you bought? Around 1,000. Wang Lin was not bothered by that amount. How about you? Ma Teng sighed. 2 times your amount. How about Xuyin? Xuyin's face darkened. Triple. Zhong's heart ached. 5 times. Ding Shi had an unsightly expression as well. 6 times. Jack Ma tried to make a light joke to reduce the tense atmosphere before reporting the amount he'd purchased. I bid, landlord. 1 MHM, I bought 10 times that amount. Apart from them, all the other powers of differing sizes had also exhausted a huge amount of wealth to purchase the sighing grass just so they could be the first to produce the new gene reagent. Each of them might not have had too much money individually, but when the amount was combined, as everyone exchanged glances and looked at the green light signifying a still healthy stockpile of sighing grass in this store, their expressions became terrifyingly dark. If their guesses were correct, they had probably landed in a huge scam, an abyss of a scam so deep that the depths couldn't be seen. At this time, while the various powers were conflicted, the genetic union was instead rather relaxed. Please give us some sighing grass, the research agency begged. The genetic union showed no trace of politeness. Scram. They still remembered how these fellows hadn't been on their side previously when they'd been fighting over the copyright of the new formula. You guys have so much in your storage anyway, so much that you guys can't even finish it. The research agency wasn't the least bothered with the genetic union's attitude. After all, the market price of sighing grass was now so expensive that one couldn't even begin to imagine it. As such, the only way of purchasing it at a cheaper price was by purchasing it from the genetic union. After all, the difference between 50 yuan and 99,999 yuan was incredibly large, a difference of nearly 2,000 times. The genetic union directly rejected them. Not now, but one day. They will still be finished. The person from the research agency smiled. Please don't be like this. We should help each other. You should let us have at least some of your stock, right? How about half your stock? Hey, don't go. How about 40% of your stock? Even 30% will do. Hey, bro, 20%. Please, just 20% will do. I will purchase it at 10 times your price. How about it? Am I sincere enough? The people of the genetic union merely sneered at this. After all, even 10 times the price was still 500 yuan. Presently, the market price was 99,999 yuan. What a shameless fellow. Sigh, 20 times? For only 10% of your stock. I seem to remember that the current market price is 99,999 yuan. right?" stated the genetic union unhurriedly. And thus, the manager of the procurement department of both parties started bargaining crazily. Unfortunately, the genetic union was unwilling to take a single step back. A price of 50,000 each for 10% of the amount we have in our storage. This was the most the genetic union could do. The research agency found this unacceptable. That is not possible. Although the market price is 99,999 yuan, nobody is buying it at all. Alright, even now, it's still for sale in the virtual community and the stock level is still green. This signifies that nobody is buying it at all, as the stock isn't reducing. I think that after a day or two, the price will readjust to the normal level. That's none of our business. The genetic union was unwilling to compromise. Ultimately, the research agency could only leave in disappointment. Right at this moment, the employee in charge of checking the stock level of the genetic union's warehouse returned with a dark expression. His report stupefied everyone present. The head of the procurement department was stupefied. "What are you saying? The sighing grass is gone." The employee continued with an unsightly expression. "There's only 100 left." Shwa. Everyone lapsed into silence. "Have you checked wrongly?" The head checked the data on his screen. "Here, it clearly shows that the storage is still full. Moreover, the first instant after obtaining the formula, we forbade the sale of sighing grass." I know. The employee had also been shocked when he'd first seen it. As such, he'd immediately launched an investigation and discovered something that caused him to not know whether to laugh or cry. Based on our investigation, the warehouse manager personally bought the sighing grasses in our storage and then resold it at the market. Since this herb was rarely used previously and had a cheap price, it went unnoticed. The head almost fainted then and there. Sold. Sold them. Even the eyes of the person from the research agency beside them were wide open as well. Wow. How dramatic. The head cleared his mind from the shock shortly after. Where's the money, then? Despite the herb being sold, the money should still be around. Based on the current price of sighing grass, it had to have been sold for an extremely huge price. If they could repurchase the sold herbs with the money obtained previously, they shouldn't suffer too huge a loss. Oh, the employee paused before cautiously saying, when he sold the sighing grass, the Beyond X formula had yet to appear. At that time, he flipped the data around and continued. The price was 999 yuan. Bang! Blood rushed to the brain of the head, who almost fainted then and there. Sold at 999 yuan? But the current market price was 99,999 yuan. The hell? A disparity of almost 100 times. As for the research agency person to the side, he was rejoicing in the calamity of others. TSK. The genetic union had a habit of hiring and providing for employees without much value. Now look what that had led to. How much did he sell? The head asked while shuddering. Based on what he said, at first, he merely planned to sell half of what we had in the warehouse. Subsequently, as he saw that this herb was truly pricey, he sold more and more, and without realizing it, only 100 was left in the warehouse. Based on our investigation into his bank account, 100,000 sighing grass was sold. The employee concluded. The department head's legs weakened. 100,000, based on present market price. Suddenly, he felt like this was the end of his career as the head of the department. The head raged. I want to kill him. Now, he felt like swallowing that person whole. We have already captured him. You can do it any time you want, the employee stated coldly. The head gnashed his teeth. Good. Unfortunately, being angry wouldn't help much at this time. Despite the huge potential loss, if they tried to recover the money that person had gained from his sales, this amount that neared hundreds of millions was still quite huge. Have you recovered the money from him? The head asked instinctively. The employee paused before answering awkwardly. When we arrived, he had already spent all the money. The head was dumbfounded. Spent? Yes. The employee replied with a bitter smile. The head found this inconceivable. How did he spend that much money? The hell, cash nearing 100 million, even he wouldn't know how to spend that all within a few short days, let alone a normally poor warehouse manager. The employee checked the record. Oh, Based on our investigation, he has recently been in frequent contact with a female streamer called Yue. The amount he tipped this female streamer reached the tens of millions. Tens of millions. The head roared inwardly, wondering if that person's brain was made of shit. What about the remaining 90 million, then? He asked while shuddering. The employee answered. He bought a villa in the capital, paying for it partially. The head was somewhat doubtful. How about the rest of the payment? The rest? The employee checked the data. The rest of the money for the villa has not yet been fully paid. The department head couldn't react to this new revelation. The employee explained. The villas in the capital are priced at around 90 million per villa. That Zhang Dapao was obviously not aware of the market price. As such, after signing the contract, the miscellaneous fees such as taxes and so on pushed the price beyond 100 million. As such, he still owes them around 20 million for the villa. At this, the head finally despaired for real. Can we ask for a refund of the money? He asked expectantly. Not possible, the employee replied. That guy went totally crazy after earning some cash. He paid for a bunch of male and female celebrities and started a crazy party at the villa. Next, his actions were reported by a multitude of people. Now, his villa has already been put forth as the guarantee on his unpaid loan and has presently entered the liquidation stage. This time, the head despaired for real. It was over. It was all over. They no longer had any sighing grass, nor could they even recover the profits from the sale of the sighing grass. The other relevant parties had already gotten started with production. He could already see the future that awaited him if they were unable to supply the materials in time. Bang! His brain jolted furiously, and he almost fainted then and there. He turned around and saw the person from the research agency, who was enjoying the show. At that, he recovered somewhat from his shock. Perhaps he still had a chance at salvaging this. The head braced himself and walked over. Hey, bro. The person from the research agency rejected him without a trace of politeness. Scram. The head's face seemed to thicken considerably as he shamelessly asked, I seem to remember that you still have some in your storage, right? We only have several thousand. How is that comparable to your stock of 100,000? The person from the research agency sneered. Where was the arrogance displayed earlier? Come on, share some with us. Scram. Bro. Please. Scram. Master. Please. Scram. Father, please give me some sighing grass. Grandpa, I hereby kneel down to pay my respects to you. Ultimately, the genetic union unexpectedly succeeded in obtaining around 1,000 sighing grass from the research agency. This was still quite a small amount, though. Nobody knew what had happened to result in this. However, based on the brief description of the person from the research agency, the head of the genetic union's procurement department was truly excessively shameless. If he truly had to describe what had happened during the negotiation process, he could only describe it with the phrase, shocking the eye and astonishing the heart. Naturally, apart from the Zhang Dapao's punishment, the fellow that had previously caused the price of this sighing grass to increase by using that breaking through to master producer as an excuse wouldn't be let off either. Investigate this. This is an unfair monopoly of the market. This is a financial scam. I am going to kill that person. The fury of the genetic union was now aimed in a different direction. They did not even need any solid evidence. So long as they found out who that fellow was, they would let that fellow know what the strongest organization in the world, the genetic union, was made of. With the enormous power of the genetic union, they indeed managed to find out the truth soon enough. Alas, the truth was truly too alarming, to the point where, ultimately, they could only keep their mouths shut despite knowing the truth. Why is it this fellow? They asked as they looked at the details on their screen. They could make a move to bully any person but this guy here. This grandpa here was a person they could not afford to offend no matter what. Presently, they only lacked sighing grass. If they dared to offend this grandpa, they would probably lose even the rights to produce this gene reagent. That's right, their result indicated that the person who caused this to happen was precisely Chen Feng. If it was Chen Feng, the sudden increase of the price of sighing grass and the mass clearance of sighing grass from the market were now explainable. At this time, Chen Feng was all smiles as he looked at the huge amount of money in his bank account. The word skyrocket could be used to aptly describe the increase in the amount of money in his account. In a single day, the amount of money he'd made was already off the charts. reaching a number Chen Feng did not even know how to pronounce. So terrifying was the amount that it was nearly unspeakable. Sighing grass. Chen Feng smiled. But then, Chen Feng was also clear that this would not last long. This had only happened due to this being the first day, since the various major powers were competing against each other to increase their strength the quickest. With the price of sighing grass increasing without stop, they'd been scared into purchasing the overpriced sighing grass in bulk. By now, they should have regained their calm already. Furthermore, the only reason they'd had a hard time procuring sighing grass was due to the low demand for this herb previously, which resulted in a low supply. Now that the demand had increased greatly, Chen Feng was sure that those sighing grass farms would start researching ways to increase the output of the herb. It wouldn't be long before the supply of this herb increased greatly. In the future, this would be one of the best sellers on the market. As such, the demand for this herb would only increase, not decrease. As for its price, it would naturally drop gradually before slowly readjusting to its new normal level. Based on Chen Feng's initial estimate, the proper value of this sighing grass should be around 1,000 yuan. He checked his records and noted that indeed, presently, the sale of his sighing grass had indeed dropped greatly compared to when he'd first started selling. Since the various powers were already done purchasing what they required, anyone still purchasing now was likely an ordinary gene producer. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Well then, time to change the price. Virtual community. An advanced producer was hesitating while staring at the price of sighing grass. This price of 99,999 was the type of price that surpassed the imagination. Granted, an advanced producer wouldn't truly be lacking in money. Unfortunately, the price of sighing grass coupled with other materials had caused the production cost of this Beyond X gene reagent to be incredibly expensive. Should he buy this sighing grass, then? His heart ached. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed and decided to still make the purchase. For the sake of his research, what other option did he have? Just as he was about to make the purchase, the exchange board was refreshed and something new appeared on it. Someone else is selling it as well? He was rather shocked. One ought to know that he had waited for an entire day, yet this small store had been the only place selling sighing grass thus far. Nobody else had been selling it. But now, he turned the interface on and was immediately stunned. Name, sighing grass. Price, 3,000 yuan. Introduction, to repay the contribution of the great producers toward humanity, this shop is selling at a special price. Hopefully, all producers will continue working hard to produce even better gene reagents. Restriction, only one purchase per person. Restriction, advanced producers only. Bang. The moment this announcement was made, the entire virtual community erupted in an uproar. 3,000 yuan? This was an incredibly low price. When they took a better look, they noted that the seller this time was precisely the strongest gene shop, Chen Feng's shop. Chen Feng, the main researcher of the Beyond X project. It's him indeed. Why does he have so much sighing grass? He must have known in advance that those damnable capitalists would take the opportunity to increase the price shamelessly. As such, he must have prepared his stock in advance to sell it to us normal producers at a fair price. So that's the case. He is indeed worthy of being a member of the Gene Production Association. Everyone praised Chen Feng. That already righteous reputation of Chen Feng's improved greatly once again. Naturally, there were some who claimed that Chen Feng was the very person that caused the price to increase in the first place. I seem to recall that the power you belong to is rather huge. I heard that you guys purchased a lot of them at the price of 99,999 yuan. TSK. No wonder you guys are trying to discredit Chen Feng. Seems like your benefits have been threatened now, huh? True. The masses despised the complainers. After all, with Chen Feng's contribution and reputation, who would believe these complaints? If Chen Feng was truly doing this for profit, he could very well sell sighing grass for 88,888 yuan. A lot of people would still purchase it at that price. Was there a need to reduce the price to only 3,000 yuan? Clearly, he was doing this to ensure the spread of this new formula. Toward this, the various major powers could only swallow their grief. What could they do? They felt extremely helpless as well. How long had it been since they'd exhausted their wealth to purchase the initially overpriced sighing grass? It hadn't even been one full day yet. Wasn't it excessive of Chen Feng to reduce the price in such a manner? Yet he still dared claim he did not wish for the price to be excessively high? What nonsense! Now, they could see things very clearly. Chen Feng was clearly scamming them, the major powers who had purchased a huge amount of sighing grass earlier, treating them like major idiots. Moreover, the targets of Chen Feng's scam were only these major powers, while the ordinary producers were all spared. As such, even if they complained, the masses would only ignore them. As this incident progressed, the very first batch of Beyond X gene reagents was finally produced by numerous producers. Finally, this new gene reagent entered the hands of the public. 3 days later, the first Beyond B-class genetic warrior appeared, rocking the entire world. The impact of Beyond X was beyond their expectations. After the genetic union started officially publishing and mass releasing Beyond X gene reagents, everyone was dumbfounded. This was because everyone, those genetic warriors included, had never managed to make sense of even the description of this reagent. Activate the power of Beyond. What's that? What's the purpose of that? Nobody had any idea. Despite the genetic union's detailed description, the description was, after all, still something only written, only described in words. The masses did not have a clear picture of what exactly this was. As such, everyone was somewhat expectant yet doubtful. After the mass release of this gene reagent, the genetic union intended to create some Beyond B classes, Beyond C classes, and so on as soon as possible. Alas, despite the deepening of these users' understanding of the power of Beyond, they had yet to gain full comprehension on the power of Beyond. As such, the spread of Beyond X could only proceed slowly. This continued until the third day, when finally, the first natural Beyond B-class genetic warrior appeared. This was not a member of the genetic union or the research agency. Rather, this was an unknown child from a rather large family. An ordinary genetic warrior that was rather talented yet not liked by his own family members. This person had only taken a single bottle of Beyond X gene reagent before immediately gaining full comprehension on the power of Beyond. Most terrifying was the fact that after his breakthrough, he changed greatly. Despite still being in B-class, his combat power was already comparable to an A-class, so powerful that it was inconceivable. Only now did the masses finally have a clearer understanding of what this power of Beyond entailed. So, this was the function of the Beyond X gene reagent? A reagent capable of increasing the combat power of a person by an entire level. Moreover, regardless of whether one was B, C, D, or even E-class, so long as that person gained full comprehension of the power of Beyond, that person would obtain a permanent increase in combat power. As long as one comprehended the power of Beyond, one would forever be stronger by one level. Even when one reached A-class, one would still be a Beyond A-class. This was the most terrifying aspect of this new gene reagent. As for the snowball effect after the increase in one's strength, this did not need much explanation. From this day onward, the impact of Beyond X increased rapidly. Now, everyone knew that such a terrifying gene reagent had appeared. Everyone went crazy for this gene reagent. Finally, the Beyond X gene reagent had progressed from something that only influenced the elites into something that truly influenced the masses. Countless people started exhausting everything they had just so they could get a single bottle of Beyond X gene reagent. Genetic Union, Research Agency, Gene Production Association. Every single place where this Beyond X gene reagent was sold was filled with people. Everyone wished to be part of the first batch of participants in this coming new age of humanity. This won't do. The entrances to all our branches are already blocked. The people of the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association started sweating. The crowd was truly too huge, so huge that one couldn't even begin to imagine it. How can there be so many people? What nonsense are you asking? Do you think that currently, we're still in a peaceful era? The ancient race and devil race are around the corner. Have you forgotten the descent of darkness not long ago? At this, they were startled awake. Indeed, chaos was about to befall this world. Because of this, they were all extremely impatient to increase their strength. This can't continue. The demand is too high. We simply can't meet the demand. What to do? Then, numerous messages requesting help were transmitted to Chen Feng's inbox. Since Chen Feng was the overseer of this project, since he was the one who was earning the largest portion of the profit, naturally, he would have to take on some responsibilities as well. Liang's head ached as he saw this as well. This is somewhat troublesome. How about those major families? Chen Feng found it odd. It had been several days since the sighing grass was sold on the market. As such, those major families should have gotten started with their production. Liang curled his lips. I suppose they are waiting for you to make a joke out of yourself. You scammed them so harshly, yet now you are hoping that they will help solve this predicament of yours? Chen Feng laughed dryly. He started studying the data he had in his hands. This had indeed somewhat exceeded his expectations, yet it wasn't something he couldn't solve. One ought to know that in Chen Feng's previous life, apart from being an incredibly unlucky guy, he had also been someone who had inherited the spirit of socialism, an act of employing people to provide goods and services for the common good, the social benefit. As the inheritor of this great spirit, he had naturally studied the concept of socialism before. Certain aspects of this concept were things that would work well no matter the place. An example was the concept of outsourcing. He recalled that in his previous life, it was said that a certain project was initiated by the act of the government providing a grant of 10 billion yuan to a certain state enterprise to have the job done. Next, this state enterprise provided 100 million yuan to a certain group of PhD professors to get the job done. Subsequently, those professors provided 10 million yuan to a certain group of tutors to get the job done. Ultimately, those tutors provided 1 million yuan to a bunch of students to get the job done. In the end, this grand project was actually completed by a bunch of university students. And now, this problem they faced could also be solved by the act of outsourcing. However, with his present status and position, there was no need to even conceal the fact that he was outsourcing this. Chen Feng decided to do this openly, and he started inviting all gene producers to join this project by using a method familiar to all the people in this world, issuing missions. Beyond X gene reagent production. Mission rank, 5 stars. Mission requirement, successfully produce a single bottle of Beyond X gene reagent. Mission materials, the Gene Production Association shall provide all materials. Mission reward, every time one accepts this mission, the Gene Production Association will grant 2 Beyond X points. Every 1 point can be traded for a single set of materials. If one successfully produces in a single attempt, one can accumulate the given points into one's personal account. If one only successfully produces the gene reagent during the 4th attempt, one will owe the Gene Production Association 2 points. The earned points can be used at any time with no limitations. Before the points owed are fully paid, one must attempt this mission at least once per day. Limitation, certified as a Beyond X producer. Bang! The moment this mission was released, it caused a huge uproar. Mission point system. All gene producers were shocked. Despite the formula being made public, despite the reduction in the price of sighing grass, the huge production cost of this gene reagent was still something a lot of gene producers couldn't afford. This was due to the success rate of production. For an ordinary advanced producer, the success rate for first-time production of the Beyond X gene reagent was simply too low. They might be able to accept the cost of producing a single time. With difficulty, they could still support 2 attempts. What if it was 3 attempts, 10 attempts, or even 100 attempts? They simply had no way of bearing such a cost. The initial investment for anyone wishing to produce this gene reagent was akin to a bottomless abyss. As such, despite the huge number of advanced producers worldwide, the number of people actually capable of producing this gene reagent was incredibly low, and to increase the success rate from 0% to 100% would require a long time. But now this mission had been released. All the producers gazed resolutely at this 5-star mission. No price, no conditions. So long as one accepted the mission, one could start production unconditionally. Although they were aware that in the beginning, they would most certainly be in debt and owe the Gene Production Association some points, with the provision of unlimited free materials, they were all confident that they could master the production of this formula in a short period of time. At that time, they would have a 100% success rate. At that time, every single attempt would be successful and earn them points. Soon enough, they would be able to repay what they owed. Apart from that, they could also profit from this by becoming a powerful Beyond X gene reagent producer. Without any costs, they would be able to master a brand new skill that was comparatively powerful. Before all that, they only needed to produce for the Gene Production Association for a period of time. Such a job was in fact a dream experience for a huge amount of people. I'll do it. All the producers became endlessly moved. At the same time, the Gene Production Association started the certification for the production of this gene reagent. Beyond X Gene Reagent Production Qualification Certification. Requirement: a genius among intermediate producers, an ordinary advanced producer, or a higher-level producer. Content: extreme familiarity with the contents of the Beyond X formula. The potential of the applicant is taken into consideration as well. Cost of certification: 100,000 yuan. This was a steep price for a lot of people. However, this amount of money was absolutely not a problem for advanced producers. If they couldn't even afford such sum with their identity as an advanced producer, their skill level was truly questionable. After all, an advanced producer should be able to earn that much money by randomly producing a single gene reagent. Such a steep price was also a mechanism put in place to prevent the disturbance caused by excessive attempts from intermediate producers. As for the content of this certification, it was rather slack. Basically, as long as the applicant had potential for growth and was not one of those producers who wouldn't make any sort of progress even after several dozen productions, the applicant would be accepted. After seeing the requirement for this certification, nearly all advanced producers made their move. He Liang was extremely anxious. Will this really be fine? The nurture of producers was akin to a huge pit. During the past few days, they had exhausted a huge amount of materials just to nurture several producers of their own organization to a sufficient level to start producing the Beyond X gene reagent. If they were now required to nurture all advanced producers in existence, even with Chen Feng's thick pockets, it still wouldn't be sufficient to fulfill what all these producers required to grow. Chen Feng, we can't keep this up for more than 2 days. He Liang stated seriously. Not all producers have your success rate in production. I have seen a huge amount of producers who still remain rookies even after more than 100 productions. You don't have to worry about that. Chen Feng smiled. There are naturally sponsors for these materials. Huh? He Liang blanked. Right at this moment, Chen Feng finished arranging the mission he had on his wristband. The mission was sent out. Beyond X gene reagent conversion. Conversion target: all genetic warriors. Conversion method 1, material conversion. 1 Beyond X gene reagent for 10 complete sets of materials required for 10 attempts at Beyond X gene reagent production. Conversion method 2, cash conversion. 100 million yuan. This is a brand new formula. Hence, the success rate of all our producers is still below 1%. Please carry out your own calculations before deciding to purchase. Finally, as the genetic warriors that had been waiting for the gene reagent saw this, they all became agitated. Alas, they had never expected that the Gene Production Association would provide 2 methods of purchase for this gene reagent, with the cash purchase option being so incredibly high. Had they gone crazy? Even if the success rate was less than 1%, they shouldn't be selling it at such an excessive price. Right? Let me do some calculation. One of them started calculating. Moonlight grass, 1,000 yuan. Calm wind liquid, 2,000 yuan. He kept jabbing at his screen to calculate the cost of production. As he was calculating, he paused. Sighing grass, 38,000 yuan? Hold on. He was somewhat dumbstruck. This price, the price he had used for his calculation, was based on the average at the exchange for the past 3 days. These prices were all openly shown. He had truly never expected that the price of this sighing grass. Why is it so expensive? Because there's no stock in the entire market. Since what Chen Feng is selling is only limited to advanced producers, his stock is considered internal resources and was not considered when the market adjusted the price. The hell? If this price is multiplied by 100. Suddenly, he was alarmed. Shortly after, he finished his calculation. The sighing grass alone would already cost over 3 million yuan. Ultimately, a single Beyond X gene reagent would cost 100,000 to produce. After taking into consideration the success rate of less than 1%, multiplying this cost 100 times, it would truly cost 100 million yuan to produce. So it truly costs this much. Seems like we can only try to trade with materials. What a pity that it is so expensive. It's still better to trade with materials. after all. Now, their attention was switched to material conversion. It seemed like, compared to cash conversion, material conversion was more worth it. Based on the present market price of the materials, only around 1 million yuan was required and they would be able to obtain a single gene reagent. This was so cheap that it was beyond one's imagination. It costs 10% of the production cost. Why is such method of conversion even available? A lot of people couldn't understand the reasoning for this. They truly couldn't understand. With 100 million yuan in cash, they could only purchase a single gene reagent, yet with materials worth 1 million yuan, they could also purchase a single gene reagent. With sufficient money, only a single minute was required for them to purchase all the required materials for exchange from the virtual market. Is the Gene Production Association stupid? They felt powerless to even berate this stupidity. However, as far as they were concerned, this was absolutely good news for them. Buy. I want to gather the materials. Same here. Everyone entered the virtual community in excitement. Only at this did they find with shock that now, the sighing grass priced at 50,000 yuan that had been ignored by the masses for several days already was now being cleared from the market. As time passed, the price of this material increased without stop. The price increased to 60,000, yet it was still cleared from the market. The price increased to 80,000, yet it was still cleared from the market. The price reached 100,000, yet it was still cleared from the market. The price of sighing grass was still increasing. Toward the end, the market was truly short of stock. Even if one had the money for it, one couldn't buy it. How did this happen? The production is still too low, but the demand is too huge. It's too expensive for us to buy it from the market, yet those sold at Chen Feng's shop can only be purchased by producers. What can we do? Then, I shall go dig for these herbs by myself. Isn't this a mere material? If I can't even obtain something like this, how am I supposed to face others? True. Hey, I heard that a certain place has researched a brand new method of growing sighing grass. However, this is a method only doable by genetic warriors. Please introduce me to that place. The market was cleared of sighing grass. In helplessness, the masses finally started to develop the growth of sighing grass. In a short 2 days, several hundred research projects pertaining to the growth of sighing grass appeared. Energy growth, feeding growth, all sorts of bizarre methods appeared. Among these, the most loved method was the method of creating sighing grass's unique habitat by using genetic abilities. This unique habitat would allow the sighing grass to absorb the energy within the habitat to grow rapidly. Some decided to use such a method to obtain sighing grass, whereas some decided to go to the dangerous wilderness to start harvesting sighing grass. With this, the pressure on the Gene Production Association when it came to the supply of materials was greatly reduced. Finally, after 1 week, before the reserve of sighing grass at the Genetic Union's warehouse was exhausted, a balance was reached between the materials provided by the genetic warriors and the demand from the gene producers. The genetic warriors were responsible for gathering and farming, and then they trade these materials at the Gene Production Association for Beyond X gene reagents. On the other hand, the advanced producers were responsible for production. Yet another batch of producers has reached a success rate of 80%. A huge group of them have reached a success rate of 50%. Hu Liang compiled all the latest data in a report. During the past 3 days, with an unlimited supply of materials, those producers involved had produced with all their energy. Finally, they'd been able to become true Beyond X producers. Granted, Hu Liang was of the opinion that with so many materials supplied, even the most idiotic of all could be drained. The appearance of every additional Beyond X producer would greatly reduce the pressure on the Gene Production Association. This was because this signified that these people would be slaving away for the Gene Production Association for a long time. Hu Liang looked at the list of names of Beyond X producers. He looked at the long list of points these producers owed the association, and then he laughed happily. In a single week, the production and marketing of Beyond X gene reagent entered the proper track. With the spur thanks to the development of the growth of sighing grass, despite the somewhat pressured supply of materials, it was still able to somewhat satisfy a huge amount of genetic warriors. Presently, the crowd of genetic warriors at the entrance of the Genetic Union was long gone, all busy harvesting materials. At the same time, more and more Beyond warriors appeared. Beyond B, Beyond C. Earlier today, a Beyond D-class warrior even appeared. causing quite an uproar. This uproar was due to the fact that even now, a lot of A-class and B-class warriors had yet to grasp the power of Beyond. Only now did the masses realize one thing. One's comprehension of the power of Beyond seemed unrelated to one's strength. Some were incredibly gifted, yet their comprehension of the power of Beyond was stuck at a bottleneck. Even after consuming more than 10 bottles of Beyond X gene reagent, they had yet to see any effect on their comprehension. The only effect the gene reagent had on them was the single second of gold radiance around their body.